Panginoon, maraming salamat po sa ibinigay ninyong panibagong pagkakataon upang kami ay matuto. Salamat sa pagkakataong maipatuloy namin ang aming pag-aaral sa kabila ng mga pagbabagong dulot na kinakaharap naming pandemya. Gabayan ninyo kaming lahat na mag-aaral upang malinang ang aming isipan at maunawaan ng lubos ang anumang leksyon na itinuturo sa amin. Gabayan din naman ninyo ang aming mga guro na patuloy at walang sawang nagbibigay inspirasyon at gumagabay sa amin sa kabila ng kinakaharap naming pagsubok. Sa iyo ang kaluwalhatian at aming pagsamba, Panginoon naming Diyos, sa pangalan ng iyong anak, na aming tagapagligtas. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang mag-ibig, ewas ng sinakalan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang binirang, kuya ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mo bagaw, ay hinatang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nag-iindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan ang ay di magdidinig. Luman ang araw ng walhagit pagsinta, mo'y langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya ng pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Panunumpas sa watawat ng Pilipinas. Ako ay Pilipino, buong katapatang nanunumpas sa watawat ng Pilipinas, at sa bansang kanyang sinasagisag na may dangal, katarungan at kalayaan na pinakikilos ng sambayanang makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa.
So habang buhay may pag-asa. Halina, halina't ipagpunyi bayan nating itinatangi. Aurora, bayang sinisinta, minamahal sa tuwi-tuwi na Aurora. Ang bayan ko, tunay na tanyag sa Isabela, maunlad at mapayapa, biyaya ng dakilang malikha. Aurora, bayang sinisinta, katangian mo'y sukdulan ng ganda. Angkin mong kayamanan ay sagana, habang buhay may pag-asa.
Ako'y marapat na pasalamatan, ang tagumpay ika'y naging tahanan. Ikaw ang buong at aming pagkunas, amon ng buhay at tamang mangan. Ang dakila naming paralan, sa'yo kami ay nagtutunay. Narona National High School, mabuhay ka. Ikaw ang inangal mo ay talino, pagkalinga mo sa amin dinagpakas. Sa bawat landas namin ika'y naging gabay, at isa't tuwing ay pag-asa at buhay. Ang dakila naming paralan, sa'yo kami ay nagtutulay. Ang Aurora National High School, mabuhay ka. Ang dakila naming paralan, sa'yo kami ay nagtutulay. Ang Aurora National High School, mabuhay ka.
Ito ang 106.3 DANHS Radio. DANHS Radio.
Prepare yourself.
Ang silid-aralan sa radyo, hatid namin ay makabagong paraan ng pagtuturo at kalaman. Mapaumaga, tanghali o hapon man yan, ang istasyong magbibigay impormasyon kahit saan man.
For something big. All right, here we go.
106.3 DANHS Radio. Doña Aurora National High School, Santa Rita, Aurora, Isabela.
This
106.3 DWDR-FM.
Dance Radio, silid-aralan sa radyo, hatid namin makabago, paraan ang pagtuturo.
Wala nang makakapigil pa. Sulong Arangkada 106.3 DANHS Radio sa Aurora, Isabela.
Edukasyo'y susulong, basta't magtulong-tulong, sulong edukalidad. Dance Radio, learning is amazing.
Magandang umaga sa ating lahat. Narito ang ating daily bread sa araw na ito. Mula sa panulat ni Ann Setas na may pamagat na Kabilang sa Kanya. Sa aklat ng Efeso 3:17, ganito ang sinasabi: para manahan si Kristo sa mga puso nyo dahil sa inyong pananampalataya. Matapos pumanaw ang mga asawa nila, nakilala ni na Robbie at Sabrina ang isa't isa. Nagmahalan sila, nagpakasal at pinagsama ang bawat pamilya nila. Nagtayo sila ng bagong tahanan. Tinawag nila itong Havila. Mula sa salitang Hebreong ibig sabihin ay namamaluktot sa sakit. Tumutukoy ito sa resulta ng isang magandang bagay mula sa kalungkutan. Ayon sa mag-asawa, hindi nila ginawa ang tahanan nila para kalimutan ang nakaraan. Nais nilang lumikha ng panibagong buhay mula sa kahirapan. Nais nilang ipagdiwang ang pag-asa. Para sa kanila, ang tahanan nila ay isang lugar kung saan ang lahat ng tao ay kabilang. Isa itong lugar na puno ng buhay at pag-asa sa hinaharap. Ganito rin ang magandang larawan ng bagong buhay natin kay Jesus. Mula sa kamatayan dahil sa kasalanan, muli niya tayong binuhay na kasama niya. Kapag nagtiwala tayo sa ginawa ni Jesus, maninirahan siya sa mga puso natin. Kabilang na tayo sa pamilya ng Diyos sa pamamagitan ni Jesus. Marami man tayong hirap na daranasin sa buhay, kaya itong baguhin ng Panginoon para bigyang halaga at kabuluhan ang buhay natin. Binibigyan tayo ng Diyos sa bawat araw ng pagkakataon para mas makilala siya. Nais niyang maranasan natin ang pag-ibig na kaloob niya sa atin. Ang kasapatan natin ay na kay Jesus lamang. Hindi tayo iwan ng Diyos, kabilang tayo sa Kanya. Ito ang dahilan para magkaroon tayo ng pag-asa sa habang panahon. Nagpapasalamat po ako, Jesus, dahil kabilang na po ako sa inyo. Salamat po sa walang hanggang pag-asang kaloob mo.
Yes, isang magandang morning ngayong araw na ito. Kung ngayon po yung araw ng Martes, yan, ika-22 ng buwan ng Pebrero, yan, 22, 2022, ayan, lucky day daw ngayon.
So ilang to yun, sir?
5.
Lima.
Tignan mo. Sabi lang, yung mga magaling daw tumaya ng loto. Yan, tataya na raw sila ng loto mamaya. Baka raw sila ay swertihin. Ayan, ha. Ayan, good morning. Isang maulang araw sa inyo. Sa araw ng Martes, ma'am, good morning.
Yes, so isang magandang maulan na umaga ng Martes po sa ating lahat. Kumusta na po kayo? At syempre sana nasa mabuting kalagayan at syempre napakahalaga talaga ang ating kalusugan.
Yes.
Dahil umuulan-ulan, umaambon yan. Kahapon yan, di ba? Kaya huwag po tayong magpaulan para
Oo, kayo magpaulan, ha?
hindi tayo dalawin ng sipon at ubo.
Yan. Oo.
Tapos sabayan pa ng ice cream, nako.
Meron kasi isa dito pumuputok-putok.
Oo nga, Diyos mio. Okay, so magandang umaga
Hello,
po
Sir
sa
Jassel,
inyong
good
lahat. Yeah, syempre, kasama natin, kumpleto po ang ating team ngayon. Nandyan din si Sir Mark Bagamaspad.
Yes, ayan, nandiyan sa ating kasama. Buong-buo tayo ngayon sa araw nito. At dahil sa araw nito, ano po ba ang mapapakinggan natin na mga RBI lesson? Ma'am Badet?
Alright, so
Take it away!
7:45, take note mga anak ha. Ayan, dahil dyan may tumatawag.
Hoy, mamaya na.
Ayan, so 7:45 po ng umaga ang TLE Grade 9 at syempre susunod dyan ang MAPEH Grade 10 ng 9:30. Okay, at syempre 11:45 po Filipino Grade 9, 1:30 hanggang alas 3 ang English Grade 8. And then 3:15 to 4:45 Science Grade 10. Ayan, kahapon, 6 mga anak ang inyong natunghayan. Ngayon
Yes.
naman 5 subject.
Pasensya,
Ayan.
paumanin muna mga anak. Ngayon lang naman yan, next week ay
Oo.
7 na. De, joke lang. Next week naman ay mas maganda dahil babalik ulit tayo sa ating regular, schedule and programming po.
Yes.
Ha, ngayon lang naman to dahil nga sa hindi natin na mga tawag ito, may mga pagkakataon ng mga insidente na kailangan tapusin at gawin natin. Ayan. At dahil nga rin sa Biyernes ay selebrasyon ng EDSA
EDSA.
Revolution, the first EDSA original ha, kaya po tayo ay yun nga ay wala tayong pasok ha sa araw po
Yes.
ng
So actually,
Friday.
5 days yan, sir, no?
Yes,
Nag-start
ma'am.
ng Monday
Yes.
to 25 na nagtipon-tipon, nagrally ang mga Pilipino sa
Yan.
panahong iyon.
Yan. At,
1986.
Yes,
Yan.
1986 yan ha.
Kaway-kaway sa mga born, 1986 born.
Yung mga pinanganak
Mga
sa
EDSA
panahon
babies.
ng ano ha? Sa
yan.
panahon ng EDSA. Ayan, EDSA baby kayo.
Ilang taon ka na nun, sir?
Alam po, 1986 grade 6 ako noon.
Walang araw ngayon, ah.
1986 grade 6 ako. Parang ganun yata yun eh.
Aha.
Parang yun. Kasi 1980, 1981 grade 1 ako. Okay! Nakikita na itang tanda talaga. Ayan, at dahil doon ha, meron po kami konting ano lang ha, konting, sa panahon na to, sa araw na to ha, 12 pa tao ba ako? Hindi, sa araw na ito nga pala, gumawa ng sulat ma'am po, naalala niyo. Si ma'am kasi ang ating special, mga expert yan sa history. At ngayong araw na to ha, gumawa ng isang liham noong 1889. Gumawa ng liham si Dr. Jose Rizal para sa mga kadalagahan ng Malolos. No? Na kanya isinulat nga ito ngayong araw na ito. Ngayon siya sumulat, pinadala niya. Ipinahayag ni Jose Rizal ang kanyang papuri at paggalang sa katapangan na ipinamalas ng mga kadalagahang ito sa pagsusulong ng karapatan sa edukasyon. Isa di pang karaniwang hakbang. Ito yung unang Gabriela, parang ganun yata ito eh. Isang di karaniwang hakbang sa mga maraming kababaihan sa kanyang panahon. Ayon kay Rizal, namulat siya sa pananaw na ang mga kababaihang Pilipino ay katuwang sa layunin para sa ikagagaling ng bayan. Ngayong araw na
Ayan,
ito,
so
ha?
napakaganda yan.
Mhm.
Talaga naman, ang mga kababayan, kasi nung araw, sir, ang mga babae, sa lipunan, ay tinuturing na mababa.
Yes,
At
yan.
parang sa bahay lang siya, ganyan.
Opo, yan.
Okay. Kaya
Ito-
pinaglaban din nila.
Mhm.
Dumating
Kailangan
ang punto na kailangan ding ipaglaban ang
Yes.
pantay na karapatan sa mga lalaki. Ayan.
Yes. Ayan.
Dahil lahat ng nagagawa ng lalaki ay nagagawa ng mga babae.
Ay, di
At
ata.
meron kaming nagagawa na hindi nyo pwedeng gawin. Oh, di ba? Ano yun, Sir Dennis?
Mga anak daw.
Oh, di ba?
Ano ba yung pwede
Yan.
namin gawin na hindi ano ba yung pwede namin gawin na hindi nyo kayang gawin?
Oh, wala.
Sir Jessel, tulong nga.
Kaya, yan po. Oh. Hindi ko na, ayaw ko nang dugtungan.
At dahil dyan, binabati namin isang magandang morning ang ating pong Chief Education. Ating pong Chief Education Supervisor and Officer in Charge ng ating paaralan ng Doña Aurora National High School, Dr. Rodrigo V. Pascua. Good morning po, sir!
Yes, good morning din sa lahat ng ating mga mahuhusay na head teachers, masisipag, no? Especially ang ating kapitbahay na laging naiingayan sa atin. Good morning, Ma'am Emily.
Yeah, good morning po sa lahat ng head teacher. Ganun din po sa mga teachers po ng Doña Aurora National High School na nandito po sa paaralang ito sa Santa Rita Campus at doon
Yes,
po sa San Juan Campus. Ayan.
Ingat,
Good morning.
ingat po.
Ingat po kayo. Good morning, Ma'am Rosa Belbrillo, ang ating pong DANHS President, ang kanyang Vice President.
Yes, Sir Dante Hulaton. Good morning sa iyo, sir, sa lahat ng mga
Members.
Officers and members.
Yan, ang Dance Yan. Dance Co-op, Ma'am Janet and Ma'am Princess. Good morning.
Yes, of course. At sa mga lahat ng mga officers ng GPTA, magandang umaga
Magandang
sa
umaga
inyong
po sa inyo lahat. Yan. Sa ating po taga-office personnel na lagi po naghihintay sa atin sa magandang umaga.
Siyempre, at nagbibigay ng sweldo ng maaga. Ma'am Melanie. Yan,
Yan.
Ma'am Melanie, good morning. Kay Ma'am Trance, Ma'am
Yeah.
Odell, Ma'am Rio, and
Yes.
of course, Sir Joshua, Sir Rufy,
And
and the Agamula.
Sir Chris
Kuntapay.
Yay!
Double C. Yan.
Double C ha. Tignan nyo yun ha. Dahil binabati natin siyempre ang lahat po ng bumubuo ng dance production team na kinapapaloob po ng mga script writers, technical team, voice talents at ng quality assurance team. Good morning po sa ating lahat. At dahil dyan binabati rin natin Ang Bats 83 na siya po nagkalob sa atin ng ilang equipment na bilang handog pa sa salamat daw nila sa atin. Sa pangunguna po siyempre ito ni Engineer Romeo Mauricio. Good morning po, Engineer!
Yes, God bless you po sa inyong napaka-generous sa heart.
Yes,
Ayan. Sa lahat po ng mga members ng DANHS alumni, thank you for keeping us
Nakatawa.
yes, for loving us always.
Thank you for the love. Ayan. Ganun din, binabati natin na isang maulan at morning. Good morning po sa ating po Municipal Mayor, Joseph Christian Niñuwi. Good morning po, Mayor!
Yes, Vice Mayor Melvin S. Martin. At sa lahat po ng mga SB members natin, sa good morning po sa inyo and thank you din po for the love.
Thank you for the love. Ganun din, binabati natin isang magandang morning ating tagapag-ingat ng kapayapaan sa Aurora, sa ating po din sa Aurora, mula po sa Aurora PNP, sa pangunguna po ito, siyempre ni Police Captain Angelo S. Pagulayan. Good morning po, sir.
Yung mga members ng PNP, talagang hindi sila napapagod, sir, ano? At syempre, mas hindi napapagod ang mga kaibigan natin sa RHU Aurora.
Yehey!
By Dr. Joseph George Razalan. Okay, good morning din sa aking my one and only George.
Yeah.
At sa aking mga chikiti.
Yes.
Yan si Gia, si Bunso.
Yes, ayan. At ganyan binabati natin sa isang magandang morning po. Ang ating pong Aurora District Supervisor na talaga namang pakabilis tawag ito, mabilis yung action, ha? Parang action at action man talaga.
Action agad.
Sir Darwin Mangunay, good morning po, sir.
Siyempre sa lahat ng mga teachers ng District of Aurora, good morning. At siyempre sa buong SDO Isabela.
Yes! Pinamumunahan po siyempre ng ating CESO 6 OIC Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Madeline Macaling. Good morning po, ma'am.
Ayan, good morning po sa inyo lahat dyan, mga ma'am and sir po, dyan sa SDO Isabela. Siyempre, good morning din sa mga member ng RBI, SDO Isabela.
Yes! Yan, sa panguna po
Headed by
siyempre.
Dr.
J.
Gallegos. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Gayun din, dahil po na po tayo sa medyo malayo konti lang, ha? Diyan po tayo sa Regional Office, sa pinangunahan po siyempre nating Regional Director, Dr. Benjamin Paragas.
Yes, Sir Ben. Good morning po. At syempre sa lahat po dyan sa DepEd Region 2. At syempre, good morning sa iyo, Ma'am Laila Itaginood, ang Chief ng Quality Assurance Division.
Yes. May ilang minuto na lang
The
po
brain
tayo.
of this station.
Oras ba? 7:45. Ayan na, may oras na tayo. Balitin natin lang lahat mga teachers na buhati sa atin. Sir, first tell us the training is morning. The rainy is morning. Sir Arnel Simon, good morning everyone. God bless. God bless daw. Jamaica Agustin Bueno, Ma'am Janice Blitz, Biltz, Simon. Good morning. Yan.
Okay, good morning din kay Ma'am Marisa Del Rosario. Binabati niya ang kanyang mga estudyante. At syempre kay Kyrie Bernardo, good morning.
Yes.
Alright.
Asli Tumedeo, good morning. Princess Ira Cabarogi sa Ridatang. Haba na. Nine Makopa, inaanyayahan na namin na lahat po ng TLE 9. Napakaganda po na kailang gagawin yun.
Grade 9, yes.
Yehey!
So, napaka-exciting ang inyong lesson. Magkakaroon ng demo.
Yes! At kami po ang inyong mga kasama sa oras na po si Teacher Dennis!
Teacher Bernadette, Teacher Joshua, and with Sir Mars sa technical side.
Babalik po kami, makalipas na po ang ilang paalala.
Happy Tuesday!
TLE Grade 9! Susunod no!
Ito ang 106.3 DANHS Radio. DANHS Radio.
Prepare yourself.
Ang silid-aralan sa radyo, hatid namin ay makabagong paraan ng pagtuturo at kalaman. Mapaumaga, tanghali o hapon man yan. Ang istasyong magbibigay impormasyon kahit saan man.
For something big. Alright, here we go.
106.3 DANHS Radio. Doña Aurora National High School, Santa Rita, Aurora, Isabela.
This
106.3 DWDR FM. ito ang 106.3 DANHS Radio. DANHS Radio.
Prepare yourself.
Ang silid-aralan sa radyo, hatid namin ay makabagong paraan ng pagtuturo at kaalaman. Mapaumaga, tanghali o hapon man yan, ang istasyong magbibigay impormasyon kahit saan man.
Alright, here we go.
106.3 DANHS Radio. Doña Aurora National High School, Santa Rita, Aurora, Isabela.
This
106.3 DWBR-FM. TLE, Technology and Livelihood Education. TLE. Learning Area, Automotive Servicing, Beauty Care, Electronics Product Assembly and Servicing, Cookery, Electrical Installation and Maintenance, Dressmaking, Computer System Servicing, mga leksyong pangkabuhayan, edukasyong teknolohikal, mapapakinggan dito lang yan sa 106.3 DANHS Radio. TLE. Learn and Earn.
Good morning mga kasama ko rito sa ating radio booth. Good morning Ma'am Marilyn.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning Ma'am. Albe. Siyempre si Sir Dennis, si Sir Jaciel at saka si Sir MJ. Good morning po sa ating lahat. I'm glad that we are here today to discuss about our topic or about the topic this week. Okay, so but before anything else, gusto ko din pong batiin ang ating butihing OIC, si Sir Rod Pasqua, ang ating Chief Education Supervisor, at syempre po ang ating mga naggagandahan at naggagwapuhan ng mga department heads ng bawat learning area, ang lalong-lalo na syempre ang aming department head sa TLE Learning Area, si Sir Jefferson Aguinaldo. Good morning din po syempre sa ating mga TLE teachers at syempre sa ating mga listeners and viewers. Good morning po. Ito ay hindi po lamang para sa mga cookery students kundi sa lahat po ng ating mga learners, syempre sa ating ding mga magulang na gustong maiba rin po ang ating mga inihahanda para sa ating mga anak. Okay? Ma'am Maylin? Ma'am Maylin? Okay. Si Ma'am Maylin muna.
Hindi natin naririnig. Ay, nasa na yun?
Ma'am, baka nakamute ka.
Hindi niya, dami-dami niya nang sinasabi.
Ma'am, nakamute ka.
Ma'am Maylin, nakamute ka po. Repeat performance.
Ayan, okay na,
Ayan.
Ma'am Lee.
Okay,
Okay,
si Ma'am
good morning
Marilyn.
po sa ating lahat. Isang maulang umaga. Masayang maulang umaga po sa ating lahat. Ma'am Lee dyan sa booth natin, Ma'am Marilyn and Ma'am Malve, and sa lahat ng ating viewers, mga listeners natin over the radio, and mga learners po natin as well as sa mga parents po natin. And of course, shout out po sa aking mga 7 Mabini, 7 Luna, as well as my grade 10 Cookery, Acacia, Banaba, Jumilina, and of course, yung Nara, and Ivory, 8 Ivory, and Aquamarine. Good morning po sa ating lahat.
Yes, ma'am. So, hello din po sa aking mga grade 7 Aguinaldo and Bonifacio, sa aking grade 8 Beach, Burgundy, and Sayan. So, makinig kayo ngayon, manood kayo, baka sakaling magustuhan nyo ang pagiging cookery next year. And of course, to my grade 9 dressmaking and 9 makopa. So I have 20 cookery majors sa ating advisory class. Hello, so Ma'am Malve.
Yes, good afternoon po. Ay, good afternoon. Nasanay kasi tayo na afternoon, no? Okay, good morning pala. Unang-unang salang natin ngayon. Okay, good morning po sa lahat ng ating listeners and viewers, especially sa aking Cookery 9B. Sa aking 9 mango, 9 makopa, and 9 lansones. So, nakikita ko na, mag-comment kayo ng inyong grade and section and mention your TLE teacher.
Tuloy-tuloy na natin, Ma'am Malve.
Yes, ma'am. So, what do we expect from today's lesson, ma'am? What are the objectives?
Okay, our dear learners for today's lesson, you're expected to 1. Identify the ingredients used for sandwiches. 2. Describe the basic components of a sandwich. And 3. Perform mise en place in preparing sandwiches. Okay. So I know na everybody is very much excited and interested to have a deeper understanding of our topic. So without further ado, here's now our RBI lesson. Sir Jacel.
Dance Radio, silid-aralan sa radyo, hatid namin makabago, paraan ang pagtuturo.
Wala nang makakapigil pa. Sulong Arangkada 106.3 DANHS Radio sa Aurora, Isabela.
Edukasyo'y susulong, basta't magtulong-tulong, sulong edukalidad, Dance Radio. Learning is amazing.
TLE, Technology and Livelihood Education.
TLE Learning Area.
TLE Learning Area. Automotive Servicing. Beauty Care.
Electronic Products Assembly and Servicing.
Cookery.
Electrical Installation and Maintenance.
Dressmaking.
Computer System Servicing.
Mga leksyong pangkabuhayan. Edukasyong teknolohikal.
Matutunghayan dito sa
106.3
Dance Radio. TLE Learning Area.
Technology and Livelihood Education.
Learn and earn.
Hello and good day, everyone. I'm glad to be with you in this 30-minute broadcast. Please get ready with your writing materials and learning activity sheets for Quarter 3, Week 1, so that we can start our lesson in Cookery 9. The learning activity sheets provide you different activities that will help you become familiar with the topics or lessons about perform mise en place. Assistance of your parents, guardians, siblings, or relatives are encouraged in answering the learning activity sheets, particularly in the activities where you need assistance and when to perform tasks. Are you ready to learn and gain new knowledge?
Yes, we are, ma'am.
I am pleased to hear that, dear learners. Before we start, let us have a short review of our past lesson. What was it all about?
Ma'am, our lesson was about storing salads.
Correct! It was about proper storage of salads. You have also watched a video clip about it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So how do you store salads?
We store them in the refrigerator, ma'am.
Very good! Salads have a very short shelf life. So we need storage equipment like the refrigerator or chiller to maintain their freshness and prevent food spoilage. But what if we do not have a refrigerator or chiller?
Ma'am, we may use an improvised one. My mother uses a bucket or any container filled with cracked ice to keep salads.
That's great! You have to place the salad in a cellophane or plastic container, then store them in the refrigerator or chiller or into an improvised chiller. Why do you have to be careful in choosing the containers for your salads?
Ma'am, we cannot use any container we want because there are containers that are not safe for keeping foods. Some containers contain toxic substances. This is why glass jars are considered the best type of materials or containers for keeping salads. Other materials like styrofoam, acetate boxes, and cartons with laminated films are also quality storage materials.
Very good! I'm glad you understood our previous lesson. I hope you will enjoy today's activity. Are you now in for another fun-filled experience?
Yes, we are, ma'am.
Our objectives for today are the following. A. Identify the ingredients used for sandwiches. B. Describe the components of a sandwich. And C. Perform mise en place in preparing sandwiches. I presume you have already read your learning activity sheet ahead of time. Take time to read again the background information. We will continue our lesson after a short break.
Uy, Pedro! Nagpabakuna ka na ba?
Oo naman, Petra. Bakunado na yata to. Dapat ang bawat isa ay mahikayat ng magpabakuna. Bata, matanda, tara na!
Tama ka dyan, Pedro. Kung may bakuna, siguradong protektado tayo laban sa virus. Kaya magpapavaksin na rin ako.
Tandaan, magpabakuna. Siguradong protektado ka.
Isang paalala mula sa Doña Aurora National High School at ng impilang ito. Kayo nakikinig sa TLE Grade 9. Kasama si Teacher Catherine S. Galengana.
I'm back! Today, we are going to study about a food which I think everybody's fond of eating, sandwiches. Can you tell something about the sandwiches you know and have tried?
Ma'am, hamburger. I like it very much because of the fillings used.
I am fond of eating ham and cheese sandwich because of the yummy filling.
It's nice to hear that. Sandwiches are widely popular and convenient snack and lunchtime foods. These are quickly made and served and are adaptable to many variations that satisfy every taste and nutrition requirement. You will learn more and are expected to enhance your knowledge about sandwiches as we go through our lesson. Sounds interesting, doesn't it?
Yes, ma'am. I am very much thrilled to know more about my favorite snack item.
I am delighted to hear that, my dear learners. Before we begin, let us define first the word mise en place, which is spelled as M-I-S-E space E-N space P-L-A-C-E. It is pronounced as mise en place. Kindly repeat.
Mise en place.
Very good. What does this word mean?
Ma'am, it means everything in its place.
You are correct. Mise en place is a French culinary phrase which means putting in place or everything in its place. Another term which we shall be using during the discussion is the word sandwich or sandwiches. What are sandwiches?
Ma'am, sandwiches refer to food items made of 2 or more slices of bread with fillings between them.
Ma'am, according to Merriam-Webster, sandwich also means a slice of bread covered with food.
Very good! I'm sure you are now very much ready for today's lesson.
Mise en place, which is synonymous to preparation activity, is very important in performing any activity. Can you cite examples wherein preparation activity is performed?
Ma'am, a dressmaker gathers the materials and tools she needs before sewing.
A baker accurately measures first the ingredients and gathers the tools she needs before mixing and baking, ma'am.
Ma'am, a scientist prepares first the laboratory instruments and equipment, measures the different chemicals, elements, or compounds needed before conducting experiment.
Very well said! So in everything you do, the preparation activities are very important. Preparing sandwiches is one of the fundamental skills required in modern food service.
There are varieties of sandwiches that you can prepare at home.
But before you will be able to prepare one, you have to perform mise en place. Just like in other areas, you ought to know and prepare first the different ingredients and tools to be used. I am sure everybody has tasted any type of sandwich, right?
Yes, ma'am!
If that is so, can you name the different ingredients used for sandwiches?
Ma'am, breads, meats, cheese, and spreads.
Yes, you are correct. Poultry, fish, condiments, vegetables, and other ingredients are also used. Now, we go to the basic components of a sandwich. Can you name and describe each component?
Ma'am, the components are: first, base, upon which the ingredients are placed. Second, moistening agent, which acts as the protective layer between the filling and the structure.
The last component of a sandwich is fillings, which are stacked, layered, or folded within or on the structure to form the sandwich, ma'am.
Splendid! The base or the structure consists of some forms of bread or dough that is whole or sliced. The moistening agent, which is also called spread, is meant to bind the sandwich, providing an improvement of both flavor and texture. And the fillings are placed on top of or between slices of bread, and they provide the main flavor. Now, let us have a deeper understanding of these components. What are the types of bread that can be used as base for sandwiches?
Ma'am, we may use yeast breads like the white bread, whole wheat bread, and rye bread.
You are correct. White bread is considered the most versatile amongst the sandwich breads. Whole wheat bread the most nutritious, and the rye bread has a stronger taste than the white and whole wheat breads. Why are they called yeast breads?
Ma'am, they are classified as yeast breads because they are prepared by using the slow-acting yeast as the leavening agent.
You are correct. Then why is it that the white bread is the most versatile among the breads?
Ma'am, the white bread is the most versatile among the breads because it can be made into different kinds of sandwiches.
Precisely! They are the most versatile because white breads go well with any type of spread and fillings, and they can be made into different types of sandwiches. Why do you consider the whole wheat bread more nutritious?
Ma'am, I think it is because the whole grain is being milled.
What if the whole grain is milled?
Ma'am, the bran or the outer covering of the grain contains nutrients that are not found in the endosperm from which white breads are made.
Absolutely correct. Whole wheat bread is superior in nutrients over other types, but it is inferior when it comes to taste because of its strong flavor. Aside from sliced breads, we also have the buns and rolls. Sandwich rolls come in all sizes, shapes, and texture. Can you give examples of buns and rolls?
Ma'am, monai or hamburger buns.
Ma'am, hot dog rolls or buns.
You are correct. Monay, also called dinner roll and hot dog rolls, are among the softest. Another type of bread that is used for sandwiches is the flatbreads, which are unleavened.
Ma'am, does it mean that they do not contain leavening agents?
Correct. The word unleavened implies that they are not leavened, thus making them flat. What are the examples of flatbreads?
Ma'am, pita, focaccia, lavash, and tortillas.
Very good. They are all flat and are prepared and used in different ways. The pita bread has a pocket that is perfect for stuffing. Focaccia is cut into squares, split, and filled. Lavash is softened in water and then rolled around a stuffing or filling to make a pinwheel shaped sandwich. Tortillas are cornmeal breads. Are you still there?
Yes, ma'am!
Let's continue our discussion. Now, let us talk about another type of bread used for sandwiches. We call them wraps. As the name implies, they are used for sandwich wraps. Are you familiar with shawarma?
Yes, ma'am. I like it very much. I like the beef filling, the hot flatbread, and the spicy flavor.
Nice to hear that. Shawarma is a wrap sandwich which uses flat bread. Another example of this are quesadillas and burritos. Quick breads are also used for sandwiches.
What are the quick breads, ma'am? Why are they called the sats?
They are called quick breads because they are prepared by using fast-acting leavening agents like baking soda and baking powder. Examples of these are biscuits, banana bread, and carrot cake. They are used for sweeter tasting sandwiches and are best for tea sandwiches. We are done with the breads. Now let us have the moistening agents or spreads. What are the types of spread? And why are these used in sandwiches?
Ma'am, the types of spread are butter and mayonnaise. They are generally used to add moisture and flavor and protect the bread from soaking up moisture from the filling.
Very well said. That is the reason why they are called moistening agents. Another component which is considered as the heart of the sandwich is the filling. It is placed on top or between slices of breads. How does the filling affect the sandwich?
Ma'am, the filling provides the main flavor and body to the sandwich. That's why it is considered as the heart of the sandwich.
You are a glitter bomb of glory today, my dear learner. Now, can you enumerate and differentiate the types of fillings?
Ma'am, dry fillings refer to ingredients such as sliced or cooked meat, poultry, and cheese, while moist fillings refer to ingredients mixed with the salad dressing or mayonnaise.
You are correct. What are some of the moist fillings that you know?
Ma'am, the most popular among them are the chicken salad, egg and cheese, BLT or bacon, lettuce, and tomato, egg and mayonnaise, and ham and egg.
Very good. After knowing the components of a sandwich, you are now ready to perform mise en place. How do you perform mise en place in sandwich preparation?
Ma'am, prepare the vegetables by washing and draining them.
Slice the cheese, meat, poultry, and other ingredients, ma'am.
Ma'am, gather all the needed tools and equipment.
You are all correct. And don't forget to mix the spread ahead of time. We are done with another interesting lesson for today. I am sure you are now ready for your activities in your learning activity sheets. Let us have activity 1 labeled "Ilabel mo besh." Kindly read the directions.
Draw and label the parts of a typical hamburger on a separate sheet of paper. Submit it during the retrieval of outputs. You may use any available drawing materials.
Thank you for reading. So, you will illustrate clearly the components, parts of a sandwich. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am!
What is the function of the bread as a component of a sandwich?
Ma'am, it serves as the base or structure.
What component is considered as the heart of a sandwich?
The fillings, ma'am.
Correct! So you have to show in your drawing the three components of a sandwich. Continue doing activity 1 after this broadcast. Read the directions for activity 2 labeled Classify It.
Given below are the ingredients used in preparing sandwiches. Classify them according to their use in sandwich preparation. Write B if it is the base of a sandwich, S if it is a moistening agent, and F if used as filling. Write your answer on a separate sheet of paper.
Thank you for reading. Can you answer number 1? The ingredient is butter.
Ma'am, S.
Why S?
Ma'am, the answer is S because batter is a type of spread.
Exactly. Butter is moistening agent. What about number 5?
The answer is B, ma'am, because hot dog bun is an example of a base of sandwich.
You are correct. Buns form the structure of a sandwich. I am sure that you can do the rest of the activities. You may accomplish the task after this broadcast. Let us have a wrap-up of today's lesson. What have you learned today?
Ma'am, I learned about mise en place, which means putting in place or everything in its place.
That's right. How do you perform mise en place in preparing sandwich?
Ma'am, you have to know first the different ingredients and tools needed.
Ma'am, another is slice the bread, prepare the spread and fillings.
You are correct. Why is mise en place important in sandwich preparation?
It is important to perform mise en place to save time and effort because everything you need is within easy reach.
To reduce movement, ma'am.
It saves time and frustration, ma'am.
You are all correct. Let me check your understanding by answering the following questions. What are the ingredients used in preparing sandwiches?
Ma'am, the ingredients are bread, meat, fish, poultry, cheese, and spreads.
Very good. These ingredients are classified as base, spreads, and fillings. Can you describe its component?
Yes, ma'am. The base serves as the structure of the sandwich. The spread is the moistening agent, and the fillings give flavor.
Hats off to you, my dear learners. You need to prepare all these ingredients before assembling the sandwich. I'll be back after the short break. Stay connected.
Nangangamba baka magka-COVID?
Huwag mag-alala. Narito ang mga tips upang makaiwas sa COVID-19.
Una, social distancing. Umiwas muna sa matataong lugar. Huwag lumabas ng bahay kung hindi naman kinakailangan. Kung may distansya, safe ka.
Ikalawa, panatilihing malinis ang katawan.
Ugaliin ang paghugas ng kamay.
Sabon at alkohol are real.
Palakasin ang katawan.
At vitamins ay huwag kalilimutan.
At ikatlo, laging magsuot ng face mask bilang proteksyon laban sa virus. Kung protektado, siguradong sa virus ay negatibo.
Mga kapatid, tips ay tandaan upang COVID-19 ay maiwasan.
Isang paalala mula sa Doña Aurora National High School at ng impilang ito. Kayo nakikinig sa TLE Grade 9. Kasama si Teacher Catherine S. Galengkana.
I'm back! Do you think Miss and Plus practices are important in your life? Why or why not?
It is important, ma'am. In studying my lessons, I need to prepare my learning activity sheets or modules, pen, paper, and everything I need before doing the activities.
I need to prepare the plates and other eating paraphernalia before having meals, ma'am.
Impressively splendid! I hope you will apply the Mise en Place practices in your day-to-day life. For your last task, open your learning activity sheets on page 5 for your reflection. Answer the given question briefly but substantially in 2 to 3 sentences. Write your answer on a separate sheet of paper. So here is the question. What do you like most in the activity? You may answer this during your most convenient time. I expect that you really understood our lesson for today. For you to fully understand our lesson, you can read again your learning activity sheets. If you have questions or queries about your lesson for today, you may text, chat, or call your Cookery 9 teacher. I would like to acknowledge the teachers behind this RBI lesson, Teacher Estrelita C. Tomas, our script writer, Teacher Ryan Neri P. Bacod, and Joy L. Madamba, our technical specialist, Teacher Susana B. Dumon, our language editor, and Sir Jefferson Aguinaldo, our content editor, and I am Teacher Catherine S. Galengkana, your radio teacher for this hour, leaving you this quote by Sir Benjamin Franklin. If you failed to plan, you planned to fail. Thank you and goodbye. Stay tuned for our live discussion.
Dance Radio, siniparalan sa radyo, hatid namin magkabago, paraan ang pagtuturo.
Wala nang makakapigil pa. Sulong Arangkada 106.3 Dance Radio sa Aurora, Isabela.
Edukasyo'y susulong, basta na magtulong-tulong, sulong edukalidad. Dance Radio, learning is amazing.
Okay, we're back. Before we proceed, I would like to inform our learners that aside from the 20 peso cell phone load, you will be given additional grade merit or grade points if you can answer the questions correctly.
Wow, you heard it from Ma'am Lee. Dear learners, 20 peso load and additional grade merit. Just comment your or mention your teacher's TLE teacher's name in the comment box. So here's the first question. What is the RBI all about? So just use our hashtag Usapang TLE and include your grade and section.
Okay,
Yan.
so Ma'am Marilyn and Ma'am Malve, kindly help us in monitoring the answers of our learners. Baka mamaya meron na tayong winner and di pa natin nakikita, di ba? Okay,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
before we begin, let us review our first lesson. So this time, I would like to call one Cookery 9 learner to tell the title of our learning activity sheet last week. So I have here a list of learners' cell phone number. Tingnan natin. I'll try this.
May nakikita ka ba, Mama Wilde?
I'll try 0939-714-594.
Ayan, sino kaya
tingnan
yun?
natin.
No? Buti si Ma'am
Baka
Lee, maraming
mahina
mga numbers ang kanyang mga students.
Baka mahina ang ano rin, ang lakas kasi daw ng ulan sa labas. Sabi nila. So,
Habang hinihintay
okay,
natin.
eto. Hello. Good morning. Wow, good morning. What's your name, Basang? Oh, Bianca Balu. Ay, wow. Guyabano. Sa Guyabano siya. So, your advisor is, if I'm not mistaken, Ma'am DANHS Benito, di ba? Sa Guyabano. Hawak ko rin ang Guyabano, my dear. Okay, so Ma'am Marilyn, kindly interview our learner. Your name is Bianca. Okay. Ma'am Marilyn.
Okay, paano ba natin i-loudspeaker to, ma'am? Para marinig naman natin siya. Diba? Ayan. Ano ulit ang pangalan mo, Basang?
Bianca May Baluyan po.
Okay, so Bianca May. So, kumusta ka naman ngayon?
Okay naman po.
Okay ba yung ating yung ating RBI, ang ating live discussion, dinig na dinig mo ba?
Opo.
Okay, so meron kasi akong gustong itanong sa'yo. No, ready ka na ba?
Opo.
Okay, so what is the title of our learning activity sheet last week? Naalala mo pa ba?
Opo.
Okay, ano yun?
The title of activity 1 or salad.
Wow, tama ba yun, Ma'am?
Yes,
Store
it
salad?
was about storing salads or store salads. So,
okay, so Bianca, what have you learned from the lesson store salad or storing salad?
I've learned that salad should be stored properly to prevent spoiling.
Okay.
They must be stored in the freezer and kept in the refrigerator or chiller.
Okay, wow. Gumagawa ka ba nun? Mahilig ka ba as a cookery student?
Opo.
Oh, wow. Talagang cookery. Tamang-tama talaga nakuha niyang major, ma'am.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, balik ko na kay Ma'am Litong ha.
Okay, very well said, Bianca. Bianca Baluyan, I'm sorry. Bianca Baluyan of 9 Guyabano. Thank you very much, Bianca. So, I assure you of your additional grade points and 20 peso load. Okay? So,
Galing
just wait na lang,
naman.
Iha, no? Hanggang mamayang hapon. Okay? Thank you very much. Kay Ma'am Maylin.
Yes, Ma'am Lee, thank you very much, anak, Bianca, for participating. Continue to develop your skill, anak. Yes, Ma'am Lee, in storing salad, of course, kailangan natin ng mga storage material, gaya ng tinatawag nating styrofoam, as well as cartons, acetate boxes, and of course, glass jar. Pero ngayon, ang mostly na ginagamit natin na kung minsan is the acetate boxes. Ma'am Lee, Ma'am Marilyn?
Yes, ma'am. So, we also need storage equipment like chiller or refrigerator. So, hindi ka pwedeng gumawa ng salad na wala niyan.
But ma'am, if you do not have chiller or refrigerator, you may use also an improvised one. Huwag
okay.
kayong mag-alala, yung mga walang refrigerator at mga chillers, pwede rin tayo mag-improvise ng ating equipment para sa ating mga salads pag meron tayong natira or pwede nating palamigin ang ating mga salads. Like, pwede tayong gumamit ng isang malaking container. Yung halimbawa yung mga pwede siguro yung isang malaking timba, lalo na kung marami tayong ipiprepare na salads. Then you place crushed ice o kaya
okay.
cracked ice. Then lagay mo doon yung ating mga containers na merong mga salads. Doon natin ikikip ang ating mga salads to prolong the shelf life of salads.
But be sure, ma'am, na airtight yung takip niya kasi baka malagyan ng water yung salad
Yes,
natin.
pag nalusaw na, baka naman hindi na salad ang lalabas doon. Halimbawa, macaroni salad na tubigan, magiging sopas na siya.
Oh.
Di ba?
At least meron pa din.
Okay. So, our objectives for today are the following. Identify the ingredients used for sandwiches. 2. Describe the basic components of sandwiches. And 3. Perform mise en place in sandwich preparation. Parang iba yung nailagay na. Okay, so
Ma'am Malve, kindly check if we already have the first winner of
Ma'am,
20 peso load.
Ma'am, actually, ang dami na nating comments kanina sa ating comment box. Ang kanilang mga sagot ay how to make sandwich. Parang wala pa akong nakitang nag-comment ng ating title, pero yung kanilang comment, which is how to make sandwich, is pasok din naman sa ating topic for today.
Okay.
Yes.
Pero, so ano ang, sino ang winner, ma'am?
Ma'am, sa sobrang dami, hindi ko na makita yung pinakauna.
Okay, so makikita natin mamaya.
Yes, try na uli natin mamaya.
Okay, so our dear learners, today we shall be talking about a food which I think is the favorite of most of us. Ma'am Mylene, what do you think is the favorite snack item or snack food of your kids?
Yes, Ma'am Lee. Alam mo, Ma'am Lee, ang mga paborito ng mga anak ko na snacks, they are fond of eating fruits, ma'am. Kasi ako rin, parang na-transfer ko sa kanila yung pagiging pagkapaborito ko ng mga prutas. Kaya sila rin, Ma'am Lee, favorite nila is fruits for their snacks.
Sarap naman. You really make it sure that they eat nutritious foods, ma'am. Ano? What about you, Ma'am Malve?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, ma'am. I seldom have my snacks. Because, you know, I'm on a diet today lang, ma'am. Ay, pwedeng i-postpone natin tomorrow.
Yes, we understand, ma'am. You are a figure conscious kasi, di ba? So, at siyempre, siguro, medyo may pinaghahandaan siguro, Ma'am Marilyn.
Ma'am. Kailan ba yan?
May naamoy ka ba, ma'am?
Meron.
Parang sandwich na amoy ko.
Sandwich ba? Okay, what about you, Ma'am Marilyn?
Okay, yes, ma'am. So, if Ma'am Malve is a figure conscious, well, it's my opposite. Hindi pwede sa akin yan. Because I'm afraid to get hungry. That's why I always bring with me my sandwich, especially ham and cheese or egg and cheese, mga ganun na sandwich na minemerienda ko na rin.
Okay, so meron lang akong sasabihin mga my dear learners. Si Ma'am Marilyn, ito yung kasamahan ko na talagang hindi nakakalimutan talaga na magbaon ng kanyang mga kanyang snack foods or snack items. Kaya pag kayo nagugutom, mga announcement, alam nyo na kung saan pupunta.
Oo, nandun lang yun.
Sa umaga. Ano po? So, Ma'am Marilyn, how do you prepare your sandwich?
Actually, ma'am, so depende yun sa kung ano yung sandwich na naka-ready na rin sa amin o nabili kong pang stock namin. So, actually ngayon, halimbawa, ang aking dala ay egg sandwich. So, syempre, of course, by preparing that, I slice the bread. Nag-sunny side up ako ng egg. Of course, I also prepare the spread o yung ginagamit ko lagi ay yung mayonnaise with ketchup o ang tinatawag nating Thousand Island dressing, parang naman na. Okay, so kung pwede pa nga, pinapainit-init ko. Usually, sa bahay kasi meron akong sandwich maker, yun yung ginagamit ko, actually. Pero since wala ako dito sa bahay, wala akong ganito dito sa school, so ganun lang siya, kasing lamig niya.
Okay, Ma'am Malve?
Actually, ma'am, sandwich is not only a snack item. Para sa akin yan, ma'am, it can also be a breakfast or lunch. Most of the time, sandwich is my breakfast because I am always in a hurry. Gusto kasi natin maaga tayong pumapasok. Yan. I always grab bread, fill it with something edible as my breakfast, and at the same time, snacks in the morning. So, isahan na yon.
Yes, okay. So, katulad ng sinabi ni Ma'am Marilyn, ay meron pa ng mga preparation activities pagka gagawa rin ng sandwich. So, tamang-tama ito sa lesson natin, which is about performing mise en place in preparing sandwiches. Hindi basta nag-prepare ng sandwich pala, meron pala tayong dapat na ginagawa bago mag-assemble ng sandwich. Okay? So, let's go now to our lesson. Perform mise en place in preparing sandwiches. So, let us define first two terms that we shall be talking about throughout the discussion. First is the word sandwich. Ma'am Mylene, kindly give us the meaning of this word.
Yes, Ma'am Lee. So kailangan na nating alamin kung ano yung ibig sabihin ng sandwich. Sandwiches refer to food items made of two or more slices of bread with fillings between them. So kahit anong bread, gaya ng pandesal, gaya ng loaf bread, gaya ng monay, with any kind of fillings like cheese and onions is considered sandwich, Ma'am Lee.
Okay, so that means kahit basta, halimbawa may bread ka, tapos nilagyan mo ng palaman, as long as edible yung palaman niya,
Yes.
ay considered as sandwich na pala siya, Ma'am Mylene. Okay, so
Yes,
according
ma'am.
and according to the Webster's Dictionary, a slice of bread covered with spread and slices of meat, fish, cheese, and other ingredients is also considered as a sandwich. So, ibig sabihin nun, hindi lang 2 slices, pwede rin palang isang slice lang ng bread, basta meron siyang nasa ibabaw na edible food. Okay, so considered as sandwich na siya. So, what about the word mise en place, Ma'am Malve?
Yes, so mise en place, familiar na to sa ating mga cookery students. Pero sa mga iba nating listeners and viewers, mise en place means everything in its place. So it is a French term or a culinary process in which ingredients are prepared and organized before cooking. Sa ibang exploratory course natin, parang ginagawa rin nito, pero the term is not mise en place. So malalaman natin yan mamaya.
So in performing mise en place, we ought to know what ingredients to prepare and what tools to use in sandwich preparation. So before we go deeper to our lesson, let me ask you, Ma'am Marilyn, what are the preparation activities that you do before coming to school, ma'am?
Okay, ma'am. So, of course, since malayo ako, dun pa ako sa Rojas, hindi pwedeng pabalik-balik o parang yung ano lang na, parang katabi ko lang yung bahay namin. So, I already prepared my things gabi pa lang. Pagkatapos ko nang nagawa lahat yung mga assignments ko, nalagay ko na yun, maliban lang sa laptop kasi mainit-init pa yun. Pag umaga, of course, I have to prepare my things. Kailangan yung fresh yung aking mind and aking katawan. Ready na makisabak ulit sa ating trabaho as a teacher. Ganun din naman lahat tayo, no? So, of course, see to it na nandun sa bag natin, sa bag ko yung mga laptop, mga school paraphernalia ko kasi nako, hindi magandang pangitain pag wala sa bag natin yon.
Okay. So, although mise en place is a culinary term, we can also adapt the practices, di ba, ma'am?
Yes,
so,
of course.
ang term na mise en place sa cooking lang ina-apply yon, sa culinary lang ina-apply yon, pero pwede natin gamitin din yung mga pwede natin i-adapt yung mga practices din, yung mga preparation activities din na ginagawa. So, we do preparation activities also in beauty care, Ma'am Malve?
Of course, ma'am, dahil nga hindi lang ang mise en place ay for cookery, term lang yan. Ang ating term naman for beauty care is our prep time. So during this, we make sure that our tools, materials, and equipment are complete before doing an activity.
Okay, so syempre, kailangan naka-prepare lahat, ma'am, di ba?
Yes.
Okay, so ano ba yung mga dapat i-prepare sa beauty care, ma'am? Halimbawa sa manicure, pedicure.
Yes, ma'am. Syempre, ang ating mga materials dyan, yung ating mga coloring, sa ating nail, sa nail polish, sa mga tools naman po, yung ating mga pusher. At syempre, dapat natin talagang tignan ng maigi ang ating mga hand spa machine, or foot spa machine, kasi pag hindi natin na-check yan, pwede tayong magkaroon ng accident or masaktan tayo. So you need to prepare
Okay,
also
thank you,
that.
ma'am. Ma'am Marilyn, sa dressmaking naman.
Okay, so hindi lang sa cookery, hindi lang sa mama, hindi lang sa sarili, pwede rin sa dressmaking. We have also preparations, ma'am. So, depende yan sa kung anong gagawin namin. So, for example, meron kaming drafting. So, if we're going to draft pajama, example, so kinakailang meron ka na yung body measurement, meron ka na yung IMC or what we call the individual measurement chart, kasi nandun na yung pagtitignan mo ng and then of course the tools like of course the tape measure, the pencil, yes, those are the drafting tools, and of course we have the Manila paper or the pattern paper, and the French curve, meter stick, and of course na dapat yung table na maayos ay nandun, no, para hindi tayo nakalapag.
Any supplement, Ma'am Marilyn? Ay, Ma'am Maylin?
Yes, ma'am. The same is true in other areas. For example, sa science, during a laboratory time, they perform preparatory activities first before conducting their experiment, like preparing and, of course, checking their instruments, Ma'am Lee, as well as their chemicals and as well as their elements to be used. Another is in MAPEH, when they in sports, they will, for example, they will play volleyball. All must be set first, like net and the ground must be prepared before playing. Yun nga yung sinabi na yung Ma'am Malve kanina, para hindi tayo maabala, and of course, para sa kaligtasan din ng mga manlalaro, Ma'am Kiki.
Okay, there you heard it, our dear learners. Mission Plus activities or practices are very important in the different learning areas and in all walks of life. Same is true in sandwich preparation. Preparing sandwiches is one of the fundamental skills required in modern food service. So before preparing any type of sandwich, you ought to perform mise en place. That is, you have to do the preparation activities. So how do you do this, Ma'am Malve?
Okay, ma'am. So before assembling the sandwich, I have to gather all the needed tools like the knives, chopping boards, spatula, scoop, colander, utility tray, and any other tools and materials to be used.
Yes, ma'am. It is also very important that some of the ingredients must be washed and drained thoroughly before cutting or slicing them. Kasi kailangan nating dry na dry itong mga ingredients sa Ma'am Lee, to keep our sandwiches from getting soggy.
Yes, correct, ma'am. So, another mise en place that you must perform is to mix the spread o yung gagawin mong filling, gagawin mong palaman. Cut, slice, or grate the fillings, and then we will learn. So, yung mga spreads dapat i-prepare natin, yung kung ano yung gagamitin natin, yung mayonnaise, yung butter, o kung ano pang mga ipapalaman natin. So, we will learn more as we go through the lesson. So, all right, I'm sure our dear learners are now very much eager to learn about sandwiches today. Okay? So, Ma'am Maylene, what's your favorite sandwich?
Yes, ma'am. Ang favorite sandwich ko, kagaya ko si Ma'am Marilyn, egg sandwich ang paborito ko talaga kasi generous itong mga manok namin dito sa likod, Ma'am Lee. Lagi silang nagsusupply ng itlog. And of course, isa pa, easy to prepare. At saka cheap siya, Ma'am Lee. And of course, ang itlog is highly nutritiously rich siya, Ma'am Lee. Meron siyang 13 essential vitamins and minerals.
Okay, ang sarap naman. Okay? So maybe later on we will also prepare one. Today we shall be learning a lot about mise en place in sandwich preparation. Before you will be able to prepare one, you should know the different components of a sandwich. Ma'am Marilyn, kindly give us the basic components of a sandwich.
Yes, ma'am. So these are the basic components of sandwich. We have the structure or base, moistening agents, and of course, the fillings.
Ma'am, kahit pakipaliwanag ano yung structure or base, Ma'am Malve?
Yes, ma'am. So the base or the structure is the part upon which the ingredients are placed. It consists of some form of bread or dough that is whole or sliced.
Okay, so thanks, ma'am. We use different kinds of breads for sandwiches. We may use the yeast breads, the flat breads, wraps, and the quick breads. When we say yeast breads, what types of breads are these, Ma'am Maylene? Will you please explain this?
Yes, ma'am. Yeast breads are those that are leavened by a slow-acting leavening agent called yeast. Example of these yeast breads are the white bread, the whole wheat bread, and rye bread. Kung ikaw ay mahilig kumain ng pandesal, monay, ito ay mga halimbawa na ng mga tinatawag nating yeast bread, Ma'am Lee.
Okay, so thanks, ma'am. Yung white bread na tinatawag, o ito yung tasty bread, di ba, ma'am? Ito yung tasty bread, o tawag din nila American bread, tawag din nila loaf bread, sliced bread, ang daming tawag dito. So, this is the most versatile amongst these yeast breads. Bakit natin siya ang pinaka-versatile at pinakagamitin sa lahat? Because it can be made into different types of sandwiches. Ito yung type ng bread kasi na pwede mo siyang i-roll, pwede mo siyang i-cut into different shapes, ganon. Kaya pwede mo siyang gamitin sa anumang klase ng spread or filling. Talagang yung bang bumabagay siya sa lahat ng klase ng fillings or spreads na ating ginagamit. Unlike yung ibang breads, 'di ba ma'am? Merong aftertaste kasi yung iba, 'di ba? Pero but the whole wheat bread is said to be the most nutritious. Because the whole grain is being milled. So buong buo, kasama na yung bran, kasama yung endosperm, kasama yung germ na minimil yung kernel nun. Kaya lahat ng ingredients na nandun sa lahat ng parts nito ay talagang masustansya.
Kaya siya medyo magaspang
Yes,
ma'am.
kaya magaspang siya. And we all know that the bran or the outer covering of the grain contains nutrients that are not found in the endosperm from which the white bread is made of. Kaya pala, So aside from the sliced breads, we also have the buns and rolls. Ma'am Maylin, anong masasabi mo sa buns and rolls?
Okay, so saluhin ko na lang si Ma'am Maylin. Okay, so we use the buns, no? The ones used in hot dog and submarine sandwiches, and also the rolls which we use for hamburgers.
Okay, so what do your kids like most na bread, Ma'am Maylin? Ano yung gustong-gusto nilang bread na napansin mo?
Yes, ma'am. Ang gustong-gusto ng mga anak ko talaga yung tinatawag nating quick bread, gaya ng banana bread, cookies. Yun ang gustong-gusto nila, Ma'am Lee.
Okay, ma'am. So medyo pagkaparehasan pala yung mga anak natin, Ma'am Maylin. So yung mga anak ko kasi they prefer loaf breads kasi gaya ng sinabi ni Ma'am Lee kanina, maraming pwedeng pagkakagamitan. You have the pandesal and of course mga yung bowling or yung monay na pinag-anuhan namin kung ano ba talaga yung proper term nun. So aside from that, we also use flat breads like pita bread, lavash, tortillas, and wraps.
Yes, Ma'am Marilyn. These breads do not contain leavening agents. That is the reason why they are flat. O makikita niya sa ating screen na ito yung mga flat breads na ginagamit. The pita bread has a packet that is perfect for stuffing. So that means yung packet niya or may parang siyang pinakabulsa na pwede mo siyang lagyan ng palaman din doon sa loob. The focaccia is an Italian bread which is sold by whole and cut into squares, then split and filled. Okay, pwede pa rin palamanan din sa loob pala yun. Hinahati-hati lang. Then the lavash is softened in water, rolled around the stuffing to make pinwheel-shaped sandwiches. Okay? Or pinwheel-shaped sandwich. Ma'am Malvin.
Yes, ma'am. So, our dear learners, did you know that the shawarma is also a type of sandwich? The bread used for this type of sandwich is called wrap. So, parang last year ito ginawa natin, pero iba ang makikita nyo mamaya.
Yes, parang medyo gahol sa oras kasi na, no? And did you know that shawarma originated from the Ottoman Empire? Ito na yung Turkey ngayon, modern day Turkey ngayon, which became the country's national food. It was invented by Kadir Nurman, a native of Istanbul, Turkey. Dito kayo sa natin, ano yung pinaka-bread natin na
Marami sa atin, ma'am.
Sandwich, okay.
Okay, another type of bread used for sandwiches are the quick breads. So example of quick breads like cakes, brownies, cookies, biscuits, muffins, pancakes, etc. which are used for sweeter tasting sandwiches and are best for tea sandwiches.
Oo nga, kasi matamis na siya, di ba ma'am? Dahil kaya kape ang pinakamagandang doon, accompaniment niya, di ba ma'am?
Yeah.
Or beverage doon. Okay?
Gutom tuloy ako.
Quick breads are those that are leavened by fast-acting leavening agents like baking powder and baking soda. Examples of these are biscuits, banana bread, carrot bread, and the like. When we use this type of bread for sandwiches, maybe the best beverage is coffee or tea. Ayun na nga, di ba?
So mag-coffee na lang ako. Huwag na yung tea. But
Coffee
of course,
din ako, ma'am.
quick breads are more expensive than yeast breads, ma'am. Bakit ba naging
Bakit kaya?
Bakit ba mas expensive itong quick breads? Quick na nga, madalian na. So, of course, quick breads usually comprise of needed more ingredients than the yeast breads. Mas marami kasi yung mga kailangan na mga ilalagay kasi nga more sweets. Okay?
Bukod sa mas maraming ingredients, siyempre, mas mahal pa yung mga
Mas
ingredients na
mahal.
yun. So ano mo masasabi mo, Ma'am Malve?
That means, ma'am, it is more economical to use yeast breads than quick breads.
Yes, ma'am, especially during this time. Di ba? Prices of breads have gone up and still going
Oo
up.
nga, hanggang kailan kaya naman matitigil ang pagtaas? Sobrang mahal na.
Yes. Walang tigil sa pagtaas.
Wala nang bumababa.
Ma'am Lee, padalhan mo ako mamaya, ma'am. Ginugutom ninyo ako rito. Padalhan ninyo ako mamaya ng shawarma.
Virtual din ang mama.
Virtual din, ma'am.
Okay, don't worry, ma'am. We will prepare some later. So, another basic component have the spreads or moistening agents. Why do we use spreads? What are the example of this, Ma'am Lee?
Okay, moistening agent or spreads is meant to bind the sandwich, providing an improvement of flavor and texture. So parang ito yung ito kasi yung pinaka magdidikit sa di ba? Sa dalawang slices of bread at saka sa filling niya, di ba, ma'am? And it acts as the protective layer between the filling and the structure, preventing the filling from softening or wetting the bread. Kasi nga bakit hindi pagka kasi 'di ba, usually ang ating mga moistening agents ay may oil component sila. Kaya
Yes.
'di ba hindi magpe-penetrate yung tubig doon or moisture na sa bread kapag meron tayong moistening agents. Okay? So the purposes of the spreads are to protect the bread from soaking up moisture from the filling, to add flavor, and to add moisture. Okay?
Okay, we have types of spreads. Spreads use are butter and mayonnaise. Ano naman pagkakaiba nito, Ma'am Lee?
Yes, Ma'am Malve. Butter protects the bread from moisture. But since this is quite expensive, this can be substituted with margarine. So, margarine ang gagamitin natin mamaya, Ma'am Malve. So, another spread is the mayonnaise. This is often preferred to butter or spread because it contributes more flavor. But sandwiches made with mayonnaise should be served immediately or refrigerated at once and kept refrigerated until served. So, ibig sabihin nun, mas madaling mapanis ang mayonnaise kesa yung butter, ma'am. Kasi yung butter, kahit na naka-expose lang siya, andun lang siya sa labas, di ba? Mayonnaise, once na meron na siyang other ingredients, other added ingredients, ay madali na siyang mapanis. So, aside from the butter and mayonnaise, what other spreads do we use, Ma'am Mylene?
Yes, Ma'am Lee, we have also jams like pineapple jams, strawberry jam, guava jam, and jellies like cocoa jellies and other fruit jellies. So, tignan natin ang pagkakaiba, Ma'am Lee, ng jam at jellies. So, jam made of fresh part of fruits. Hindi siya masyadong clear, and you may find fruit chunks or particles dispersed around it. While jellies, fruit extract or juices ang ginagamit. So, they characterized by their clear appearance. Meron din tayong tinatawag na marmalade, Ma'am Lee. Ito yung marmalade is a fruit preserve made from citrus fruit and including the peel or rind po niya. So, mas larger yung chunks ng marmalade. Some fruits ang pwedeng gawin dito ay yung tinatawag nating orange or lemon na marmalade. We have also tinatawag nating peanut butter, hazelnut, and choco spreads, and other types of spreads, Ma'am Lee.
Okay, so those are the different spreads or moistening agents. So we will talk about more of these different ingredients or about the basic components while we demonstrate how to prepare these sandwiches, how to perform mise en place. So let's go now, my dear companions, sa ating working table.
Yes, ito ang pinakahihintay nating lahat.
Ma'am Mylene, dyan
Wow
ka
na
lang ha.
wow.
Ikaw
Ma'am
na bahala
Mylene,
dyan.
virtual.
Kaya nga, padalhan ninyo ako mamaya.
Ito, ha? All right. Okay, so dito sa ating I have already performed mise en place activities here. Like, I have already sliced
Oh, sige ma'am.
I have already sliced the cheese. Okay.
Yes, ihanda na ang sarili. Tatakamin na kayo. Ma'am Mylene.
Habang naghihintay tayo ng ating
preparing.
video.
Ay, preparing din tayo sa ating ma'am, technical. So, yung Miss N Plus ay
Hindi lang sa
Oo,
cookery, hindi lang sa
cookery,
dressmaking, hindi sa beauty
terms
care.
lang. Yes.
Pati sa ating mga technical.
Yes. Meron din silang prep time. Pero remember, culinary term po ang ating Miss N Plus.
Okay, our dear learners, eto na tayo sa ating working table. As I've mentioned a while ago, I have already performed mise en place activities here. I have here the sliced cheese. I have also prepared this moist fillings, which is the sandwich, which are the egg filling and the tuna filling for the tuna sandwich or the egg sandwich. I have already sliced also the bread, the dinner roll, and I also prepared the slices of bread here. Okay, and I have also here a sandwich maker. Ito, dito natin gagawin yung, because today we are going to prepare flying saucer na tinatawag.
Wow.
Ito term lang siguro nila because the sandwich looks like a flying saucer
Yes.
once it is cooked.
Yan ang alam ng bata, ma'am, flying
Yes,
saucer.
flying saucer. Okay, so as I have mentioned a while ago, naka-ready na lahat. Be sure na naka-ready na lahat ang ating mga ingredients, ang ating mga tools na gagamitin. I have here a food tong. Okay, I have here also the sandwich maker. O mga anak, be careful in using the sandwich maker or any equipment that is electrically operated. Kailangan mag-ingat sa paggamit ng mga electric gadgets natin, electric appliances natin sa paggawa ng ating sandwich. Para hindi tayo makasunog, hindi tayo
masaktan.
Ilalagay natin. So ang first natin ang gagawin ay we have the flying saucer muna dahil ipapainit to. Of course, this is the base or the bread. Then we have also the spread, which is the mayonnaise. Okay. Ito, mayonnaise. And then, a slice of ham. Yes. So, I have also performed a mise en place activity here. I fried this, but you can also steam the ham. And then, 2 slices of cheese. Wow, para mas masarap. Pwede rin tatlo para sa
I love you.
Para, okay.
Ay, number 3 na naman.
Okay, then, dalawa ang bawat dalawa. Okay. Aha.
Parang alam ko kung kanino yan, ma'am, kasi dalawa.
Dalawa. Dalawa kasi yun eh. Kaya kailangan, Then, of course, before closing the what do you call this, the sandwich maker, you have to brush. Meron
tayong baster.
Oh.
Wow.
You have to brush with butter or margarine, yes. To add luster or shine sa bread once it is cooked. Okay? So, okay, pwede natin na.
Yan, be careful.
Then, isasaksak
na natin sa ating, be careful ma'am. Okay, we're waiting for the for the saucer to be cooked. Gawin naman natin, yes. Gawin naman natin ang ating tuna sandwich or the egg sandwich. Okay, I prepared this by grating a boiled egg and also mayonnaise. Okay, so dito sa ginamit ko rito, 1 boiled egg, 1 piece of boiled egg, then 3 tablespoons of mayonnaise, 6 tablespoons of mayonnaise. Okay, dito naman sa tuna, I used 1 small can of tuna and then 6 tablespoons of mayonnaise also. So, okay. If you want, kasi ang Pilipino mahilig talagang sa matatamis, di ba? Pwedeng lagyan ng condensed milk or konting sugar. At do not forget to add a pinch of salt kasi lahat, alam niyo mga anak, lahat ng anumang klase ng pagkain natin ay nilalagyan natin ng asin, konting asin. Kasi sabi nila, it determines the flavor of the other ingredients daw. Yun daw ang kahalagahan ng salt doon. Yes. And flavor enhancer siya. Okay, so we have here a slice of, we call this white bread or loaf bread, which is the most versatile as we have mentioned a while ago. Okay, pwedeng 2 tablespoons spoonfuls.
Yes, ma'am. Pwede ring 3, ma'am. Alam ko kung para kanino yan.
Iyon. This is the egg sandwich. Meron na. Okay, alam niyo mga anak, di ba, according sa ating definition kanina, ay bread with fillings. Di ba? Bread with fillings.
Dapat ilagay mo with feelings din.
Kaya pag gumagawa ka with feelings din, there must be love in your, yes.
Best ingredient yun, ma'am.
So, kahit anong bread pwede natin gamitin dito. We have enumerated some of the yeast breads. Pandesal, pinaka-paborito ko dyan.
Yes, ako rin,
lalo
ma'am,
sa breakfast,
pandesal.
di ba? Pandesal. Baka sunog na yung natin.
Ano na ba?
This depends upon your
Gusto ko
preference.
mas crunchy.
Gusto nila mas crunchy yung edges
At tanungin
niya,
natin
diba?
si Sir, ma'am. Gusto mo ba, Sir, crunchy?
Crunchy? O ano lang?
Very soft lang siya. Sir Dennis.
Ano gusto mo, sir? Crunchy? Ano lang?
Lahat daw, ma'am.
Hindi magsasalita, hindi siya bibigyan.
Okay, so ilan lamang yon sa ating mga preparation activities na ginawa natin sa ating sandwich sa paggawa ng ating sandwich. I tell you mga anak, pagkagagawa kayo, syempre, meron tayo, inalis ko na, kumbaga, trash na natin to. Meron tayo dapat naka-ready na trash bag o kaya trash can or a garbage bag or a garbage can para agad-agad nating naitatapon ang ating mga basura and be sure na nakasegregate ang ating mga basura, nabubulok sa hindi nabubulok, di ba?
Yan, may memo tayo niyan, ma'am. May memo tayo niyan.
Naaamoy ko na, ma'am.
Ayan, naamoy na. Medyo crunchy na.
Yung mga almusal ninyong ulam na natira, halimbawa longganisa,
Yes.
meron kayong sardinas, yes. Ako gusto ko pagka kasi di ba yung shawarma ni-invento yan ng isang tao sa Turkey. Ito may naman ang kumbaga tatak Marilyn naman na masasabi natin.
Ay, alam mo, naglalagablab na sandwich. Bakit naglalagablab? Kasi I made it with love. So, naglalagablab yan. Ayan. We have here now the flying saucer. With hams.
Aamuyin ko na lang.
Ayan. Gusto ko kasi mas toast. Ewan ko lang kay sir kung ayaw niya ng toast. Akin na lang pag toasted yan.
Ay, dalawa sila dito, ma'am.
Yung iba, ayaw nila ng toast.
Kalahati. Hahati sila. Okay, ayan po.
Siguro kailangan matanong natin ang ating mga
Yes, ma'am.
So, you may comment in the chat box, mga anak, for the assessment question. What are the basic components of a sandwich? Base dun sa ating pinakita kanina, what are the basic components of a sandwich? And then, gusto kong tumawag ulit ng isang ating learner para tanungin kung ano yung how do we perform the mise en place activities. Gusto kong tawagan etong number na to, 0967-5924442. Let's try. Okay? Oh, mga anak ha,
May
madali lang
comment,
mag-prepare.
hala, nakakagutom.
Wow.
Sabi nila.
Oh, madali lang mag-prepare mga anak. Kaya, wow, eto na. Hello? Hello? Ah, good morning, anak. Good morning. What's your name, anak? Hello? Ano nga pangalan mo, anak ko?
Kim Shaira Ramos po.
Ah, Kim Shaira Ramos. O, anong section mo, anak? Anong section mo, anak ko?
9 Anonas po.
Ah, 9 Anonas. 9 Anonas. Okay, so, anak, naumpisahan mo ba yung ating demonstration or yung ating discussion? Okay, so gusto kong tanungin, anak ko, how do you perform mise en place in sandwich preparation? Pwede ba?
For wonderful question.
Okay.
These are the steps on how to perform mise en place in preparing sandwiches. First, gather all the needed tools and ingredients. Next, wash vegetables and drain. Then, slice cheese and snip. Finally, mix or prepare the spread.
Okay, very good. Very well said, what's her? Kim Shaira Ramos.
Wow.
Ang galing-galing, talagang nakinig sa at nanood sa ating discussion at maaaring binasa na rin in advance yung ating performance class na activity sheet. Ang galing-galing. Thank you very
Ma'am,
much.
actually, siya din ang sumagot sa ating comment box. Nakita ko, meron siyang sagot, which is yung tanong mo kanina, what are the components of sandwich?
Wow,
Kaya
ang
nakita ko
galing.
from 9 Anonas.
Okay, very good, Kim
Congratulations.
Shaira. So, siyempre, ang pangako natin na 20 peso load plus yung additional grade points or grade merit. Thank you, Kim Shaira. Okay, so, natapos na natin ang ating demonstration. So, nakita natin kung ano yung kahalagahan ng performing mise en place in preparing sandwiches. So, why do we need to perform mise en place? That is to save time, money, effort, di ba? Para laging organized ang ating ginagawa, dapat naka-prepare lahat ang mga kailangan nating ingredients at mga tools. At syempre, talagang napakadaling gumawa. Hindi ka na pabalik-balik sa kitchen, hindi ka na kumbaga na-stress o na-rattle kapag ikaw ay naka-prepare lahat ang iyong mga ginagawa. So ituloy natin, Ma'am Marilyn, itong natin. Kasi okay,
Diba? Parang gusto ko maglagay ulit siya ng butter, since margarine yan kanina. Ano pa bang pwedeng maging mas combination niyan? Ano bang gusto mo dyan na feelings, sir? Yung feelings. Feelings. Baka naman feeling yung gusto mo, alisin ko na lang, tuklapin ko na lang yung feelings. Di ba? Oo. Marami yan. Pwede maraming combination of yan.
Hindi natin ilagay sa sandwich maker natin.
Oo.
We have the base, the bread. Then we have the spread. The spread. Then pwede lang natin lagyan ng cheese. Sandwich na yan. Pwede we have the sandwich. Kahit hindi na. Pwedeng ganito lang siya. Pwede mo rin siyang ilagay. Kasi ako mas masarap kasi pagka hot sandwich.
Yes, ako rin hot ang gusto ko.
Sa breakfast, di ba ma'am? Subukan natin to. I-try natin.
Ayan, dalawa na.
Lagyan naman natin ng moist filling. I want the
Di ba
tuna.
natin kanina naman kung ano yung moist filling?
Moist filling, ito yung mayonnaise. Yes. Mayonnaise na dinagdagan mo ng mga, halimbawa, flakes of tuna, grated cheese, o kaya grated eggs, o kaya naman yung chopped ham, ganon. Bits of chicken, o yung chicken sandwich, yung chicken filling na yun ay isang halimbawa ng moist filling.
Sabi ma'am, dapat nalagyan nila ng ng onion. But sa akin kasi hindi ko ginagawa.
Okay. Iba-ibang version ang paggawa natin ng mga fillings natin. Meron yung talagang napaka-savory, meron yung talagang simpleng-simple lang yung flavor niya, di ba? Napaka-bland lang ang flavor. And then, kung makikita ninyo, you will learn more of this when we reach the topic about preparing sandwiches. Meron yung, di ba, kung makikita mo, halos hindi mo na may subo, yung laki ng sa dami ng feeling.
Uso
Meron
yun
siyang-
ngayon, ma'am.
Yes, ang dami, may dry feelings. Dry feelings.
Feeling in love.
Okay, feeling na feeling yan. Okay, so yung mga dry feelings, eto masasabi natin. Slices of meat, ham, cheese. Okay, basta hindi pa siya naihahalo sa mayonnaise, hindi pa siya natadtad at naihalo sa mayonnaise, ay pwede natin siyang i-consider na dry feelings. Pwede rin tayong, yung pinaka-paborito ng lahat, may lalagyan ng lettuce, di ba?
Yes, gusto ko rin yan, ma'am.
Vegetables, yes, di ba? Onions, carrots, yung nakaraan, ginawa natin nung nakaraan, Yes, cucumber, okay. So,
Miss ko yung shawarma, ma'am.
yes, sana, I was planning to prepare one shawarma, pero ay medyo we are running out of time na, kaya medyo ano na. Okay. One lang siya. Ako I prefer yung basta uminit lang siya, ganon. Yes, dahil mainit masyado lalo na pag nag-aapura. Okay, of course, if you do not have the sandwich maker, pwedeng gamitin yung kawali. Di ba, ma'am?
Yes, taste test na
Pwedeng
daw. Taste
gamitin ang
test.
kawali.
Taste
Yung
test,
kawali
ma'am.
natin, yes. Improvise din, di ba? Kawali. If you have the oven toaster also, bread toaster, pwede natin gawin.
Ma'am, may nakaabang na for taste test.
Okay, pwede
Pwede
na,
na, sir. Pwede na, sir.
Eto na.
Kung ano mas gusto yung taste,
Yan. Pamili ka lang, sir.
Diba? Okay, so eto na,
Yes.
meron na tayong para makita nila, matikman nila, okay? So,
Yan, meron na rin po tayo.
Eto na, andito na, meron na tayong
Pamili ka na,
additional
sir.
na.
Yes, from
Okay, so
MAPEH Learning Area.
okay, so
Okay.
may papatest natin kay
Taste test. Ay, meron pa po. Yan.
tuloy kayong dalawa. Wala kayong
Okay. Eto na lang, sir, tissue.
Toasted daw sa akin.
Okay, walang knife.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Hello. Yes.
Ma'am Lee, para sa akin. Ma'am Lee.
Okay, so
Yes.
Sure. Di ba, sir? Di ba, ma'am? Pagkakakitaan ng mga bata nito, lalo na kapag ganyang summer. They are doing business. Yan.
And pwede nilang gawin yan sa harap ng bahay nila. Maglagay sila ng parang lamesa lang. And then, anong tawag doon? Kubol? Kubol ba ang tawag doon, ma'am? Yung gano'n?
Careful, ma'am.
Oo. Kulandong. Yan. Pwede na kayong magbenta, mag-business. Lalo na mga grade 10 ba, ma'am? Itong mga ito?
Yeah,
Grade 9. Yes. So, gawin nating makabuluhan ang ating araw para kumita ng salapi at hindi lang tayo humihingi ng allowance natin sa ating mga magulang.
At hindi lamang yan, syempre kapag nag-business sila, sir, yung mga itinuturo nila, ma'am, sa kanila, i-apply nila yan. Pero huwag niyong kakalimutan ang safety protocol pa rin. Ayan. May COVID pa rin. I-consider nyo pa rin yan, mga yan. Ayan, sa tingin ko, ang dami na namin nasabi. Hindi kami ang mga teacher. Kami lang po ay titikim ng kanilang naluto.
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sir Dante and Sir Francis. I always encourage my learners to sell their products, their outputs, para naman kumita sila, mabawi yung gastos nila sa kanilang skills trial. At the same time, hindi na sila manghihingi sa kanilang mga magulang ng allowance nila. Ganon.
Magkano ba ang pan ng ganito, ma'am? Na pwede nang itinda.
Ang selling price niyan, sir, ay 15 pesos. Isa.
Ang mura, sulit na sulit. Mas on pa to, alam natin na safe ito. Yes.
Sir, kasi homemade talaga siya. Okay, so,
Thank you,
anong,
ma'am.
Thank you.
sa ating
Thank
ating
you
mga
so much, Sir
visitors, ang
Dante and
galing-galing.
Sir Francis.
Okay, thank you. So there you heard it, my dear learners, or dear learners. Business. Oh, yan.
Yes.
Pwedeng pagkakitaan. Ang dami ngang lumabas na kon ngayon, di ba? Mga negosyo ngayon sa labas ng bahay lang. Hindi mo kailangang mangupahan sa palengke para sa iyong business. Pwedeng sa harap.
Yes, ma'am, online. Uso yan ngayon.
Yun ang usong-uso ngayon. Online
Yes,
selling.
online selling.
As long as, syempre, sarapan, gandahan ng presentation, napakahalaga din nun. And of course, magiging possible lang yun if you perform properly, mise en place, di ba? Hindi kayo nag-aapura, hindi ka naaligaga, hindi ka na-stress, hindi ka nagkakamali sa ginagawa.
Ano yung ginagawa mo, ma?
That is the best. You love what you are doing, love your work, okay? Okay, our dear learners, thank you very much for watching the FB Live, our live discussion. Thank you for participating in the discussion. Thank you very much, Ma'am Malve.
Yes, thank you. So, ito yung unang salang natin. Ito na yung TLE time natin. We have, sa atin na yung ating first period. So, for tomorrow, first period ulit, we have the bread and pastry 7.
Bread and pastry lang.
Yes.
Ngayon na yung bread.
Bread and pastry production.
Ngayon na yung bread.
Pero for week 1 pa lang yan. Ito kasing grade 9 natin is tuloy-tuloy, kaya meron na tayong performing. Sa kanila is introduction pa lang. So, wala pa tayong bread. Ngayon yung bread. Ma'am, any announcement? Yung ang tanong natin, ma'am, yung ang tanong posted in our Facebook page, is-send lang inyong mga subject teachers in TLE. So, kailangan yung sagutin yon and mention your TLE teacher.
Okay, sasabihin ko na, how do you perform mise en place in preparing sandwiches? That is our assessment question that will be posted in the FB page or also in your GCs.
Yes.
Okay? Okay, thank you very much again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sir Jassel. Thank you, Sir Dennis. Thank you sa mga nag-participate sa aking mga kasamang discussants. Yes. Ma'am Maylin, Ma'am Malve, Ma'am Marilyn, at sa lahat po ng ating mga viewers at mga listeners. Thank you very much.
Ma'am Maylin, magpapadala kami ng pictures.
TLE, Technology and Livelihood Education. TLE, Learning Area, Automotive Servicing, Beauty Care, Electronics Product Assembly and Servicing, Cookery, Electrical Installation and Maintenance, Dressmaking, Computer System Servicing, mga leksyong pangkabuhayan, edukasyong teknolohikal, mapapakinggan. Dito lang yan sa 106.3 Dance Radio, TLE. Learn and earn. Ito ang 106.3 Dance Radio. Dance Radio.
Prepare yourself.
Ang silid-aralan sa radyo, hatid namin ay makabagong paraan ng pagtuturo at kaalaman. Mapaumaga, tanghali o hapon man yan. Ang istasyong magbibigay impormasyon kahit saan man.
For something big. Alright, here we go.
106.3 Dance Radio. Doña Aurora National High School, Santa Rita, Aurora, Isabela.
This
106.3 DWDR FM. Dance Radio. Dance Radio.
Prepare yourself.
Ang silid-aralan sa radyo, hatid namin ay makabagong paraan ng pagtuturo at kalaman. Mapaumaga, tanghali o hapon man yan. Ang istasyong magbibigay impormasyon kahit saan man.
Alright, here we go.
106.3 Dance Radio. Doña Aurora National High School, Santa Rita, Aurora, Isabela.
This
106.3 DWDR-FM. Music, arts, physical education, and health. Mga aralin na dapat malaman, inyong tututukan dito sa 106.3 Dance Radio. Ang istasyong magbibigay ng edukasyon kahit saan man. At ang silid-aralan sa radyo, 106.3 DWDR-FM. Sa MAPEH, learning is amazing!
Naimbag na bigat tayo amin, Apo. Magandang umaga sa ating lahat. Good morning, grade 10 students. Ngayong umaga ating mapapakinggan ang 20th century Filipino traditional composers and selection of contemporary Philippine music. Pero bago yan, nais muna naming bumati sa inyong lahat ng isang napakagandang umaga sa pamamagitan ng pag-shoutout po ng inyong mga teachers. Ayan, shoutout, isang pagbati mula sa kaibuturan ng aking puso sa aking mga mag-aaral ng 10SPJ, ang mga mag-aaral ni Sir Mark Jan Domingo from 10 Almasiga, Gemelina at Camagong. Naimbag nga bigat yung amin, naimbag nga bigat tayo amin, maestra. Bati na po tayo sa ating mga estudyante.
Okay, isang mapagpalang umaga sa inyong lahat. Lalong-lalo na sa aking mga klase ang 10 Molave at 10 Banaba. At isang fresh at mapagpalang umaga rin sa mga estudyante ni Sir Francis. Ang 10 SPA, 10 Obra, 10 Sinagtala, and 10 Yakal. At isang napakasayang umaga sa mga estudyante ni Sir Arnel Simon, ang kanyang 10 Nara at 10 Acacia. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat.
Yes, and of course, magandang magandang umaga sa lahat ng mga 10 Talisay at masining na umaga rin sa mga 10 Tanggili at 10 Tindalo ni Sir Mark Ives.
Isang maulang umaga sa mga 10 Einstein, Mendeleev, and Rutherford. Tune in na mga anak at makinig sa ating live streaming ngayong umaga sa Music 10. At ganun din sa mga estudyante ni Sir Mark Bagamaspad, ang 10 Mahogany at ang 10 Lawan. Good morning sa inyong lahat.
Yan, thank you Ma'am Joanna, and of course would like to acknowledge our administrator. Wherein talaga naman hanggang ngayon napakasipag ng ating mga administrator that are very busy preparing something for the betterment of our school. Of course, our Chief Education Supervisor, Officer in Charge, Dr. Rodrigo B. Pascua, and all the head teachers, especially the head teacher of the MAPEH Learning Area, Sir Leo. Good morning po.
Okay, no, maraming salamat Sir Dante. At magandang umagang muli sa inyong lahat. At magandang umaga rin pala sa mga teacher nandito kay Sir Dennis, kay Sir Jashil, at kay Sir Francis. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Okay, maraming salamat Sir Dante. Narito ang mga tatalakayin natin ngayong umaga. Okay, makinig mabuti mga anak ha. At siguradong mag-e-enjoy kayo sa ating lesson ngayon. No? Okay, number 1. Narrate the life of selected contemporary Filipino composers. Okay, number 2, analyze the musical characteristics of traditional and contemporary Philippine music. Number 3, perform selections of contemporary Philippine music. And number 4, evaluate music and performances using guided rubrics. Okay. So, makinig mabuti mga anak, kuhanin ang inyong mga learning activity sheet, at mamaya sa ating talakayan, dapat kayo ay makipag-participate. No? Mag-enjoy tayong lahat ngayon, mga anak.
Yes, Ma'am Aina. So, siguro magbigay pa tayo ng konting paalaala sa ating mga mag-aaral na kung saan kailangan nilang makinig mabuti sa ating radio-based instruction sapagkat susunod na ang airing ng recorded radio-based instruction. Pinapaalala ko sa ating mga grade 10 learners kung maaari, you take down important notes na makukuha nyo sa ating recorded RBI para sa ganun mas lalo nating maintindihan ang ating lesson mamaya kapag tinalakay na namin at pinalalim na namin ang ating talakayan later on. Okay. Sa ngayon, ihanda ang inyong mga sarili sapagkat pakikinggan na natin ang recorded radio-based instruction ng ating music education 10 para sa third quarter. Happy listening and happy viewing. Babalik po kami pagkatapos ng airing ng recorded radio-based instruction.
Okay, magbabalik.
Music, arts, physical education, and health. Mga aralin na dapat malaman. Inyong tututukan dito sa Dance Radio. Ang istasyong magbibigay ng edukasyon kahit saan. Ito ang 106.3 Dance Radio. Totonia Aurora National High School, Santa Rita, Aurora, Isabela. Ang silid-aralan sa radyo. 106.3 DWDR-FM. Dance Radio. Sa MAPEH, learning is amazing.
Good day, grade 10 learners! Please get your ballpen and learning activity sheets so we can start our lesson in Music 10. These learning activity sheets provide you different activities that will help you become familiar with the topics or lessons on the contemporary music. Assistance of your parents, siblings, or relatives is encouraged in answering your learning activity sheets. At the end of this episode, you are expected to narrate the life of selected contemporary Filipino composers, analyze the musical characteristics of traditional and contemporary Philippine music, perform selections of contemporary Philippine music, and evaluate music performances using guided rubrics. Are you ready to start?
Yes, ma'am!
Good luck! Before we start the lesson, we will find out first what you already know about the contemporary Philippine music. Here are some activities prepared for you. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am!
Turn your learning activity sheets on page 3. Directions. Identify the following compositions and choose the letter of the correct answer. Here are the choices. A. Antonio Molina.
A. Antonio Molina.
B. Francisco Bencamino.
B. Francisco Bencamino.
C. Francisco Santiago.
C. Francisco Santiago.
And D. Nicanor Abelardo.
And D. Nicanor Abelardo.
Let us start number 1. Mutya ng Pasig. What is your answer?
B, ma'am. Nicanor Abelardo.
Very good! Number 2. Pakiusap. What is your answer?
Ma'am, letter C. Francisco Santiago.
Correct! Number 3. Hating Gabi. What is your answer?
Letter A, ma'am. Antonio Molina.
Great! Number 4 is Harana. What is your answer?
Ma'am, letter B as in boy. Francisco Ben Camino.
Excellent! And number 5 is Hibik ng Pilipinas. What is your answer?
Ma'am, letter C. Francisco Santiago.
Amazing! I am glad that you have succeeded this part of the activity. Do you want to learn more?
Yes, ma'am.
I am sure you are. So let's get started. Today, another exciting lesson will be introduced to you. Surely you will learn and enjoy the lesson prepared for you. But before that, I would like to ask you if you are familiar with the lyrics of the song, Kay Ganda ng Ating Musika?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you sing it?
Yes, ma'am. Kay ganda ng ating musika, ito ay atin, sariling atin.
Wow! Powerful voice! The song that you have just listened to is an example of Philippine music. What is Philippine music?
Ma'am, Philippine music is rich and beyond compare.
That's correct! What else?
It comes from various styles and genre, ma'am.
Very good! Another?
They are different in terms of concept, form, and style, ma'am.
Amazing! What more?
It represents a way of life that is uniquely Filipino, ma'am.
Good answer! What else?
Philippines was colonized by Spain, then America from early 1500s to the late 1800s.
Terrific! Because of this happening, Western compositional techniques found their way into the works of the Filipino composers. Yet, 20th century Filipino composers was able to retain some traditional elements in their understanding of Western techniques. Get ready for another interesting and fruitful lessons prepared for you. Amuse yourself with the 20th century Filipino traditional composer and contemporary Philippine music. Come on! Enjoy reading your learning activity sheets. But before that, let us listen to an infomercial.
Ano ang pinaka-naalala ninyo tungkol sa ating aralin sa music?
Ang pag-awit ng mga katutubong awitin sa iba't ibang lugar sa Pilipinas at sa buong mundo.
Tama! Minsan nga, nakakatuwa ang mga awitin na gumagamit ng iba't ibang lengguwahe. Pero ang saya-saya, di ba?
Hindi natin nalilimutan ang mga linya sa mga awitin. Nakatatak ang mga ito sa ating puso.
Sitsirit-sit, alibangbang, sa laginto, sa lagubang, ang babae sa lansangan, kung gumiri parang tandang. O di ba? Alam na alam ko pa.
Sa true, Beshi. Ito naman sa akin. Rasa sayang rasa sayang hey, lihat no na dyaw, rasa sayang
Napakanta rin ba kayo habang pinakikinggan ang himig?
Hi! Kay sarap namang balikan ang ating mga natutunan.
Pinalakas ng musika ang ating mga pandamdam. Inaantig ang ating damdamin at ibinabalik ang mga alaala.
Ang musika ay isang katangi-tanging elemento sa mundo na nagbibigay at patuloy na magbibigay kulay sa ating buhay.
Isang mensahe mula sa MAPEH Learning Area at ng himpilang ito.
Kayo nakikinig sa Music Grade 10 kasama si Teacher Monica Jill and B.
I'm back! Now, let's discuss about contemporary Philippine music. What is contemporary Philippine music?
Ma'am, contemporary music in the Philippines usually refers to compositions that have adapted ideas and elements from 20th century art music in the West, as well as the latest trends and musical styles in the entertainment industry.
Terrific answer! Every country in the world has their own traditional music. What is traditional Filipino music?
Ma'am, Filipino traditional music portrays the beliefs, customs, and traditions of the rural folks. Traditional music may be classified such as to glorify the beauty of nature, courtship music, or welcome song.
Great! Now, let us know the different characteristics of traditional Philippine music. Three main characteristics are exemplified by traditional ethnic music. What are the characteristics of traditional Philippine music?
Ma'am, the first is the cantata form.
Very good! What are the characteristics of cantata form?
Ma'am, a cantata is a vocal composition with an instrumental accompaniment and often contains more than one movement.
Very good! Can you give another characteristics of traditional Philippine music?
Yes, ma'am. Another characteristic that is exemplified is the use of a cappella, ma'am. An a cappella song is a vocal composition without instrumental accompaniment.
Amazing! Lastly, the sonata form. What are the characteristics of the sonata form?
Ma'am, the sonata form is used. A composition for one or more solo instruments, one of which is usually a keyboard instrument and usually consisting of 3 or 4 independent movements varying in key, mood, and tempo.
You are great! Let's continue our lesson after the infomercial.
COVID-19 has caused loss of lives and economic hardship all over the world. It has changed our habits and the way we live while testing our public health systems and impacting on our livelihoods. With this, the role of environmental health practitioner has never been more vital as we face up to the ongoing challenges this pandemic. Many changes are about to happen for a greener environment, more equal and more stabilized economy. COVID-19 pandemic has resulted numerous impacts on the environment and climate. But amid this crisis, we have a chance to build a better community and environment. Hashtag healthy environment. Hashtag healthy community.
Kayo nakikinig sa Music Grade 10. Kasama si Teacher Monica, Jill, and Pete.
I'm back! Now, let us know who are the famous Filipino composers of contemporary music and what are examples of their famous compositions. Do you want to hear samples of traditional and contemporary music?
Yes, ma'am!
At this time, listen to a song titled Limang Dipang Tao.
Taong nagtutulakan sa avenidang aking napagdaanan. Nag-aabang ng masasakyan patungo kung saan di ko malaman. Sa aking jeepney sinasakyan mayroong natinaw na mama. Sa dinami-raming nagdaraan, ikaw pa ang nakita. Ikaw pa ang nakita. May kasamang dalaga. Para mama, dito na lang. Bababa na ako.
You have just listened to a song titled Limang Dipang Tao. Are you enjoying listening contemporary and traditional Philippine music?
Yes, ma'am!
What can you say about the music you have just listened to?
Ma'am, the music genres were either formed or well explored in the 1940s, ma'am.
Very good! Now, let us know who are the famous Filipino composers of contemporary music and what are the examples of their famous compositions. Who are the major Philippine contemporary composers who use traditional styles?
Ma'am, they are Francisco Ben Camino Sr., Francisco Santiago, Nicanor Abelardo, Antonio Molina, Hilario Rubio, Colonel Antonio Benaventura, Rodolfo Cornejo, Lucio San Pedro, Rosendo Santos Jr., Alfredo Benaventura, and Ryan Cayabyab.
Great! Did you know about Francisco Ben Camino?
Yes, ma'am! Francisco B. Ben Camino Sr. was born on November 5, 1883 and died on October 16, 1952.
Fantastic answer! Do you know the famous compositions of Francisco Ben Camino?
Yes, ma'am! These are Harana, Pandango ni Neneng, Colar de Sampaguita, Dulces las Horas, Mayon or Fantasia de Concierto, Prinsesa ng Kumintang, Maligayang Bati, and Himig ng Nayon.
Great! What are the works of Francisco Ben Camino?
Ma'am, he founded the Centro Escolar de Señoritas, Conservatory of Music, and Ben Camino Music Academy in 1930.
Correct! His piano works have become staples in the Philippines repertoire of today's performers. What else?
Ma'am, he ventured into musical direction and scoring for films, composing zarzuelas and kundiman.
Perfect! Now, let's all listen to one of the compositions of Francisco Ben Camino, titled Himig ng Nayon. Just listen to a song titled Himig ng Nayon. Did you enjoy listening the song?
Yes, ma'am!
What can you say about the song?
The composition is very expressive and simple.
Terrific! Can you name another composer and his composition?
Ma'am, Francisco S. Santiago. He was born on January 29, 1889 and died on September 28, 1947. His compositions are the following, ma'am: Pakiusap, Madaling Araw, Sakaliman, Hibig ng Pilipinas, Ano Kaya ang Kapalaran, Kundiman, Anak Dalita, and Himutok.
Amazing answer! He was also the father of Kundiman and belongs to the triumvirate of the Filipino composers. His music was romantic in style, incorporating Western forms and techniques with folk materials. Do you like to hear sample composition of Francisco S. Santiago?
Yes, ma'am!
Okay, let's listen to this music titled Ano Kaya ang Kapalaran?
Ano Kaya ang Kapalaran?
Dito sa mundo ay wala kasing tamis, kaya na umawit ng sariling ibig, na nakagitin ang iyong pag-ibig, siyang umahagip sa pag-ibig. Mahirap ka palang umiiyak, sita'y dahilahin may lunas, araw-gabi ang pusa,
You have just listened to a song titled Ano Kaya ang Kapalaran? Very nice music! What can you say about the song?
Ma'am, The melody of the song is smooth flowing and gentle rhythm.
Great answer! Can you name another composers of the contemporary Filipino music?
Yes, ma'am. Another famous Filipino composers of contemporary music is Nicanor S. Abelardo.
Correct! Can you tell the life of this composer?
Yes, ma'am. Nicanor Abelardo was born on February 7, 1893 and died on March 21, 1934. He was a 20th century modern composer in the Romantic style. Natanghalang Nicanor Abelardo o main theater of the Cultural Center of the Philippines and Abelardo Hall of the UP College of Music are named after him.
Very good! What are his compositions?
Ma'am, his famous compositions are Mutya ng Pasig, Nasaan Ka Irog, Kavatina for Violoncello, UP Naming Mahal, Cinderella Overture, and Panorama.
Excellent! Now, let's hear another example of composition of Nicanor Abelardo titled Mutya ng Pasig. Absolutely beautiful composition! You have just listened to a song titled Mutya ng Pasig. Are you familiar with the song Ugoy ng Duyan?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell who composed this song?
Yes, ma'am. Lucio D. San Pedro. He composed the song Sa Ugoy ng Duyan.
He was born on February 11, year 1913 and died on March 31st, year 2002. He is also known as a romantic nationalist. He incorporated Philippine folk elements in his compositions with Western forms and harmony. His chords have a rich expressive tonality. He was declared National Artist for Music in 1991. What are his greatest compositions?
Ma'am, his greatest composition are Ugoy ng Duyan, Sweet Pastoral, and Lahing Kaymanggi.
Let us listen to his famous composition titled Sa Ugoy ng Duyan.
Langit ay buhay, puso kong may dusa, sabik sa ugoy ng duyan. Sa aking pag-
You have just listened to a song titled Sa Ugoy ng Duyan, Best Loved Filipino Lullaby. Do you like the song?
Yes, ma'am!
Did you already hear the song Kay Ganda ng Ating Musika?
Kay ganda ng ating musika.
Who composed that song?
Ma'am, Ryan P. Cayabyab.
That's right! Did you know that Ryan P. Cayabyab is a contemporary composer and conductor who spans both popular and classical worlds with his pop music, ballads, operas, zarzuelas, orchestral arrangements, masses, sounds, and choral compositions? What are the characteristics of his composition?
Ma'am, his compositions are mostly of traditional Western influences.
Great! He was born on May 4th, year 1954. What are the compositions of Ryan Cayabyab?
Ma'am, his compositions are Misa, 4 poems for soprano and piano, Te Deum, Kay Ganda ng Ating Musika, Limang Dipang Tao, alikabok, and kumukuti-kutitap.
Good answer! Let us hear one composition of Ryan P. Kayabyab, titled Kay Ganda ng Ating Musika.
Ating musika, ito ay atin. Sariling atin, kay ganda ng ating musika. Ako'y natutong umawi.
We have just listened to a song titled Kay Ganda ng Ating Musika. Great composition! We should be proud of our own music. Our music is unique and wonderful, and we need to value. I guess you are now ready to answer our first activity. Turn your learning activity sheets on page 3, activity 2, titled What's More?
What's more?
Directions. Identify the composers of the following works. Choose the answer in the box. Write the letter of the correct answer on a separate sheet of paper. Let us now proceed to page 3 of your learning activity sheet. Do activity 2 titled What I Can Do.
What I Can Do.
Directions. Listen to the songs Sa Ugoy ng Duyan and Kay Ganda ng Ating Musika. After listening, different the features of the songs. Write your thoughts on a separate sheet of paper. Be guided and visit the link below for your reference. Let us proceed to pages 3 to 4, activity 3 titled Let's Sing It.
Let's sing it.
Directions. Listen and study the following songs below and then choose one that you like to sing. These are the songs. 1. Sa Ugoy ng Duyan. 2. Kumukuti-kutitap. 3. Pilipinas Kong Mahal. And 4. Kay Ganda ng Ating Musika. Record your performance and send it to your respective MAPEH teacher via messenger, email, or any modes of submission. Be guided with the provided rubrics on page 4 of your learning activity sheet. Document your performance in video or audio file format. Upload or submit your video or audio performance to the Google Drive link that your teacher will provide or any online platform. If online submission or the use of gadgets is not possible, you may submit your written outputs through an intended Dropbox in your barangay. Did you finish all the activities for today? I hope you did. Before we end our lesson today, let me first check if you really understood the lesson. What have you learned from the lesson today?
Ma'am, I learned the different life of selected contemporary Filipino composers.
Great! Can you tell now what are the life of those contemporary composers?
Ma'am, Francisco B. Camino, he ventured into musical direction and scoring for films, composing zarzuelas and kundiman.
Very good! Another.
Nicanor Abelardo, ma'am. He was a 20th century modern composer and romantic style composer.
You are right! What else?
Francisco Santiago, ma'am. He was the father of kundiman, ma'am.
Excellent! Who can tell another composer's life and their compositions?
Lucio D. San Pedro, ma'am, known as a romantic nationalist and composer of Sa Ugoy ng Duyan.
Terrific! Another.
Ryan Kayabyab, ma'am. He was a contemporary composer and conductor and composer of Kay Ganda ng Ating Musika.
Great answer! For your last activity, do the reflection part on page 4 of your learning activity sheet. Directions. Fill in the blanks with appropriate words learned from the lesson. What are the 3 things you have learned from the lesson? Next, What are the 2 things you want to share? And finally, what will you never forget in the lesson? Write your answers on a separate sheet of paper. Do all your activities on your most convenient time after the broadcast. You are amazing! Congratulations! We are done with our lesson in Music 10. I hope you understood our discussion for today. I would like to acknowledge the teachers behind this RBI lesson. Teacher Annalisa B. Berzosa, our script writer and content editor. Teacher Beverly L. Ramirez, our language editor. Teacher Arnel V. Lagasca, our technical specialist. And our overall quality assurance team, Sir Leonidas C. Bernardo, Head Teacher 3 of MAPEH Learning Area. Dr. Rodrigo V. Pascua, Chief Education Supervisor and Officer in charge of the school. This is your radio teacher, Teacher Monica G. Limpin, saying, music is a piece of art that goes in the ears, straight to the heart. Thank you everyone and goodbye!
Music, arts, physical education, and health. Mga aralin na dapat malaman, inyong tututukan dito sa Dance Radio. Ang istasyong magbibigay ng edukasyon kahit saan. Ito ang 106.3 Dance Radio. Totonya Aurora National High School, Santa Rita, Aurora, Isabela. Ang silid-aralan sa radyo. 106.3 DWTR-FM. Dance Radio. Sa MAPEH, learning is amazing.
Dance Radio, silid-aralan sa radyo. Hatid namin makabago, paraan ang pagtuturo.
Wala nang makakapigil pa. Sulong Arangkada 106.3 Dance Radio sa Aurora, Isabela.
Edukasyo'y susulong, basta't magtulong-tulong. Sulong edukalidad, Dance Radio. Learning is amazing.
Ayan, kami po ay nagbabalik. So there you have it, grade 10 learners. Napakinggan na natin ang recorded radio-based instruction. Ngayon naman, ating simulan ang pagpapalalim at pagbibigay linaw ng lesson na inyong napakinggan sa ating RBI. Ma'am Ana?
Yan. Thank you, Sir Dante. Nag-enjoy ba kayong lahat, mga anak, sa mga music na narinig nyo? Siguro nag-enjoy kayo, no? Okay, bago natin pag-usapan ang 20th Century Filipino Traditional Composers and Selections of Contemporary Philippine Music, atin munang balikan kung ano yung mga napag-aralan natin noong second quarter. Okay. Meron kaming mga ipapakitang mga video, no? Ipaparinig na mga video, papanood, at ipapakitang mga pictures. Okay, kapag naipakita namin yon, okay, pakinggan nyo mabuti kung ano yung mga video na yon, no? Okay. Then, pwede kayong mag-comment. Pwede kayong mag-comment sa chat box kung ano yung mga video na makikita nyo o mga picture na makikita nyo.
O kung anong genre ng music yan.
Yes, no?
Ayan, hindi lamang sa chat box, Ma'am Ana. Bigyan rin natin ng pagkakataon ang ating mga listeners na nakikinig sa radyo, hindi lamang sa ating live streaming, pwede silang sumagot sa pamamagitan ng pagtitext sa number na numerong ito.
Okay.
0915-380-1112. Inuulit ko, para sa mga nakikinig sa radyo at gusto nyo po makiparticipate sa ating mga katanungan, mag-text lamang kayo sa 0915-380-1112. Simulan na natin, Ma'am Ana.
Okay. Ready na ba kayo? Okay, makinig. Ito ang unang-una. Anong types of music ito?
Beautiful in White?
Yan.
Grabe.
Naalala niyo ba yan?
I have my experience before, siguro JS yata yan.
Naalala niyo ba kung anong types of music yan?
Ayan, mag-chat na sa ating chat box.
Ay, meron nang nag-chat. Beautiful in White.
Ayan, Beautiful in White. Very good. Sabi ni Sherry Moana Corpus ng 10 ba na ba?
Yes, very good.
Jazz, very good. Tama ba, Ma'am Ana?
Yes,
Jazz yan?
jazz music. Very good, Sherry. Okay, so that is jazz music. Okay, so that music is considered a therapeutic outlet for human feelings. No? Okay, then jazz music, most influential musical genres of all the genres in the world. And one of the main instrument na ginagamit dyan ay, ano ang narinig nyo? Ano nakita nyo yung instrument dyan?
Saxophone.
Okay, saxophone. And alam nyo ba ang jazz music is considered as a sexy music? Okay.
Yes.
Next.
Let's have the second music. Ang daming
Okay,
sumasagot.
so that is jazz music. Okay, very good sa mga sumagot ng jazz music. Okay, next. Okay, ano kaya ito? Ano kayang types of music ito?
Wow, it's Jennifer Lopez.
Papainda ka dito ah. Okay, naalala niyo ba ang mga music na yan?
Ang ka-level niya dito sa Pilipinas ay yung kanta ni Sarah Geronimo na Tala.
Yes, Tala.
Yan.
Ay,
Ano kaya yan? Meron na sumagot. Si Christian J. Colcol ng 10 ba na ba? Pop music. Dance on the floor. Tama ba siya, Ma'am Ana?
yes, very good. That is pop music. So popular music literally means music of the populace, which is similar to traditional folk music of the past. No? Generally consists of music for entertainment of large number of people ang pop music. Okay.
Very good sa mga sumagot.
Okay, very
Galing.
good. Ang gagaling nila, oh. Talagang merong naiwan sa kanila, no? Okay, next. Okay. Sino mga
Ano naman mga
nakikita nyo
picture
dyan?
yan?
Lea Salon.
No? Okay.
Pilita Corrales.
Yan.
We have the, Apo Hiking Society is there.
Okay, oh, ang daming sumasagot.
Kapaligiran. Yung mga nasa picture, ngayon mga anak, sa mga nakikinig sa radyo, ay may pinapakita kami mga picture. Yan, yung picture ng Apo Hiking Society, yung picture ni Lea Salonga, ni Pilita Corrales, ni Nora Honor,
Si Arnel Pineda pa yan,
Arnel
no?
Pineda. Ayan. Yun yung
Ryan
mga picture na
Cayabyab.
pinapakita namin sa screen sa ngayon para sa mga nakikinig sa radio. Ayan. Anong music ba yan, Ma'am Ana? Kung sino yung mga artist na yan?
Okay, so may sumagot na. No? So yung mga artist na yan, yan yung mga pop music artist nung mga 1960s, no? 1970s. Kapakanahunan nyo ba yan?
Sir Dante.
Ay, hindi pa. Ako ang pinakabata sa inyo.
Okay. So yung mga 1960s, 1970s, andyan sila Nora Honor, Pelita Corrales, Eddie Peregrina, Victor Wood, yung Asin.
Yes, I really like that as
And then Apo Hiking Society also. 1960s, 1970s yan. Okay, then yung mga 1970s to 1980s, ayan, kapanahunan na natin yan. Okay.
Ano ang sagot dyan, Ma'am Ana?
Okay, yan yung mga pop music artists. Sila yung mga pop music artists nung 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, 1990s, and 1990s. Yung mga 1990s, siguradong kilala nila yan. No? Okay, so yan yung mga pop music artists. Okay, ang galing-galing, no? Galing-galing ng mga grade 10. Maraming mga sumagot na dito. Okay, so sabi nila pop music artist, ma'am. Okay. Si Arlene V. Sabado ng 10 Lawan. Very good. Pop music artist. Okay, very good. Okay, next.
Okay,
Parang
so,
meron tayong pasabog
Oo Dahil nga nakilala na natin yung mga different artists during their time talaga, hindi natin time.
Hindi
At
natin
yung mga music kanina sa kapanahunan ng mga kabataan ngayon, gusto niyo bang marinig yung boses namin?
Ayan.
Live performance ito.
Pwede kayong sumabay.
Oo, pwede kayong sumabay mga anak sa aming pag-awit. Okay, ready na ba mga kasama? Chat
Ready
go!
na. Ayan na. Pwede kayong sumabay, Sir Jackie, Sir Francis, Sir Dennis.
Di magmaliw ang dati kong araw nang munti pang bata sa piling ni nanay. Nais kong maulit ang awit ni Inang Mahal, awit ng pag-ibig habang ako'y nasa luya. Di magmaliw ang dati kong araw nang munti pang bata sa piling ni nanay. Nais kong maulit ang awit ni Inang Mahal, awit ng pag-ibig habang ako'y nasa luya.
Ayan, narinig niyo yung magagandang boses ng mga MAPEH teachers,
Yes,
no?
mga golden voice. So I'm sure nagustuhan niyo yung kinanta namin. So ngayon, may idea na ba kayo kung ano ang ating tatalakayin or topic ngayon? Meron na ba?
Actually, yung music, Ma'am Ana, maaari nating halin tulad yan sa isang awitin na mga natalakay nila noon during their grade 7 and 8. Yung mga lullaby. Ang ugoy ng duyan ay isang awitin na maaring pampatulog sa mga bata. Yung ili-ili tulog anay, naalala nyo pa bang ili-ili tulog alay ng Visayas? Yes. Yan ay pwede nating ikumpara sa awiting ugoy ng duyan. Ayan, may sinasabi si Ma'am Chatra kanina. Sabi mo kanina, medyo may alam na ang ating mga learners kung ano ba ang tatalakayin natin ngayong umaga. Ano nga ba, Ma'am Annalisa?
Okay, yung kinanta natin kanina na sa ugoy ng duyan, yan ay halimbawa ng contemporary music, no? Ano nga ba ang contemporary music, Sir Dante?
Oh, well, yan. Pag sinabi natin contemporary music in the Philippines usually refers to composition that have adopted ideas and elements from the 20th century art, music in the West, as well as the latest trend and musical styles in the entertainment industry. So therefore, kung babalikan natin, we have a review a while ago, Ma'am Ana. This is actually the continuity of what you have learned during the first quarter. Palalalimin pa natin ang pag-usbong at pagyabong ng musika na ating napag-aralan nung first quarter at ito nga yung tinatawag nating contemporary music. But it is in the Philippine setting. Contemporary Philippine music. Ma'am Ana?
So yung contemporary music period is the period following the modern music period. Okay. And then there are also examples ng mga halimbawa ng contemporary music. Okay, include jazz, blues, pop rock, folk, hip hop, metal, dance music, and country music. All of these music genres were either formed or well explored in the 1940s and afterward. So meron tayong halimbawa dito ng contemporary music. Okay, maligayang bati ni Francisco Bencamino. So that is an example of contemporary music ni Buen Camino. And then ang pinakita niya diyan ay ang tempo, ang measure niya is 2/4, no? When you say 2/4, 2 beats per measure.
Ipalakpak mo nga yan, Ma'am Aina.
Ano yung 2/4, Ma'am Chatra?
1 2 1 2. Pag-beat siya, down, up,
down, up. No.
Ayan,
2 beats
very
per
good.
measure. Okay, yung quarter note, magre-receive sila ng 1 note. Okay, pag ibibit yan, 1, 2, 1, 2. Then pag i-clap-clap mo, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Ayan, very good.
Next. Ma'am Juana.
Okay, we have also the Filipino traditional music. It portrays the beliefs, the customs, and traditions of the rural folk. Traditional music may be classified such as glorify the beauty of nature, courtship music, or welcome song. So ano yung mga characteristics ng traditional music na yan, Sir Dante?
Well, ang characteristic ng tawag dito ng contemporary music, ng traditional, three main characteristics are exemplified by traditional ethnic music. Pag sinabi nating ethnic music, kung titignan natin, let's try to localize it up here in the Philippines. We have our ethnic group. And they have their ethnic identity. They have their own unique tradition, unique music, and unique instrument that they are using in the field of music. Ang mga ipugaw, ang igorot, yan, ang mga tibuli ay may kanya-kanyang ethnic identity yan. Okay? Dito naman, sa part na ito, na traditional ethnic music niyan, the first is the cantata form dito sa contemporary music. Yes. A cantata is a vocal composition with an instrumental accompaniment and often contains more than one movement. Ano nga ba itong mga movement to, Ma'am Aina?
Okay,
Kindly exemplified it.
Yes. Okay, may example tayo dito ng cantata form. So, sa first movement, okay, chorus ito yung first movement. Yan. So, yan ang tinatawag na first movement sa cantata form. Okay, then, second movement, fourth, and sixth. These are arias sa cantata form. May first movement, second movement, and sixth, fourth, and sixth. Ang tawag dun ay arias. So, what is arias? Okay. Okay. So, first movement are chorus. So, makikita, maririnig nyo, ayan, chorus yan. Yan ang first movement. Okay, and then, the second movement, fourth and sixth are arias. Kapag sinabi nating arias, ito yung solo, vocal piece, no? Okay, so may solo part ito. Ayan. Okay, so that is arias ang tawag dyan sa cantata form. Second, fourth, and sixth movement. Okay. Next.
Okay.
Next, Ma'am Chatra.
So, another characteristic that is exemplified is the use of a cappella. So, ano nga ba yung a cappella? So, pag sinabi nating a cappella, it is a vocal composition without instrumental accompaniment. So, sa panahon natin ngayon, makukumpara natin siya sa mga grupo, kung familiar kayo sa pentatonics, and kung napanood nyo na ang Pitch Perfect. So, yun yung example ng a cappella. Walang ginagamit na instrument, purong boses lang yung
human
ginagamit
voice.
nila.
Parang kanta nga tayo.
At, merong sample dito ng ng ayan.
Magmula nung ako'y natutong umawi. Bawat sandali at
Okay.
pilit mabati.
So ang naririnig nyo, no, puro boses ng tao, no? Okay, pati walang instrument 'yan, di ba? So yan tinatawag na a cappella, no? Puro vocal. Ang galing, di ba?
Choir arrangement siya, ma'am, ng kay ganda ng ating musika.
By Ryan Cayabyab.
Yes, by Ryan Cayabyab. O, gusto niyo bang mag-a-cappella tayo?
Kaya natin yan.
Okay, so that... Ayun, si Sir Jashil. Nag-a-cappella na mag-isa dito.
Manang biday, ilukat mo man, tabintanam, ikalumbabam, takita tay kinayawam, ay mataya ko, nunin na kasyan. Ayan. That is actually an a cappella.
Yes. Okay, next.
Okay. So we have the last one, the sonata. Sonata form is used a composition for one or more solo instruments, one of which is usually a keyboard instrument and usually consisting of 3 or 4 independent movements varying in key, moods, and tempo. So para mas maintindihan natin, let us listen to this example.
Okay. Keyboard lang.
Para di manunggarin.
Keyboard instrument lang. Okay, so that is a composition for one or more solo instruments. Ang ginamit dyan ay keyboard instrument and usually consisting of 3 or 4 independent movements varying in key, mood, and tempo. Okay. Next. Okay, next. Some contemporary composers use traditional styles, no? Gumagamit sila ng traditional styles, yung mga contemporary composers. And we're able to preserve our culture. This becomes the strongest foundation of what we know as Philippine music. Okay, these are the Philippine contemporary composers who use traditional styles in their compositions. So, sino-sino ang mga composers na ito na gumamit ng traditional styles?
Yes, Ma'am Aina. Tawag dito, kailangan natin makilala ang ating mga composers sapagkat sila nga ang naging pundasyon natin sa pag-create ng mga musika na papakinggan ngayon ng ating mga grade 10 learners. Maaaring masabi natin na ito ay makaluma, pero alam nyo ba mga grade 10 learners, makaluma man ito, pero ito ang naging basihan na makabago ang mga kontemporaryong composers sa paglikha nila ng kanilang magagandang awitin. Kaya naman bigyan natin ng pansin at balik tanawin natin kung sino nga ba ang mga kompositor na ito na nag-ambag sa kagandahan ng ating musika dito sa Pilipinas. Unahin natin si Francisco B. Buencamino. Francisco Buencamino, born November 5, 1883 and died October 16, 1952. Ang mga compositions niya ay Harana, Pandango ni Neneng, Colar de Sampaguita, Dulce Las Horas, Mayoin, Pantasya de Concierto, Prinsesa ng Kumintang, Maligayang Bati, and Himig ng Nayon. He also founded the Centro Escolar de Señoritas, Conservatory of Music, Buencamino Music Academy in 1930. His piano work becomes staples and scoring for films, composing sarsuelas and kundimen. for the information of everyone, sa mga film na mga ginagawa ngayon dito sa Pilipinas, kitang-kita or very evident yan mga awitin ni Francisco Buencamino sapagkat ito ay ginagamit nila as tawag ito background music sa paggawa ng tawag ito ng mga
Film.
malalaking pelikula. O yan ang buhay ni Francisco Buencamino.
Okay, pakinggan natin yung example ng composition ni Francisco Buencamino. Pandango ni Neneng.
Kung nagsasayaw si Neneng at ako ay walang pato, ang kanyang magagandang paa, nasa habang ko'y sumusunod. Ngunit di alam ni Neneng na ako ay naghingi.
Alam mo, Ma'am Arne, yan sa part na yan, yung pandango ni Neneng na yan, actually, maliban sa awitin, yan tugtugin na yan ay inilalapat rin sa ating mga sayawin.
Yes.
Na kung saan ikinonfile yan doon sa Philippine folk dances natin, ma-observe niyan mga beat na ganyan, ay ikinonfile ni Francisca Reyes Aquino na kung saan kinoconsider siya na national artist in dance. Dahil sa pagbibigay niya ng pansin sa Philippine folk dances at mapapansin natin ang mga tugtugin na ganyan sa ating Philippine dances.
Okay, no? So, tingnan niyo yung mga instrument na ginamit nila.
Yes.
Diba?
Rondalia.
Oh, rondalia.
Rondalia ensemble.
Rondalia ensemble. Okay, next.
Okay, another composer is Nicanor S. Abelardo. He was born February 7, 1893 and died March 21, 1934. He is also one of the triumvirate of Filipino composers. Among his compositions are Mutya ng Pasig, Nasaan Ka Irog, Cavatina for Violoncelo, UP Naming Mahal, Cinderella Overture, and Panorama. A 20th century modern composer, also a composer in the Romantic style. Ang tanghalang Nicanor Abelardo sa Main Theater ng Cultural Center of the Philippines at ang Abelardo Hall ng UP College of Music ay napangalan sa kanya in his honor. So may mga sample composition siya na pwede nating marinig.
Okay. Ito yung Nasaan Ka Irog. Nasaan Ka Irog.
Sino na ba yung ano na yan? Singer na yan?
Si Silvia La Torre.
Silvia Torre. Taas ang boses niya.
Isa yan sa mga composition ni Nicanor S. Abelardo, ang Nasaan Ka Irog. So pakinggan niyo yung ano niya, yung composition niya pati yung mga instrument niya, di ba? Nasaan Ka Irog. Next!
Okay, so ang next composer natin ay si Francisco S. Santiago. So si Francisco S. Santiago ay ipinanganak noong January 29, 1889 at namatay siya noong September 28, 1947. So ito, si Francisco S. Santiago ay hindi naging hadlang sa kanya yung kahirapan upang makalikha or makagawa ng mga talaga namang magagandang mga musical pieces, okay? So, ang halimbawa nga sa mga obra niya na talaga naman hanggang ngayon ay madami pa rin ang kumakanta, lalo na sa mga kagaya sa CCP, sa mga theater, mga ganon. Marami pa rin ang kumakanta nitong Pakiusap, Madaling Araw, Sakali Man, Habik ng Pilipinas, Ano Kaya ang Kapalaran at kundiman. And alam nyo ba na ang salitang kundiman ay nagmula sa salitang kung hindi man, na ikikwento mamaya ni Ma'am Joanna. Ikikwento mamaya ni Ma'am Joanna ang history ng kundiman. Okay, siya rin ang tinagurian nating tinagurian din natin siyang father of kundiman kasi nag-compose siya ng almost 150 plus na mga musical pieces. Okay?
Dami, no? Kantahan niya ba ang Sampagita? Sampagita ng aming lipi, bulaklak na sakdal na
Alam ni Sir Dante yung mga
Panahon
kantang
talaga yan,
yun.
Sir Dante.
Yan, tinuro yan sa elementary ka, kaya medyo alam ko. Ayan.
Okay, sample nga muna tayo ng mga kundiman songs.
Ano kaya ang kapalaran? Isa ito sa mga composition ni Francisco Santiago.
O aking iniirog.
May pa-background. Talagang background music niya yan.
Bakit ikaw ay naparito? Iyon na bang sasambitin ang nilalaman ng iyong puso? Yan, ginagamit yan.
Ano yun? Sakot ng ano? Poetry?
Yes.
Diba? Ginagamit nila. Yan. Ang gaganda nga ng composition nila, diba? Okay.
Si Silvia Lato, parang si Silvia Latorre ang kumanta. Si Silvia Latorre ang kumanta. Yan.
Okay. Next.
Okay.
Magkukwento na si Ma'am Joanna.
Paano nga ba kasi nagsimula ang kundiman? Ano ba ang kwento niyan? So, according to the old story...
Old story raw. Sir Francis, old story. Nakuha niya yan kay Ma'am Lacambra.
During the Spanish regime. Ang mga panahon kasi mga binata noon, hindi sila mahilig sumurat ng love letters sa
Yes.
So, ang ginagawa
Harana-harana
nila,
lang.
kukunin lang ang gitara, yung grupo ng mga kabataan o mga binata, mga romantic young men na nagsama-sama sa isang maliwanag ang buwan. So meron silang sinerenade na isang dalaga na kung saan ang bahay ng dalagang yon ay malapit sa kombento.
Ay, kala ko malapit sa harapan ng Doña Aurora National.
Malapit sa kombento. So meaning to say, may pari doon na nakatira. So nung pumunta na sila sa bahay ng dalaga, maririnig doon sa kanilang serenade is kung hindi man, laging meron yung word na yon in every line ng song. Ngayon, nagising ngayon yung pari. Ang sabi niya sa mga kasamahan niya, patigilin nyo yung mga nagaharana sa kabilang bahay. Yun ang sabi ng pari. Dahil ang lagi daw niya naririnig ay kundiman.
Puro kundiman.
So doon na
panay
lumabas.
kundiman.
Oo, yun ang
Yun
pagkasabi ng
awitin na
pari.
kwan, ma'am. Di ba, speaking of harana, yun awitin na ganito. Yun, naalala ko. O ilaw, sa gabing madilim, wangis mo'y, bituin sa langit, tulungan mo naman ako Ma'am Joanna.
Siguro naghaharana si Sir Dante noon.
Before, talagang ikinwa niya, in part niya, kundi man yung kinanta kong Sampagita kanina, Sampagita ng ating lipi, yan, o ilaw, inaawit talaga yan.
Oo, so yun yung naging beginning ng genre na kundiman. Yung tatlong Tagalog words na kung hindi man sa Ingles, though you may not. Ito yung sinasabi ng expression ng isang suitor para maipakita ang kanyang humility sa kanyang nililigawan.
Ikaw, Ma'am Joanna, kung ikaw dadaan natin sa life story yan, iyo bang naranasan yan bagay na yan? Sa inyong dalawa ni Ma'am Joanna, yan, bigyan lang natin ng konting background. Medyo mababa pa naman ang oras natin. Background, kung paano ba ang paraan ng panliligaw sa inyo noon?
Sir Dante, uso na kasi ang telepono.
Ay, noon. What about you, Ma'am Ana?
Uso pa nun ng sulat-sulat.
Ayan, for sure. Sa generation mo, Chatra, hindi na uso yan, di ba?
Hindi na, sir.
Pero tawag dito, kung hiniling mo sana, gusto mong haranain ka rin ng isang, ayan, I know that you are really a musician.
Lalo na, sir, pag mga ganitong kanta ang aawitin sa'yo, talaga namang mai-inlove ka.
Kinikilig tuloy ako. Ayan, kinikilig tuloy ako. Sige.
Magdadala sila ng banda, hindi gitara ang dadalhin.
Sige, let's have some more of that, Ma'am Ana. Later
Kaya
on. Yan, marami pa
karaoke.
na matututunan ang ating mga mag-aaral.
Okay, next composer. Siya si Lucio Di Santiago. Okay, Lucio Di Santiago, born on February 11, 1913. And namatay siya noong March 31, 2002. Okay, ito yung mga composition niya. So, Ugoy ng Duyan, yung kinanta natin kanina, Sweet Pastoral, and Lahing Kayumanggi. And si Lucio Di Santiago, known as a romantic nationalist. He incorporated Philippine folk elements in his compositions with Western forms and harmony. His chords have rich and expressive tonality and was declared National Artist for Music in 1991. Galing naman ni Lucio Santiago. Okay, so ito yung isa sa mga halimbawa ng kanyang composition. Lahing Kayumanggi.
Makabayan.
Ito ginagamit ng mga background ito.
Baka Pilipino talaga.
Di ba ginagamit na background ito sa mga ano yung mga pelikulang pelikula ni Fernando Po Jr.
Kabayo siya. Tumatakbo ang kabayo.
Ating ipaglaban ang ating tinubuang lupa.
Yan ginagamit sa mga pelikula yan. Binibili nila yan, napakamahal yan.
Parang sa love story, parang ang setting nasa ilog sila, sa may batis. At habang nasa batis sila, naglalaba ang isang dalagita at tinutulungan naman ito ng isang binata. Yan.
Parang sarap bumalik sir sa panahon na ganyan.
Correct.
Parang mag-cry.
Wala nang ganyan.
Yes.
Okay. So, yan yung mga composers, no? Filipino composers, no? Mga contemporary composers na gumagamit ng mga traditional styles in composing song, no? Traditional styles ang kanilang ginagamit.
Paano nga pala yung awiting pamulinawin? Ano ibig sabihin ng word na pamulinawin sa Ilocano song?
Pusong hindi naman. Anong hindi naman? Hindi umasasug. Agrayo'y kasadyang.
Ano yung pamulinawin, Sir Dennis?
Ano yung word na yun, sir? It is ano ibig sabihin ng pamulinawin? Ito yung tumutukoy sa pusong sintigas ng bato.
Ala, pusong bato.
Pusong bato.
Wala kinuha
That
yung
is an
pusong
Ilocano
bato.
one from the north naman yan.
Doon nila kinuha yung pusong bato.
Oo, malaman.
Maaari.
Oo.
From
Pusong bato
north
daw
yan.
ang pamulinawin.
Yan. We're very proud kasi we are Ilocanos. Ayan, marami rin tayong magagandang mga awitin.
Kaya nagkaroon ng idea si Jobit Baldivino na kantahin ang pusong bato.
Okay. Yung pamulinawin na yan.
Doon nila kinuha yung pusong
Sige.
bato.
Okay?
Diba?
Yan so doon pala ibinase from yung pamulinawin na yan na pag kinanta ni Jobit, yun, pusong bato. Ayan.
So gumagamit talaga sila ng traditional styles.
Yes.
No? Hindi mawawala yung traditional
Nag-a-adapt nila
styles.
from the traditional way of singing, na-adapt nila at pinapagay. Kaya yung mga original, like for example, if you have encountered yung kantang Heaven ni Bryan Adam, kinanta to ng Bukadel? It sounds like, ayun, na kinanta nila yung Heaven na talagang mapapain ka. But sa generation natin na despite that is traditional, dahil binibigyan ito ng buhay muli, ni-rearrange ito, mas gumaganda at nakakasabay ang bagong henerasyon.
Parang yung sayaw na tinikling, di ba maririnig mo dun sa music nag-ano yung mga
bamboo
buho
pole?
o yung mga
Yes.
buho. Gumamit sila ng mga indigenous doon ng mga instrument, no? Doon sa pag-compose na yon. Pero ngayon sa panahon ngayon, marami ng application na pwedeng gamitin.
Yes. Instead of the natural sound, ginagamitan nila ito ng tawag ito, at how am I going to term that one? Technological sound.
Bagong technology. Hindi na sila
synthesizer, something like that.
Hindi na sila magbibideo ng kawayan na pinagaano sa tinikling. Kasi nung unang panahon, gano'n wala pa tayong mga application noon Kaya ginagamit nila noon talagang indigenous no, sa pag-compose ng mga songs. Okay, so yan yung mga composer natin na pag-aralan.
Meron pang isa, ma'am, na dapat nating huwag kakalimutan na isang composer. The last composer that we have Raimundo Cipriano, or they called him Ryan Cayabyab. Yan. Medyo nakakakon na kayo kasi Ryan Cayabyab is actually a national artist. Kaya tingnan niya natin, ma'am. Meron ba tayo sa PowerPoint? Ito is Ryan Cayabyab.
Ayan, si Ryan.
Ryan Cayabyab, born May 4, 1954. Buhay na buhay pa po si Ryan Cayabyab. Ang mga musika niya, actually nagkakaroon din si Ryan Cayabyab nagpe-play siya sa ABS-CBN, nag-a-arrange siya ng mga music. Ito yung mga composition niya, Misa, for poems, for soprano and piano. Ano yan? We have also, kay ganda ng ating musika, kay ganda ng ating musika, 5 di pa tao, alikabok at kumukuti-kutita. Christmas ba yun?
Oo.
Yan, kumukutita. Okay. Contemporary composer and conductor who spawns both popular and classical world with his pop music, ballads, operas, zarzuelas, orchestral arrangement, masses, psalm, and choral composition. His compositions are mostly of traditional Western influences.
Yes, yan ang mga composition
Parang
niya.
siya, sir, yung naging bridge from contemporary to modern. Siya po yung naging bridge.
Siya yung naging daan, kumbaga. No, contemporary to modern. Okay, may example tayo dito ng ano ni Ryan.
Yan, ang sarap balikan. Ang Christmas na naman. Yan. Merry Christmas! Dapat araw-araw ang Pasko.
Isa yan sa composition ni Ryan Cayabyab. Ang galing, na?
Choral arrangement din yan po.
Pusi-pusila, ganyan ang indak na mga pamilya. Ikinat-kinat, kumukurang-kurang, pinaglalaroan ninyong mga mata. Kumukuti-kutita, kumupusi-pusilat, ganyan ang indak na mga pamilya. Kikinat-kinat, kumukurang-kurang, pinaglalaroan ninyong mga mata.
Okay, that is Ryan Cayabyab. Ma'am Ana?
Okay. So, diyan nagtatapos ang ating mga composers, no? Contemporary composers, pero gumagamit sila ng traditional styles. Okay, next. Dito na tayo sa mga activities, mga anak, no? Naway, marami kayong natutunan sa araw na ito. At bago kami magpaalam, narito ang inyong mga sasagutan ng mga activity. Okay, ano yun, Ma'am Chatra?
Okay, so sa page 3 ng inyong last, sagutan ang activity 1. So direction, identify the following compositions and choose the letter of the correct answer on a separate sheet of paper.
Okay, sa page 3 pa rin ang inyong last, sagutan ang activity 2, brain teaser. Directions, identify the composers of the following works. Choose the answer in the box. Write the letter of the correct answer on a separate sheet of paper.
Okay, next. Activity 3, what I can do. Directions, listen to the song Sa Ugoy ng Duyan and Kay Ganda ng Ating Musika. Narinig nyo naman kanina yung Sa Ugoy ng Duyan, yung kinanta namin, di ba? At yung Kay Ganda ng Ating Musika. Okay, be guided and visit the link below after the listening to the songs. Differentiate the features of the songs. Okay, write your thoughts on a separate sheet of paper using the format on your learning activity sheet. Okay, next, Sir Dante.
And of course, for the performance task entitled Let's Sing It. Direction, listen and study the following songs below and then choose one that you like to sing. Record your performance and send it to your teacher through their messenger. Be guided with the provided rubrics on your learning activity sheet. Ugoy ng Duyan, Kumukuti-Kutita, Pilipinas Kumahal, Kay Ganda ng Ating Musika are the different choices that you're going to select from your performance task. And of course, don't forget to answer the validating question and the reflection part of your learning activity sheet. And isa pa, Ma'am Ana, yun ipopost later on na question ni Sir Josiel sa ating tawag dito, Dance Radio, na kailangan sagutin ng ating mga learners. I-mention nyo kami para mabasa namin ang inyong mga kasagutan. Ma'am Ana?
Diyan sa performance, pwede silang gumamit ng instrument or pwede silang mag-1. Pwede rin silang gumamit ng mga indigenous instrument kung gusto nila, no? Like sa ugoy ng duyan, pwede silang gumamit ng kahit anong instrument yan.
Yeah, pwede rin siguro yun kung ano mga bagay na nakikreate ng sound sa kanilang lugar or kaya sa kanilang tahanan, pwede nilang gamitin out of their creativity.
May nagtatanong kanina, Ma'am Ana, kung halimbawa daw, diyan sa pagpipilian ng mga kantang yan ay wala silang magustuhan, pwede daw ba silang mamili ng another song?
Yes, they can deviate it up but provided it must be aligned with the contemporary traditional music.
Marami namang contemporary traditional music na pwede nilang kantahin. Okay, so ngayon, no, ang napag-aralan natin ay ano ba yung mga napag-aralan natin ngayon? So, we have learned about the different life of selected contemporary Filipino composers and their compositions.
Okay, we also learned the musical characteristic of traditional and contemporary Philippine music.
Okay, next. Dito sa evaluation, mag-comment kayo sa chat box mga anak ha. Okay, babasahin ni Ma'am Chatra no, yung question sa evaluation and pwede kayong mag-comment or mag-comment kayo sa chat box, pwedeng tumawag no, para sa inyong mga kasagutan.
O pwede rin mag-test sa binigay ko number kanina, 0915-380-1112. Actually, may mga nag-text sa akin kanina, Ma'am Ana, na mga kanilang mga kasagutan but I forgot to read it.
Maraming nag-answer.
Ayan, maraming mga number. Kanina from Jameson Bernabe ng 10 Almasiga, sumagot siya ng Just Music. Tapos si Michael Juan. Ayan.
Okay, so Ma'am Chatra, basahin ang mga tanong sa evaluation.
Yes, so number 1 question, enumerate the characteristics of contemporary music. So ano ba yung mga characteristics ng contemporary music?
Okay, the next, number 2.
Wait, yan muna siguro. Tingnan muna
number
natin.
1. Okay,
Ano ba mga characteristic ng contemporary music? Yan. Ayan, may mga sumagot na. Ang sabi niya, ang sinagot niya naman, sila Lucio Santiago, yung mga contemporary composers itong sinagot ng ating estudyante.
Ayun, meron nagsagot. Si Cyril Labagnoy Feliciano, sabi niya, cantata form, use of a cappella, and sonata form. Tama ba, ma'am? Yung enumerate niya yung mga characteristics ng contemporary
composers. No?
Ayan, very good.
Okay,
yes, ma'am.
Sige.
Ayan. So lahat ng kanilang mga kasagutan ay tama. Yan, very good. Ayan, dami pa rin sumasagot actually.
Sabi
Congratulations.
Naman ni Sherry, si Buen Camino daw, isa siyang composer and conductor. Sabi niya, si Abelardo daw, composer. No? Halos mga composer. Okay, then si Lucio San Pedro, known as romantic nationalist. Sabi niya. Then si Ryan Kayabyab naman daw, composer and conductor and arranger. Okay, very good.
Yan, very good to our grade 10 learners. It shows only that you really learn about contemporary traditional music. This time we proceed in the reflection part of our lesson. Here is the question. How is traditional music different from the music you hear today? Yan, pakinggan nga muna natin. Sige, habang sumasagot ang mga teachers ninyo, you try to cue in your answer using our chat box or you may text your answer.
Okay, so both of them have the same functions, no? As entertainment. Kapag sinabi kasing traditional music, focuses on social functions. It means that traditional music supports a culture in which this music is played. It also reflects the characteristics of people on that area. Okay, that is traditional music. Kapag naman sinabing modern music kasi, focuses on how the music is combined and integrated with the technology. No, makabagong teknolohiya. Okay, so that is traditional and modern music. So about you, Ma'am Chatra.
So how traditional music different from the music you hear today? So kagaya nga ng paulit-ulit na sinasabi ni Ma'am Ana kanina, yung mga musical instrument na ginagamit natin nung sa traditional is mga talagang instrument. So ngayon dahil sa mga traditional instrument, yung percussion, the rondalya, 'di ba? The piano, ganon. Ngayon naman kasi yung mga music natin ngayon, marami ng mga electronics na maririnig doon. Meron na yung mga gumagano
synthesizer.
sa mga rap. So marami mga electronic na lang siya. I-insert na lang natin siya sa application. Unlike dati, kailangan talaga nating i-play kung ano yung gustong marinig ng composer doon sa isang kanta.
Okay, sa akin naman, generally, ang traditional music kasi is very calm na pakinggan. Then nakaka-inspire siya, nakakaroon tayo ng reflective communication with God. So kinakanta nyo, naliligaw yung tao, pwedeng awitin yung kanina, pamulinawin, pusok indeng man. O, di ba? Napakalalim na ginawit na word, pero makahulugan. While the contemporary, it feels worldly. Nagkakaroon ng body movements, then yung mga thoughts is naka-associate ngayon through dancing and portraying. O kaya yung ang tawag dito, yung partying. Then kinakanta ng mga kabataan ngayon, ano ba yon? Yung kanta nila ngayon na if I had to live my life without you near me, nothing's gonna change my love for you. Mga ganun na agad sa kanila. No, parang walang katapusang pagmamahal.
Ayan. So, ang dami-daming mga sagot ng ating mga teachers. Ang ating mga learners kaya, ano naman ang kanilang masasabi on that particular reflection part? Sa akin kasi, Ma'am Ana, regarding traditional music, ilagay lang natin sa ating isipan na traditional music ay isang bahagi ng ating kasaysayan.
Kultura.
Isa na itong bahagi ng ating kultura na hindi dapat mawala. Na kung saan, sa bagong henerasyon, meron man tayong makabagong musika, pakatandaan na yan, bagong musika na meron tayo ngayon, ang naging basihan ng mga bagong kompositor at ng mga musician natin sa ngayon ay ang ating contemporary traditional music. Kapag wala yung contemporary traditional music na yan, wala tayong magandang musika sa ngayon. Kaya sa ating mga grade 10 learners, may pagkakaiba man silang dalawa, pero sa pagkakaibang yan ay naging bahagi na ito ng ating kultura at tradisyon. Nawa, sa inyong mga grade 10 learners, pagdating ng panahon at pinili ninyo na maging musician o maging composer ka, gagawa ka ng sarili mong musika, pakatandaan nyo palagi ang mga traditional music natin. Kunin ang mga bagay-bagay na natutunan natin sa contemporary traditional music na pwede natin i-integrate sa makabagong panahon para mas lalo pa itong yumabong at maging maningning ang musika ng Pilipino. Tama ako, Ma'am Ana?
Yes. No, kailangan i-preserve for future generation. No? I-preserve yung mga traditional music na yan.
Yes, kasi hanggang ngayon nagkakaroon ng revival. Binabalikan talaga yung kanta na yan.
Kung hindi mang i-preserve, siguro i-enhance pa na hindi mawawala. Yan yung sinasabi ko kanina na pwede naman gawin yun. We can enhance it up na hindi nawawala ang ating tawag din contemporary traditional. Like the song na sinabi ko nga sa inyo na ni Hebe na kinanta ng mga Pilipino na Pilipino ni Boda Kel na kung saan ang ganda rin ng mga pagkakanta. In our Filipino artists nowadays, marami silang inire-revive ng mga awitin. Yeah. Makalumang awitin, pero kapag pinikinggan ng bagong henerasyon, they are really in on it and they really appreciate sapagkat tawag dito na bago ang arrangement ng musika niya na hindi naman nasa-sacrifice o nawawala ang ating contemporary traditional music.
Galing pa rin doon sa traditional. Okay.
At hindi lang yan, Ma'am Ana, ha? Even in the field of instrument that we are using, wag rin nating wawalahin ang mga contemporary traditional na mga instrument natin. ang dami-daming mga kwan na yan, instrumento natin. Like, yung flute, actually makaluma na yan, flute na yan. Pero kapag ginamit sa ngayon, ang ganda-gandang pakinggan ng flute. Huwag wawalain yan, bagkus gamitin ito para makapag-create pa ng mas magandang sound at mas magandang musika. Ma'am Ana?
Yes, okay. So, diyan nagtatapos ang ating lesson at naway marami kayong natutunan sa araw na ito. At maaari niyong balikan pala itong lesson na to dahil
Yan, pwede nilang balikan na recorded ito yung mga hindi
Recorded.
nakarinig at walang kakayahan na pumasok sa ating
Mahina
live
ang
streaming
mga
sa ngayon. We're encouraging you to visit our dance portal at nandoon ang mga lesson na ito. They are actually recorded. Ma'am Aina?
Pwede niyong balikan yon. Okay.
Yan. Siguro Ma'am Aina ba, before na magpaalam tayo because we still have 2 minutes, yun ating mga estudyante. Month of February is the celebration of the National Arts Month. Marami na kami ipinos from your MAPEH teachers, yung mga contested activity natin like digital poster, face painting, pop dance ba yun, Sir Jasil? Pop dance, yung singing contest. Paalala lamang namin sa inyo na ang deadline of submission will be on the 28th. That will be next week. I-send ninyo ang mga output ninyo sa inyong MAPEH teachers. Yeah.
Okay. Kung may mga katanungan kayo mga anak, pwede kayong magtanong sa inyong mga MAPEH teachers tungkol dito sa ating lesson. No? Okay, so thank you very much for tuning in. Good day and God bless. Sa MAPEH,
Learning is more amazing. Bye-bye!
Bye! Thank you!
Ayan, nakalimutan ko. Yung isa pa pala. Ay, wala.
education, and health. Radio, ang istasyong magbibigay ng edukasyon kahit saan man at ang silid-aralan sa radyo 106.3 DWDR-FM. Sa MAPEH, learning is amazing! Ito ang 106.3 DANHS Radio. DANHS Radio.
Prepare yourself.
Ang silid-aralan sa radyo, hatid namin ay makabagong paraan ng pagtuturo at kalaman. Mapaumaga, tanghali o hapon man yan. Ang istasyong magbibigay impormasyon kahit saan man.
Alright, here we go.
106.3 DANHS Radio. Doña Aurora National High School, Santa Rita, Aurora, Isabela.
This
106.3 DWDR-FM.
Nais mong matuto, buksan mo ang iyong radyo. Lahat kami ay narito, tapat sa aming serbisyo. Walang problemang di malagpasan. Magliliwanag ang ating kinabukasan. Dance Radio, silid-aralan sa radyo. Hatid namin makabagong paraan ng pag
Ito ang 106.3 Dance Radio. Dance Radio.
Prepare yourself.
Ang silid-aralan sa radyo, hatid namin ay makabagong paraan ng pagtuturo at kaalaman. Mapaumaga, tanghali o hapon man yan, ang istasyong magbibigay impormasyon kahit saan man.
Alright, here we go.
106.3 Dance Radio. Doña Aurora National High School, Santa Rita, Aurora, Isabela.
This
106.3 DWBR-FM. Wika at panitikan, gramatika at kasaysayan, mga araling hatid ay gintong aral at karunungan. Ito ang Filipino Learning Area. Makinig, matuto, pag-aralan ang Filipino. Dito lang yan sa 106.3 DWDR-FM.
Maaliwalas at masiglang umaga sa inyong lahat, lalong-lalo na sa dalawa kong kasamahan, Teacher Leila Ballesteros at April Valdez. Ma'am, kami ang maghahatid sa inyo ng isa na namang tagpo sa ating radio-based instruction, ang Talakayan Live. Ihahatid namin sa inyo ang mga aralin sa grade 9. Ito ang unang linggo na maghahatid kami ng mga karagdagang paliwanag at impormasyon na may kinalaman sa laman ng learning activity sheets para sa quarter 3, week 1 yan. Quarter 3 na tayo. Congrats sa ating lahat. Pero bago kami magpatuloy, isang maalab na pagbati rin ang hatid ko sa pamunuan ng paaralang ito, sa Rod Pascua, ang ating officer in charge at Chief Education Supervisor ng SDO Isabela, 10 ng kanyang mga ulong guro. Sa mga magulang na nakikinig ngayon at syempre ang mga mag-aaral na nasa grade 9, alam ko rin na may mangilan-ilan na nakikinig at nanonood mula sa iba pang grades na sabik mag-aral sa tulong ng pagsasahimpapawid ng DANHS FM Radio. Gusto ko ring anyayahan ang dalawa kong kasamahan upang bumati, Ma'am Leila Ballesteros and Ma'am April Valdez. Magandang umaga sa ating lahat. Gusto ko ring batiin ang mga hawak kong klase, ang grade 9 Pasture, Mendel at SPJ. Gusto ko ring batiin ang mga guro ng Filipino Learning Area na tulong-tulong matupad ang bawat layunin at mithiin ng samahan. Ma'am Leila?
Maganda at maulang umaga sa inyong lahat. Gusto ko ring batiin ang makatuwang natin sa RBI na ito, Sir Joshel Guillermo, na tumutulong sa technical aspect ng programang ito. Ma'am Sheila May Pronda bilang gurong panradyo at Mark Bagamaspad ang ating radio host ng Filipino Learning Area. Magandang umaga din sa aking mga mag-aral ng 9 Darwin. Bago tayo magsimula, ihanda na ang inyong mga sarili para sa ating pag-aaral. Tiyakin na nasa komportable tayong lugar at narito ang ating amazing tips para kasabay at makasali sa talakayan. Una, makinig. Unawaing mabuti ang mamahalagang bagay upang maunawaan ng lubusan ang ating aralin. Ikalawa, magtala. Gamit ang panulat at extra notes, magtala o maglista ng mga detalyeng makatutulong sa pagsagot ng inyong magawain. Ikatlo, makilahok. Dala ng pakikinig at pagtatala, ang inyong partisipasyon ay napakahalaga, kaya tumutok sa ating broadcast. Kaapat, magbahagi. Handang magbigay ng opinyon o kuro-kuro. Sumali sa talakayan upang maibahagi ang inyong kaalaman sa paksa. At yan ang ating amazing tips hatid sa inyo ng Pusong Pinoy.
Ayan, ang layunin ng aralin natin ngayong umaga ay napatutunayang ang mga pangyayari sa binasang parabola ay maaaring maganap sa tunay na buhay sa kasalukuyan. Uulit ko, napatutunayang ang mga pangyayari sa binasang parabola ay maaaring maganap sa tunay na buhay sa kasalukuyan. Okay, tayo ay magbalik tanaw mula sa araling pinag-aralan natin noong ikalawang markahan. Ano nga ba ang tinalakay natin noong unang linggo. Ang unang tinalakay natin ay ang tanka at haiku, ang tradisyonal na tula ng mga Hapon. Ikalawang linggo ay ang sanaysay ng China. Ako si Gia Lee, isang ABC. Dito nalaman natin ang kultura ng mga China. Ikatlong linggo ay ang maikling kwento ng China, Hashnu, ang manlililok ng bato. At ang panghuling linggo ay naaliw tayo sa dulang bakit babae ang naguhugas ng pinggan.
Okay, so nakita na natin at nagbalik tanaw tayo sa naging paksa natin nung nakaraang quarter. Ngayon naman, panoorin natin ang isang maikling bahagi ng naging sikat na pelikula noong taong 2000. Ano kaya ito, Ma'am Val?
Ayan, tignan natin. Siguradong alam ito ng ating mag-aaral. Yan, ang aming pinanood kanina ay bahagi ng naging sikat na pelikula noong 2000. Okay, dahil hindi napapakinggan mga anak, ngunit nakikita naman, ay ikwento ko na lang kung ano yung nilalaman ng bahagi ng pelikulang iyan. Si Claudine Barreto ay gumanap bilang Carla At si Vilma Santos ay gumanap bilang Josie. Siya ay ina na ng ibang bansa. Pumunta sa Hong Kong upang mabigyan ng magandang buhay ang mga anak. Subalit sa kanyang paghihirap ay hindi niya alam na napapaliwara na pala ang kanyang mga anak kagaya ni Carla. Yan nakita kanina sa video na umalis si Carla, pumunta sa kanyang mga kabarkada upang magbisyo. Yan, umiinom ng alak, manigarilyo at iba pa hanggat napabayaan niya ang kanyang pag-aaral. Gayunpaman, siya ay sinundo ng kanyang ina. Yan, sa kanyang pagsundo ay inaway pa din ni Carla ang kanyang ina. Hindi siya sumama. Kumbaga, hindi siya sumama sa kanyang ina. Okay, yan lang yung nilalaman ng bahagi ng video na yan. Okay, ito yung pinakabuod mga anak kasi baka meron pa sa atin ang hindi nakakaalam ng sikat na pelikulang ito. Si Josie ay isang OFW sa ibang bansa upang mabigyan niya ng magandang buhay ang kanyang mga anak. Iniwan niya sa murang edad ang kanyang mga anak upang mabili nito ang gusto nila at makapag-aral ng maayos. Lahat ng hirap at pananakit ng kanyang amo ay kanyang tiniis upang matupad lamang ang mga pangarap niya sa kanyang anak. Yan, isang araw, napagdesisyonan ni Josie na umuwi na sa Pilipinas upang makapiling niya ang kanyang mga anak na matagal nang nawalay sa kanya. Sa kanyang pagbabalik, nakita niya na hindi ito nagustuhan ng kanyang anak na si Carla. Gayon din ang walang kibo na si Michael, pati ang kanyang bunso na si Daday. Habang tumatagal, nakikilala niya ang kanyang mga anak at unti-unting napalapit ito kay Daday at Michael, ngunit kay Carla ay hindi. Natuklasan niya na ito ay hindi nag-aaral at madaming bisyo sa katawan, higit sa lahat ang pagpapalaglag nito sa kanyang anak. Dumagdag pa ang pagkawala ng scholarship na Michael sa pag-aaral. Kabilang dagok ang dinatnan niya sa kanyang pag-uwi sa Pilipinas, pero ayan, hindi ito naging hadlang upang sumuko bilang isang ina sa 3 niyang anak. Sa kanilang pagtatalo, ipinaliwanag ni Josie kay Carla ang lahat ng hirap na kanyang tiniis, pati na ang pagtitipid niya sa pagkain, may ipadala lamang ito sa kanyang mga anak. Dito, naisip ni Carla ang hirap ng kanyang ina, mabigyan lamang sila ng magandang buhay. Kaya siya ay nagpakatino at minahal na niya ang kanyang ina.
Ayan, so naibuod ng maayos ang pelikulang Anak. At batid natin lahat, ma'am, na ang pelikulang Anak ay talaga nga namang naipanood na rin sa ating mga mag-aaral. At ito ay talagang maraming aral na napulot mula sa pelikulang to. Ngayon, mga bata, mga mag-aaral, ilarawan natin si Josie bilang isang ina. Okay, sumagot kayo sa ating chat box. Okay, mga mag-aaral, sagot na sa ating chat box. Paano ninyo mailalarawan si Josie bilang isang ina sa pelikulang Anak? Okay? Tignan natin kung may sumagot na. Okay. Dito, ma'am, si Josie talaga mapagmahal na ina. Ayun na, ako maglalarawan kay Josie. Isa siya mapagmahal, matiising ina. Okay, sa mga mag-aaral natin na nakasubaybay, paano ninyo mailalarawan si Josie bilang isang ina sa pelikulang Anak? At may sumagot na, ma'am, si Edessa Monique Santos ng 9 Lanzones, mapagmahal sa kanyang anak. Si Tracy, sabi niya, matyaga. Si Josie ay isang mapagmahal na magulang. Ang sagot ni Jewel, Lakanilaw. At ang lahat ng mga sagot ng ating mga mag-aaral ay mapagmahal na ina. At gusto kong basahin ang sagot ni Angie Pineda. Si Josie ay isang mapagmahal na ina, kahit para sa kanya ay binibigay pa rin niya ito sa kanyang mga anak para sa kanilang kinabukasan. Ayan, sa inyo mga kasama ko, 'di ba? Mga ina naman na kayo, 'di ba? So alam ninyo yung pakiramdam, may re-relate ninyo yung buhay ninyo sa pagmamahal na pinakita ni Josie. Ayan, napakahusay ng ating mga mag-aaral. Nailarawan nila ng mahusay si Josie. Okay, ngayon naman, mga mag-aaral, kung nailarawan ninyo ng mabuti si Josie, ilarawan nyo naman si Carla. Paano naman si Carla sa pelikulang Anak? Okay, sagot na mga bata sa ating chat box.
Yan, si Carla, ma'am, ay siya si Claudine, di ba?
Yes,
Barreto.
ma'am. Napakahusay na artista nito. Mga panahon ko ata to eh.
Hindi man nila narinig kanina yung video, doon lang sa kahit sa doon sa ginagawa nila, alam na nila kung ano ang naging character ni Claudine Barreto doon sa pelikulang iyon.
Yes, ma'am. At nakatulong yung pagbibigay buod ni Ma'am Valerie kanina para mailarawan nila si Carla sa pelikulang Anak. Okay, ang sagot ni Mary Lico Abad, sabi niya, makasarili. Si Carla ay isang anak na pasaway. Ang sagot naman ni Glycaan Salvador. Okay, ang karamihang sagot ng ating mga mag-aaral ay makasarili at pasaway. Okay.
Sa ibang salita, ma'am, ang pasaway ay alibugha.
Yes,
Okay.
alibugha. Okay. Ang pelikulang ito ay malaki ang pagkakatulad sa parabolang ating tatalakayin ngayon. Malalaman natin mamaya kung paano nga ba nagkakatulad ang dalawang ito. Okay, Ma'am Leila?
Okay, so ang pag-aaralan natin sa ikatlong markahan ay ang Timog Kanlurang Asya. Ito ay binubuo ng mga bansang Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, Bhutan, Israel at India. Batid kong makatutulong sa inyo ang mga aral na nais ipabatid ng mga akda na ating tatalakayin ngayong ikatlong quarter tulad ng parabola, elehiya, maikling kwento, alamat at epiko. Bukod pa riyan, may mga bahagi rin na matututunan ninyo. Ito ay tungkol sa gramatika at retorika.
Yan, nabanggit kanina na ang pelikulang napanood ay malaki ang pagkakatulad sa parabolang ating tatalakayin ngayon. At halos lahat ng parabolang nakasaad sa Biblia ay nangyari sa Israel. Kaya, ayan, Filipino time muna tayo ngayon. Magbigay muna tayo ng kaunting kaalaman sa bansang Israel. Yan, ang Israel ay matatagpuan sa Kanlurang Asya. Republika ang kanilang pamahalaan. Bago magdeklara ng kalayaan ang Israel noong Mayo 14, 1948, ay maraming pinagdaan ng mapapait na karanasan ang mga Israelita. May mataas na pagpapahalaga ang Israel sa pag-aaral, kaya ang unang batas na itinakda ng bansang ito ay ang libreng pag-aaral para sa lahat at sa pilitang pagpasok sa mga paaralan hanggang 18 taon. Dalawang uri ng edukasyon ang nakatatanggap ng pondo mula sa pamahalaan ng Israel. Ang paaralang panghudyo na Hebreo ang wikang ginagamit at ang paaralang pang-Arabe ang ginagamit. Jerusalem ang kabisera ng Israel. Ito ang tinatawag na the Promised Land. Bagamat ang relihiyon ng karamihan ng tao sa Israel ay Judaismo, mapapansin ding marami sa mga pangyayari sa Biblia ay nangyari sa bansang Israel.
Okay, napakahusay naman ng iyong binahagi, ma'am. Hitik na hitik sa kaalaman. Kaya,
okay, at dito nangyari yung pinakamahalagang kasaysayan sa buong mundo, Ma'am April, di ba?
yes, ma'am. Okay, so talaga nga namang dagdag kaalaman ito sa ating mga mag-aaral. At ito, mga mag-aaral, mayroon kaming katanungan sa inyo. Kasi ito, minsan kinakausap natin yung ating sarili, di ba? Lalo pag mag-isa tayo. Normal lang yan. Okay, wag ka lang tumawa, mag-isa. Okay, ito ang tanong ko.
Pwede din Ma'am April, tumawa mag-isa.
Tumawa
Wag
rin.
lang lagi-lagi.
Ay, yes, ma'am. Iba na yun, ma'am, di ba?
Iba na.
Okay, ito na ang tanong, mga mag-aaral, kaya abang-abang na sa ating chat box. Naitanong nyo na ba sa inyong sarili kung ikaw ay isang mabuting anak o kaya ay kapatid? Ano-ano ang iyong mga katangian o ginagawang makapagpapatunay na ikaw ay isang mabuting kapatid at anak?
Personal na tanong, di ba?
Yes, parang ang hirap namang sagutin nito.
Parang gustong-gusto kong sagutin.
Ay, sige nga,
Oo.
ma'am. Ikaw nga,
Sige,
mag-share
Ma'am
ka nga,
Leila.
ma'am.
Yung una, naitanong nyo na ba sa inyong sarili, ikaw ay isang mabuting anak o kaya ay kapatid? Okay, so kung sasagutin ko yan, kung sa ganang akin, masasabi ko na ako ay isang mabuting anak. Okay? Isa ding mabuting kapatid. Bakit kaya? Bakit ko nasabi isa akong mabuting anak? Dahil lahat ng gustong mangyari ng aking ina sa aking buhay mula pagkabata hanggang sa kasalukuyan ay kung ano ang kanyang sinasabi, napatunayan ko na yun ay nangyayari. Bakit? Kasi gusto niya noong panahon kong iyon, madamot siya sa kaligayahan. Ibig sabihin, kung gusto kong pumunta sa ibang lugar, ayaw niya. Bakit kaya? Kung sinabi kong may manliligaw na ganito, ayaw niya. Bakit kaya? Dahil ang sabi ng aking nanay, gusto ko lang ipakita sa iyo o iparanas sa iyo yung bagay na sana pagdating ng panahon magkaroon ka ng masayang pangyayari sa iyong buhay, sabi niya. Kaya sabi ko, sa lahat ng sinasabi ng nanay ko ay sinusunod ko dahil siya lamang ang nakakaalam kung ano ang mangyayari sa akin. Okay? Pero higit sa lahat ang Diyos, siyempre, na siya ang pinagmumulan ng ating buhay at ikinabubuhay. Kung sa kapatid naman, ay napakaswerte ko naman. Ako naman siguro magsabi, napakaswerte ko sa aking kapatid. Okay, alam naman natin, ang mga magkakapatid ay minsan nag-aaway-away dahil sa mga bagay na gusto na nilang makuha na hindi pa sana dapat. Okay, gaya ng mana, di ba?
Yes.
Nagkaroon ng awayan dahil sa mana. Pero sa aming magkapatid, hindi pa nangyayari yon at hindi namin papayagan na mangyayari yon dahil alam namin yung bonding na nangyayari sa amin ng kapatid ko.
Yes, ma'am. At
Okay.
higit sa lahat, kinakailangang nangingibabaw ang pagmamahal at ang pagiging makadiyos sa ating mga tahanan para mailayo tayo sa anumang uri ng mga pagkakamali at mga sakuna na yan. Maari yan. Okay. Ito, sagot ng ating bata. Sabi ni Angeli Pineda, opo ma'am, natanong ko na ito sa aking sarili at sa aking palagay, minsan oo at minsan hindi. Sapagkat ako rin minsan ay matigas ang ulo at hindi nakikinig sa aking mga magulang at kapatid. Okay?
May sagot din ma'am si Natasha Pearl. Ayon sa aking obserbasyon, masasabi kong na ako ay isang mabuting anak ngunit hindi sa lahat ng pagkakataon. Dahil sumusunod ako sa utos ng aking ina ngunit minsan ay hindi nasusunod ang nais ng ina at minsan nag-aaway rin kami ng aking kapatid.
Okay. So, yun, napansin ko sa mga sagot ng ating mga mag-aaral, neutral ba? Yung bang tipong oo, minsan, hindi, ganon. So, kumbaga, depende sa sitwasyon.
At saka, iba yung panahon natin noon at panahon nila ngayon.
Ay, yes, ma'am. Maalala ko nung panahon namin, pag may bisita sa bahay, kapag nandun ka, sa harapan din nila, nakasamang bisita, titignan ka lang ng magulang mo, umalis ka na. Diba? So, yes, iba talaga ang pagdidisiplina din noon. Diba?
Ibig sabihin ma'am, napakasunurin natin noon.
Tama yun.
Kaya nga, sabi ko,
Kasi
masunurin
takot tayo.
ako. Oo, masunurin ako noon. Kasi takot ako kay nanay ko. Sa nanay ko, syempre. Kaya lahat ng gusto niya, sinusunod ko. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so, ayun, yun ang ating mga nakuhang kasagutan sa ating mga mag-aaral. Ma'am Leila?
Okay, tulad ninyo, kanina, ay nag-isip rin ang pangunahing tauhan sa parabola kung siya ay mabuti o masama bang kapatid at anak. Alamin natin ang kwento ng alibughang anak. Pero bago yan, narito ang gabay na tanong. Una, anong uri ng ama sa akdang binasa? Kung ikaw ang ama sa parabola, ibibigay mo ba ang iyong papamana na sa inyong anak kahit ikaw ay buhay pa? Katlo, nakabuti ba sa bunsong anak ang pagkuha agad ng kanyang mana? Ikaapat, paano nilustay ng bunsong anak ang nakuha niyang mana? Ano ang ibinunga ng kanyang pagtatakwil sa magulang? May kilala ka bang anak na ganito ang kahinatnan ng buhay dahil sa pagiging alibugha? Makatarungan ba ang ginawa ng amang pagtanggap sa kanyang anak na muling nagbalik? Kung ikaw ang nasa katayuan ng ama, ganon din kaya ang iyong gagawin. Okay? At ang huli, masisisi mo ba ang anak na panganay na maghinanakit sa kanyang ama? Kung ikaw ang nasa kanyang kalagayan, ganon din kaya ang iyong gagawin. Alam kong excited na kayong malaman ang kwento ng parabulang ito. Tara, panoorin natin.
Excited na din ako.
Excited ako. Ang ganda-ganda ng parabulang ito.
Hindi pa na-play.
Wala.
Ang parabolang ating napanood ay makikita mula sa Lucas chapter 15 verse 11 to 32. Yan mga anak, pasensya na walang audio. So, ibubuod na lang natin. May mag-aama, 2 anak, panganay at bunso. Yung bunso lumapit sa kanyang ama, hiningi ang kanyang yaman, ang kanyang mana. Ibinigay naman ng ama yung kanyang mana. So, umalis ang bunsong anak, nagpakasasa sa yamang kanyang nakuha. Nilustay niya sa maling pamamaraan. Hanggat dumating ang panahon ng taghirap, wala na siyang pera. Saan siya kukuha ng kanyang makakain? Hanggat siya ay namasukan sa pagpapakain ng hayop. Ayan, doon niya na-realize na mali yung kanyang ginawa, kaya't siya'y bumalik sa kanyang ama, humingi ng tawad. Ano pong ginawa ng ama? Tinanggap niya ng walang alinlangan yung kanyang anak. Pero yung panganay na anak, siya ay nagdamdam sa ama. Dahil umalis na nga lang, hindi sinunod yung mga utos ng kanyang ama, pero nang bumalik, binigyan pa siya ng mga singsing, ng mga tsinelas, ng magandang damit. Okay? At nagpakatay pa, di ba, ng hayop. Nagkaroon ng salo-salo. Iyan po yung nilalaman ng parabola.
At ang gusto ko doon, Ma'am
Yes,
Val,
ma'am.
sabi ng ama, basta gusto ko ito, sabi ng ama, anak, sa'yo lahat ang mayroon sa akin ngayon. Dahil ang kapatid mo ay namatay at muling nabuhay. Okay? Kaya yung ginawa ng ama, di ba? Imbes na magalit yung ama, hindi niya nagawa yon dahil mahal na mahal niya ang kanyang mga anak. Okay, so nakita natin yung pagmamahal ng isang ama, bagamat ang kanyang bunso ay matagal nang nawala. Okay? Siya ang lumustay sa kayamanan nila.
Yes, napakaganda ng isang akda na to na talaga namang kapupulutan natin ng aral. Di ba, Ma'am Valerie?
Yes, ma'am. Ayan, batay sa ating napanood ay bigyan muna natin ng kahulugan ang parabola. Ayan, tignan natin, ma'am, baka may sagot ang mga mag-aaral. Sigurado ako, di ba? Doon sa napanood nila ay mahinuhan nila kung ano ang ibig sabihin ng parabola.
Maibibigay nila ang kahulugan ng
Yes.
parabola batay sa pagbibigay mo ng buod at sa kanilang napanood. Okay, ano nga ba ang parabola? May sumagot na, sabi niya, okay. Ito ay tungkol sa unang tanong. Okay. Ano ang parabola, mga mag-aaral?
Parang yung sinasabi dito na tinatanong ni Ma'am Valerie ay yung parang yung sagot ko kanina. Parang yung medyo sasabihin mo, ay oo, ganun ang parabola. Okay, di ba ang sabi ko kanina, ang yung kapatid ay namatay pero muling nabuhay.
Yes,
di ba?
Okay.
Okay, ano kaya ang parabola?
Okay, mga mag-aaral, ano kaya ang parabola? Ito ang sagot ni Ains Adrian Guya ng Nine Mendel. Isang kwento na maaari makapagbibigay ng gintong aral sa atin.
Ayun yung word, ma'am, aral.
Yes, gintong aral, di ba? Okay, ano pa kaya ang kanilang kasagutan tungkol sa parabola? Ano kaya ang kahulugan ng parabola para sa ating mga mag-aaral?
Yes, batay sa kanilang napanood kanina
Yes,
at pagbubuod ko.
Yes po. Okay, sisiyan kabunot. Ang parabola ay gumagamit ng pagtutulad at metapora upang bigyan ng diin ang kahulugan. Ito ay madalas na hango sa banal na kasulatan at kwentong umaakay sa tao sa matuwid na landas ng buhay. Ang mga detalye at mga tauhan ay hindi nagbibigay ng malalim na kahulugan. Ang binibigyan ng diin ay aral sa kwento. Napakahusay ng sagot ng ating mag-aaral. Okay, so Ma'am Valerie?
Yan, ayon kay Arrogante, 2004, ito ay mga kwentong karaniwan sa pandinig na palaaral ng Biblia, sapagkat base ito sa mga pangaral ng Panginoon nang nabubuhay pa. Dagdag pa ni Arrogante na ang parabola sa biglang tingin, animoy alamat. Yan. Bakit kaya? Animoy alamat? o di kaya'y pabula. Yan. Kasi kung hindi mga tao ang mga tauhan, ay mga hayop o mga bagay-bagay. Yan, alam kong may dagdag kaalaman pa ang aking mga kasamahan, Ma'am April.
Okay, ayun nga yung ayon sa sagot ng ating mag-aaral kanina, tama siya. Ang parabula ay hangos sa banal na kasulatan. At ang kwentong ito ay maakay sa tao at nagbibigay ng aral sa atin. Ma'am Leila, may karagdagan
So,
ba?
naiiba lamang ang parabula sa dahilang ang pananalita ay napaka-ordinaryo. Pero ang nilalaman naman ay napakalalim na mahirap maunawaan at matugunan. Ngunit kung ang matalinghaga naman, ito ay maunawaan lalo ng mga taong pinamimigatang dibdib. Ito'y nagsisilbing inspirasyon at nagtuturo ng tuwid na landas. Okay, balikan ko lamang doon, sabi niya, ang pananalita ay napaka-ordinaryo, pero ang nilalaman ay napakalalim. Gaya ng sinabi ko kanina, 2 beses ko lang nabanggit, ang sabi ng Ama, yun yung natin yung linya natin, na sabi ng Ama, nawala, ngunit nasumpungan, namatay at muling nabuhay. Yun yung sabi niyang metapora, yung sinabi ni Sian kanina,
Yes, ma'am.
Gumamit ng metapora. Napaka-simple yung ginamit na salita, pero kung ito'y tatarugin mo, o kaya paglilimiin mo, mayroon itong kahulugan.
Yes,
Gaya
ma'am.
ng nangyari sa buhay ng bunsong anak sa kwento.
Kaya naman, ang parabola, Ma'am Leila, minsan ay tinatawag na talinghaga.
Oo.
Ayan. So, ayan, maghanda na mga anak dahil tatalakayin na natin ang nilalaman ng parabolang ang alibughang anak. Yan na ang pamagat ng pinanood natin kanina o binuod ko ay ang alibughang anak. Yan, basahin namin ang mga katanungan mga anak at i-type na lang ang kasagutan sa ating chat box. Yan, unang tanong, anong uri ng ama sa akdang binasa? Yan, ilarawan ang ama dun sa binuod kong parabola kanina. Yan, tignan natin, Ma'am April. May sumagot na si Jewel
Yes.
Lakanilaw.
Ito ang kanyang sagot. Ang uri ng ama sa akdang binasa ay mapagmahal at mapagpatawad. Ang sagot naman ni Tracy ay ito, mahaba-haba. Okay, sa number 1, ang uri ng ama sa parabola ay mapagbigay at mapagmahal. Sumagot na rin siya ng number 2, ma'am. Okay, mamaya
Wow.
namin babasahin yan, anak. Yung number 1 pa lamang tayo. Okay?
Okay, nag-advance si Kaya Tracy.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Kasi siguro excited, talagang alam niya yung
Yes.
kwento.
Yes, ma'am. Alam na alam din nila to. Kasi ito ay makikita natin sa Biblia. Kaya sigurado tayo na bata pa lamang sila, alam na nila to.
Tama, Ma'am April.
Okay. Ayun, karamihan sa sagot ng ating mga mag-aral ay mapagmahal at mapagpatawad.
Bakit kaya nila nasabing mapagpatawad, Ma'am April?
Bakit nga ba? Ano?
Siyempre,
Kasi-
kailangan nating patunayan, di ba?
Bakit nga ba nasabi ninyo mga mag-aaral na ang ama sa parabulang ating pinakinggan, pinanood ay mapagmahal? Okay, tingnan
At
natin.
mapagpatawad.
Yes, at tingnan
Yan.
natin ang inyong mga kasagutan. Siyempre, hindi pwedeng mapagmahal at mapagpatawad lang. Dapat merong justification bakit nila nasabi yon. Okay, ano nga ba? Maunawain. Ayan, maunawain daw ang ama doon. Sa
Nilustay
akda.
na lahat-lahat, pero pinatawad pa rin ang kanyang anak. At buong-buo yung kanyang kamay. Nung nakita niya ang kanyang anak, niyakap
ma'am.
niya kaagad ito.
Ibig sabihin,
dahilan?
ma'am,
Oo, merong
tinanggap ng
dahilan,
walang
diba?
pag-aalinlangan.
Tama.
Diba?
Walang pag-aalinlangan ng pagmamahal ng isang ama.
Okay, mapagmahal dahil kahit buhay pa siya ay binigay na niya. Oh, siguro ang tinutukoy dito ng ating mag-aaral yung bahagi ng kanyang mga anak. Yes, yung
May sagot
kayamanan.
din, ma'am, si Christian Vino. Sabi niya, kanya pa rin tinanggap ang bunsong anak kahit na nagkaroon siya ng maling desisyon. Yan, tumpak na tumpak.
Yes. Alam niyo, natutuwa ako sa sagot ng ating mga mag-aaral. Talaga nga namang yung kanilang mga sagot ay swak na swak sa mga tanong at talagang yung kanilang mga sagot ay nakaka-inspired pa, di ba ma'am?
Oo, ibang-iba kapag ang panitikan natin ay tungkol sa magulang. O,
Yes.
ibang-iba sila kung sumagot, di ba?
Yes,
Oo,
ma'am.
alam nila kasi nararamdaman nila.
Okay, ito pang sagot. Dahil kahit inabuso ng kanyang bunsong anak ang perang ibinigay sa kanya, ay pinatawad pa rin niya ito.
Yan ay sagot ni Edessa Monique Santos from grade 9, Lanzones. Wow, very
Napakahusay
good.
talaga ng ating mga mag-aaral.
Ang daming nakikibahagi, ma'am. Sayang lang dahil hindi natin lahat nababasa yung kanilang kasagutan.
Okay, so yun ang kanilang sagot sa unang bilang.
Siguro, ma'am, pwede na. Ikalawang bilang.
Ikalawang bilang tayo. Ito na. Kung ikaw ang ama sa parabola, ibibigay mo ba ang mana ng iyong mga anak kahit ikaw pa ay buhay pa? Ayan. Napaka ano naman ang tanong na to, Ma'am Val.
Ikaw, ma'am, tanungin ko, halimbawa may anak ka na tapos lumapit siya sa'yo. Hingin na niya yung mana mo, ay yung mana niya. Anong mararamdaman mo?
Alam mo, natuwa ako sa tanong mo, Ma'am. Halimbawa may anak na.
Halimbawa lang, Ma'am.
Sige,
Halimbawa
yes.
lang.
Okay, halimbawa.
Halimbawa ako yung anak mo, inay.
Ito na naman tayo sa mga kasama.
diba?
Tama, halimbawa lang, Ma'am.
Okay.
Pero darating din yan.
Ay, yes naman.
Darating ang panahon.
Yes.
Dahil
Okay.
hilingin ng yung anak na kukunin na niya ang kanyang mana.
Okay.
Ano ang gagawin mo, Ma'am April?
Siguro, ma'am, lilimiin ko muna. Titignan ko munang mabuti kung saan niya gagamitin ito. Kasi kung sasabihin niya sa akin, magtatayo siya ng negosyo para sa kanyang future, maari kong ibigay. Pero kung wala siyang ano yun, yung
lulustayin niya lang.
Yes, yung intact na desisyon ay hindi ko ibibigay. So, depende yun sa sitwasyon, ma'am. Ikaw, Ma'am Valerie, ibabalik ko sa iyo ang tanong.
Eto, ma'am, depende din sa sitwasyon. Tama yung sinabi mo, ma'am. Magbigay lang ako ng halimbawa muna. Totoong buhay ito. Hinihingi ng mga anak yung kanilang mana dahil yung kanilang ina ay na-stroke na. Ibig sabihin, hindi kayang i-manage ng ina yung kanyang ari-arian. Kaya yon, hinihingi ng mga anak para sila yung mag-manage. O, sa tingin mo, Ma'am Leila, okay lang ba yon?
Pwede siguro na hindi silang magmamanage, pero
Yes.
hindi para sa akin, hindi muna hahatiin. I-manage lang nila yon, pero hindi nila angkinin dahil nandoon pa yung magulang na alam nilang hindi na makapagtrabaho. So yung magmumula doon sa halimbawa sa lupa, mga perang na maipon, ibibigay nila muna sa kanilang ina dahil kailangan ito.
Ibig sabihin, tutulungan lang yung kanya.
Oo, tutulungan lang. Pero hindi muna hatiin.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, may sagot si Melanie Sagusyo. Ayan. Opo, pwede kong ibigay sa kanya ang kanyang mana kung alam kong magagamit niya itong ng tama at nasa tamang edad na siya. Parehas kayo ng kasagutan kanina, ma'am. Gagamitin sa tamang paraan.
Yes, ma'am. At may sumagot din, hindi, sabi ni Ismael Pascual, hindi dahil baka gamitin niya ito sa mga masasamang gawain. So lahat tayo dito sa bahagi ng tanong na to, meron tayong dalawang option di ba? Hindi natin pwedeng ibigay kasi kinakailangan idepende muna natin sa sitwasyon. 'Di ba? Kaya yung mga sagot ng ating mag-aaral ay tama, 'di ba? Maaring hindi, maaring oo. Okay.
Ito lang yung sagot ng ating mag-aaral, ma'am. Oo, paggamitin sa tamang paraan. Hindi, paglulustayin sa maling paraan.
Yes, ma'am.
Yun.
Okay. So, number 3, Ma'am Leila.
Okay, so sa number 3, nakabuti ba sa bunsong anak ang pagkuha agad ng kanyang mana?
Ayan, kitang-kita
Okay.
naman kanina kahit walang audio, alam natin kung paano ginamit ng bunsong anak yung kanyang kayamanang hiningi, di ba?
Yes. Nagpakasasa siya sa pera, nilustay niya ito, ano pa yon, yung kanyang mga ginawa, di ba? Okay.
Okay, tignan natin, ma'am, ang kasagutan ng mga bata.
Okay, nakabuti kaya sa bunsong anak ang pagkuha agad ng kanyang
Mana.
Ang sagot ni Alison Kim Marsan, hindi po. Bakit kaya hindi po?
Yan. Ma'am si Tracy Ann Santiago Bulilan from grade 9 Darwin, hindi nakabuti sa bunsong anak ang pagkuha agad ng kanyang mana sapagkat nang makuha niyang mana ay pinagbili ng bunso ang kanyang ari-arian at nagtungo sa malayong lupain at nagdalita siya kaya't namasukan siya sa isang mamamayan sa lupain niyaon at pinapunta sa bukid bilang taga-alaga ng baboy. Ayan, si Gleisa Salvador, hindi sapagkat siya ay naging pariwara.
Okay. Si Natasha Perltan, hindi dahil sa maling paraan ng pamumuhay at siya ay naghirap at nagutom. Okay, so minsan kasi, 'di ba? Minsan kasi yung kapag maraming pera ang tao, ito in reality to. Kapag maraming pera ang tao, minsan hindi natin alam kung saan natin ito gagamitin. Pero kapag ikaw ay wais, okay, at alam mo kung saan alam mong mag-budget, ayan, alam mo kung saan mo dadalhin ang pera mo. Di ba, Ma'am Valerie?
Yes, ma'am. Ayun, ma'am, paano nga ba ginamit ng bunsong anak yung kanyang mana? Kasi sabi nila, ma'am, hindi. Paano ba niya ginamit? Paano nga ba niya nilustay? Kaya, nabanggit kanina ni Ma'am April, ay nagsugal, nagbisyo. Ano pa, ma'am? Kung ano-anong kanyang binili.
Oo, saka nabanggit doon sa kwento na nang babae siya. Nilustay niya sa mga masasamang gawain. Kaya naubos ang kanyang pinagbilhan, yung kanyang mana.
Yes.
Okay?
Ayan, dumako na tayo sa ika-4 na bilang. Ay, nasagot na natin, ma'am, paano nilustay ng bunsong anak ang nakuha niyang mana. Yan, ika-5 bilang.
Okay, kaya mag-aaral kapag meron kayong mga perang hawak o nakaluluwag kayo, pag-isipan ninyong mabuti kung saan ninyo ito gagastusin. Okay, huwag niyong gagayahin ang bunsong anak dito, ha? Okay, ika-5, ano ang binunga ng kanyang pagtatakwil sa magulang? May kilala ka bang anak na ganito ang kinahinatnan ng buhay dahil sa pagiging alibugha? O mga anak, sagot na kayo, nasa ika-5 bilang na tayo. Uulitin ko, ano ang ibinunga ng kanyang pagtatakwil sa magulang? May kilala ka bang anak na ganito ang kinahinatnan ng buhay dahil sa pagiging alibugha? Okay, Ma'am Valerie, meron ka bang may share, Ma'am Leila?
Ayan, yung alibugha, bigyan muna natin ng kahulugan.
Okay.
Ang kahulugan nito ay pagiging pasaway. Ayan.
Ako kumbaga, pag pasaway, mas mataas pa yung level ng pagiging pasaway, di ba? Yung alibugha. Nakita naman natin na kaya nga siya pinamagatang alibughang anak dahil sa pangyayari sa buhay ng bunsong anak. Kaya yun yung nire-refer ng kwento doon sa bunsong anak.
Okay, may sagot na si Angeli Pineda. Ang naging bunga ay hindi maganda sapagkat hindi naging maganda ang kinahinatnan ng kanyang mga ginawa. Wala po, ngunit marami po akong napapanood sa television. Okay, yun yung kanyang sagot kanina. May kilala ka bang anak na ganito? Sabi niya, wala. Pero marami siyang napapanood sa television. Okay, ano
Ayan,
pa?
si Tracy Ann Santiago Bulilan, ang ibinunga ng kanyang pagtatakwil ay hindi naging maayos ang buhay niya. Mayroon at ito ay nakita ko lamang sa mga palabas. Wala sila palabas.
Yes.
Oo, kung minsan kasi yung mga napapanood natin, mga palabas ay kung minsan hango ito sa tunay na buhay.
Yes.
Okay? Number 6, okay na?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
nakako na tayo sa ika-6 na katanungan. Makatarungan ba ang ginawa ng amang pagtanggap sa kanyang anak na muling nagbalik? Kung ikaw ang nasa katayuan ng ama, ganun din kaya ang iyong gagawin.
Yan, tignan natin ang kasagutan ng mga grade 9.
Okay, mga mag-aaral, nasa ika-6 na bilang na tayo. Ulitin ko ang tanong. Makatarungan ba ang ginawa ng amang pagtanggap sa kanyang anak na muling nagbalik? Kung ikaw ang nasa katayuan ng ama, ganun din kaya ang iyong gagawin?
Ikaw, Ma'am Leila, kung ikaw yung ama, tatanggapin mo ba yung bunsong anak?
Doon sa sitwasyon siguro, mahirap, parang napakahirap na na desisyon. Yung nilustay niya lahat ng kayamanan mo, lahat ng pag-aari mo, tapos babalik. Siguro panahon ang makapagsasabi kung kailan ko tatanggapin. Pagtatanggapin ang kanyang pagbabalik. Okay? So hindi ko agad masasabi, yayakapin ko, 'di ba? Sa realidad, mahirap tanggapin mo kaagad yung lumustay sa pinaghirapan mo. So para sa akin, panahon ang magdidikta kung kailan ko siya tatanggapin sa aking buhay.
Ayan.
Kahit anak ko pa siguro.
Yes, ma'am. Tama yun, ma'am. Tama yun. Kasi, ang opinion ko naman, binigay ko na yung para sa'yo. Diba? Binigay ko na yung para sa'yo, hiningi mo yung para sa'yo, dapat ikaw na mismo yung maging driver ng buhay mo. Ganun dapat. Kaya kapag ikaw ay bumalik sa akin, tama yung sinabi, sasang-ayon ako sa sinabi ni Ma'am Leila na panahon ang magdidikta kung kailan kita matatanggap.
Ako naman siguro, ma'am, ay tatanggapin ko agad dahil alam mo yon, ang hirap tiisin ng mga anak, 'di ba? Bilang ina, ang hirap mo silang nakikitang ganito kahit meron silang kamalian.
Pero, Ma'am Valerie, sa akin, dapat alam nila kung ano yung ginawa nila yung bagay na yon, alam niya magiging consequences, di ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Oo. Hindi, papapatawad ko siya. Mapapatawad ko yung anak ko, pero gaya ng sinabi ko kanina, panahon na lang ang magsasabi.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Ayun naman, ma'am, kay Ismael Pascual. Oo, dahil anak ko pa rin siya, dahil lahat naman ng tao ay nagkakamali.
Okay, ito rin ang sagot ni Alison Kimarsan. Oo, makatarungan ito sapagkat kahit na anong mangyari ay anak niya pa rin ito. Kung ako ang nasa katayuan ng ama, ay ganun din ang aking gagawin. Okay, ito ay kanya-kanyang opinion, ma'am.
Yes.
Oo, tama naman yung
Yes.
sinabi niya na kaagad tatanggapin. Okay, pero sa akin, sa realidad,
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
yung sagot ko ay yun yung nararamdaman.
Yes.
Pero kailangan pa rin natin na magpatawad.
Yes,
Okay, yun
ma'am.
naman ang pinakamahalaga. Magpatawad tayo para gumaan ang ating kalooban. Diba? Magpatawad tayo para masaya tayo.
Gusto ko yun, ma'am, magpatawad. Yan ang
Yes.
yan ang aral ng parabulang ang alibughang
Ay,
anak.
bakit nasabi
Oh,
ko na?
ayan,
Doon,
diba?
dumating lang yung point na nasabi ko magpatawad.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So, ano pa? Number 7, Ma'am Valerie.
Ma'am, basahin lang natin ito. Sagot ni Ains Adrian Guya. Opo, dahil anak niya pa rin ito at alam kong di kakayanin ng isang ama makita ang kanilang anak na mahirapan. Para sa akin, oo, kasi anak ko pa rin ito. Ayan.
Okay, basahin natin ang sagot ni Melanie Sagusyo ng 9 Mendel. Opo, ngunit kung ako ang nasa katayuan niya, hindi ko ito gagawin dahil gusto kong matutunan ng aking anak ang kanyang leksyon sa kanyang kamalian. Okay.
Yung leksyon,
Yes,
tama.
okay.
Oo.
Ito naman yung pagkakatulad sa sagot ni Ma'am Leila. Bibigyan ng leksyon muna para matuto. Ano?
Yes, ma'am.
Ayan.
Okay. So, napakahusay talaga ng ating mga pagbabahagi sa tanong na ito.
Very active ng mga batang ito.
Yes, ma'am.
Ayan, dumako na tayo sa ikapitong bilang. Masisisi mo ba ang anak na panganay na maghinanakit sa kanyang ama? Kung ikaw ang nasa kanyang kalagayan, ganoon din kaya ang iyong gagawin? Ayan, ipaliwanag.
Ma'am, bago natin basahin yung mga sagot ng mga bata, ano nga ba yung ginawa nung panganay na anak? Yung panganay na anak, di ba?
Siya, ma'am, ay nagdamdam sa kanyang ama. Okay, sinumbatan niya ito. Sinabi niya na bakit ganito yung ginawa ng kanyang ama, naghanda ng salo-salo, nagpakati ng pinakamatabang guya, samantalang siya ay hindi naman ginawa ng ama yon sa panganay na anak.
Oo, dahil yung panganay na anak ang kumbaga naging kanang kamay nung ama, tama ba?
Tama.
Ito yung hindi ko makakalimutang sinabi ng panganay sa anak. sinunod ko lahat ng iyong utos. Yun.
Ngunit bakit?
Ni minsan
Oo.
ba, binigyan mo ako ng ganitong piging?
Ayun.
Di ba?
Oh, yes.
Yun na yung tama, yung exact word, naghinanakit.
Yes,
Ni
ma'am.
minsan ba, binigyan mo ako ng ganitong kasiyahan kasama ng aking mga kaibigan.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes, kaya mga mag-aaral, sagot na sa tanong na ito, masisisi mo ba ang anak na panganay na maghinanakit sa kanyang ama? Kung ikaw ang nasa kanyang kalagayan, ganun din kaya ang iyong gagawin. Ipaliwanag. At may sagot na dito si Christian Vino ng 9 Darwin. Ang sabi niya, hindi, sapagkat katanggap-tanggap ang kanyang hinanakit o yung kanyang paghihinanakit. Oo, dahil parang hindi ko rin matatanggap na siya, ganun niya trinato ang aking kapatid kahit na mali ang kanyang ginawa. Ayan. Hindi siya pantay para sa akin. Ayun yung opinion, yun ang sagot ni Vino. Hindi raw pantay ang ama. Okay, sabi naman ni Maria
Ma'am,
Elisa.
ibig sabihin, kung baga, naiinggit siya.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, sabi naman ni Maria Elisa Baniket, hindi dahil kahit siya ang mabuting anak ay hindi man lang siya napaghandaan. Oo, dahil hindi makatarungan ang ginawa ng ama. Okay. Hindi man lang kasi hinandaan, yung anak, yung panganay na anak na...
Sa totoo lang, ma'am, nagpapakatotoo lang yung mga anak natin. Sa realidad, talaga na kahit pa paano manghinakit ka, di ba? Kahit konti lamang.
Oo, kahit
manghinakit ka pa rin.
kahit hindi mana ang pinag-uusapan, kung nakikita nila yung trato mo sa isa mong anak, sa naging trato mo sa panganay mo, halimbawa, mas kaya namit, ganun siya, mas kaya namit na ating kaysa kanya.
Yes.
So doon sa mismo sa gawi, yung ipinapakita ng magulang sa kanilang mga anak. Kaya tama naman siguro yung sinabi ng mga bata, pero ang gusto nating mangyari ay dapat ang anak ay huwag niyang sumbatan ang kanyang mga magulang. Dahil mas maraming sakripisyo ang ginagawa ng magulang para sa kanyang mga anak.
Ayan,
Okay,
yes.
tama naman si Christian in reality, di ba? Pero
Yes.
ang ituturo dapat natin sa ating mga anak ay yung pantay ang pagtingin natin sa kanila.
Yes.
Ito mga anak, huwag kalimutan na may dahilan yung ama. Kung bakit siya naghanda ng salo-salo. Ito yon, yung susunod.
Okay. So,
Maintindihan natin kung bakit nga ba ganun yung naging trato niya sa bunsong anak. Pagkatapos siyang, kung baga, itakwil bilang magulang.
okay. So, may karagdagan pang sagot. Napakaganda kasi ng sagot niya. Hindi ko masisisi ang panganay. Kung ako man ang nasa katayuan niya, siguro ganun din ang mararamdaman ko dahil mas gusto ng aking ama ang aking kapatid kahit na may mali siyang nagawa at agad niya itong napatawad ng walang pag-aalinlangan. Okay. Yun yung
ang
sagot
ganda
ng
ng
ating
kasagutan.
mag-aaral na si Melanie Sagusion.
Pero
9
napakatalinghaga kasi napakatalinghaga ng kwento natin ng parabola.
Yes, ma'am.
Oo, napakatalinghaga kasi meron yung gustong ipakita yung ama na hindi nakita ng panganay na anak.
Yes. Okay. So,
Ayan, mga kasama, sa tingin ko ay mayroong kayong ibabahaging halimbawa ng parabola.
Ay yes, ma'am. Dahil yun nga, sabi nga natin, ang parabola ay hango sa Biblia na ito ay kapupulutan ng aral. At ang parabola ang aking ibabahagi
yes.
ay parabola ng banga. Okay, meron tayong tatlong tauhan dito, ang inang banga, anak na banga, at porselanang banga. Okay, ang sabi ng inang banga sa kanyang anak na banga, huwag mong kakalimutang ikaw ay isang banga na gawa sa lupa. Kaya naman, itong anak na banga ay lagi niyang tinatandaan ito. Simula nung siya ay maliit hanggang sa siya ay lumaki. Ngunit may pagkakataon na may mga dumating sa kanilang lugar. Ito ay ang porselanang banga. Ayan. At isang araw, sila ay naligo. Nakita niyang naliligo yung porselanang banga sa ilog, niyaya siya ng porselanang banga na halika, maligo tayo. Ayan. At ang paniniwala naman ng anak na banga, sabi niya, lahat ay pantay-pantay. Kaya maliligo ako kasama ng porselanang banga. Ayan. So, to cut the story, naligo sila. Magkasama ang anak na banga na gawa sa lupa at ang porselanang banga. Ngunit sa hindi inaasahang pangyayari, nagkaroon ng banggaan. Ayan. Si porselanang banga, wala ni kahit na galos o lamat sa kanyang katawan. Samantalang, si anak na banga na gawa sa lupa ay nagkaroon ng lamat. At nang siya ay unti-unti nang lumulubog sa lupa, naisip niya, naalala niya ang bilin ng kanyang ina na siya ay gawa sa lupa. Okay, ano nga ba yung aral na mapupulot natin dito sa binahagi kong parabola? Walang ibang hangad ang magulang kundi mapabuti tayo, kaya lahat ng sinasabi nila ay dapat nating sundin. At minsan man lingid sa ating kagustuhan, matuto tayong itimbang ang mga bagay-bagay. Okay. Malimit din nating naririnig sa kanila na huwag sasama sa mga taong hindi natin kakilala dahil marahil ay alam na rin nila ang mga posibilidad na bagay na maaring mangyari dahil hindi rin nila matitiis ang masamang bagay na mangyayari sa atin.
Oh, ang ganda ma'am ng ibinahagumang parabola. Ibig sabihin yan, sumunod tayo sa ating magulang.
Pero, yung paniniwala ng banga na yari sa lupa ay dapat pantay-pantay. Oo. Pero, lagi kasing ipinapaalala ng kanyang ina na huwag sumama sa hindi niya kauri.
Yes,
pero para sa bata hindi ganoon yung paniniwala niya, dapat pantay-pantay.
Yes,
pero sa kanya lang na-realize noong may nangyari na sa kanya, 'di ba? Naalala niya yung sabi ng kanyang ina na sabi ng kanyang ina? Ma'am April, ano sabi ng kanyang ina nung naalala niya habang siya ay lumulubog sa tubig?
Huwag niyang kakalimutang ikaw ay banga na gawa sa lupa.
Sa lupa. Okay, napakaganda ng mensaheng hatid ng parabola na binanggit ni Ma'am April. Okay, meron naman akong talinghaga or isang parabola na ibabahagi sa inyo. Ito naman talagang napakatalinghaga itong tungkol sa may-ari ng ubasan. Okay, so ang parabolang ito ay inihahalin tulad sa kaharian. Ang kaharian ng langit ay mahihalin tulad sa isang taong lumabas ng maagang maaga upang maghanap ng mga manggagawa. So, lumabas ang matanda para maghanap ng mga manggagawa sa kanyang ubasan. Okay, so nakakita siya, tinawag niya ito upang gumawa sa kanyang ubasan. Ang sabi niya, babayaran siya ng isang salaping pilak. At magtratrabaho siya hanggang sa maghapon. So ang magiging bayad sa kanya, magiging upa sa kanya, isang salaping pilak. At nag-oo ang mga taong ito. Dumating ang ikasyam ng umaga, nakita naman niya sa kanyang pinuntahan na napakaraming nakatambay. So ang nangyari, tinawag niya ito na gumawa sa kanyang ubasan at babayaran niya ng isang salaping pilak. So umuo yung mga tao, yung mga manggagawa. So pumunta na kayo sa aking ubasan. Ay hindi mapakali ang may-ari ng ubasan. Lumabas siya ng 12 ng tanghali. Nakakita siya ulit ng mga manggagawa, kaya tinawag niya ito. Isang pilak ang kapalit ng kanilang pagtratrabaho. At yun nga nangyari, pumunta sila. Lumabas ulit ang may-ari ng ubasan ng ikatlo ng hapon. Yung isang pilak na upa ng manggagawa mula sa pinakamaaga ay parehong-pareho sila. So, basta gumawa, pumunta sa ubasan. Lumabas na naman siya ng 5:05 ng hapon. Nakakita siya ng maraming tambay, kaya tinawag niya ito sa kanyang ubasan. At nag-promise siya na isang salaping pila. Okay, dumating ang gabi. Oras na ng bayaran. Ang unang binayaran ay ang mga nahuli. Yung nahuling dumating na nagtrabaho sa kanyang ubasan, binigyan niya ng isang pilak dahil yun ang napagkasunduan nila. Sabi ng mga naunang nagtrabaho, siguro mas malaki ang sa atin. Okay, so yung mga naunang nagtrabaho, sila na ay nakapila na. Kukunin na nila ang kanilang sweldo o kanilang upa. Anong nangyari? Ang ibinigay ng may-ari ng ubasan ay isang pilak din. Kaya nagreklamo ang mga manggagawang maagang nagtrabaho. Bakit, sabi niya, bakit ganito lang? Samantalang ang mga huling nagtrabaho, dumating na ng hapon, ilang oras lamang silang gumawa. Bakit pareho kami ng upa? Ang sabi ng may-ari ng ubasan, wala na ba akong karapatan na ibigay? Ano sabi niya, wala na ba akong karapatan yung pagbibigay niya ng ganong sweldo dahil yun ang napag-usapan natin, sabi niya. Yung talinghaga doon, wala ba akong karapatang gawin sa ari-arian ko ang aking maibigan? Kayo ba'y naiinggit dahil ako'y nagmagandang loob sa iba? Okay, so yun yung talinghaga na makikita natin doon sa kwento.
Napakatalinghaga nga, Ma'am Leila. Ano?
Mula umaga hanggang sa hapon na pare-pareho sila kasi yun ang napag-usapan, di ba?
Yes.
Oo, at umuo ka. Kung hindi ka sana umuo, di hindi ka pumunta doon.
Kung ako yung manggagawa, Ma'am Leila, hindi ako magrereklamo kasi yun yung agreement natin, di ba?
Oo, yun ang
Sinunod lamang natin.
Oo. Pero, kung titignan natin, ilang minuto lang gumawa, pareho ng upa ang natanggap natin, di ba? Pero napakaganda naman kasi yung sinabi ng may-ari ng ubasan, wala na ba akong karapatan, sabi niya, na gawin sa aking ari-arian ang aking maibigan.
Yes, at hindi natin pwedeng questionin, Ma'am, kasi siya ay nagmagandang loob sa iba. Ayan, Ma'am Leila, tayo ay dumako na sa paglalahat, generalization dahil sa oras. Ayan, mga anak, ang parabolang Alibughang Anak ay nagpapakita ng dakilang pagmamahal sa nagkasalang anak. Yan, nakita naman natin kanina. Nasaktan man ang ama sa maagang pagkuha ng mamanahin ng kanyang anak, ay ibinigay niya pa rin ito. Nang muli itong bumalik sa piling ng kanyang ama, ay tinanggap ng buong puso, okay? 'Di ba? Tinanggap ng buong puso at walang halong pag-aalinlangan. Okay, yan ang buod ng parabolang ating tinalakay.
Okay, dumako na tayo sa ating pagtataya. Okay. Okay. Ayan. Narito ang isang panuto.
Ayan, ang panuto.
Ang mga sumusunod na pangyaring naganap sa parabolang binasa, pinanood o pinakinggan ay maaari ring maganap sa kasalukuyan at sa tunay na buhay. Magbigay ng naiisip mong kaparehong pangyayaring naganap o nagaganap sa kasalukuyan kaugnay ng bawat sitwasyon. Maaring ito ay personal mong nasaksihan o isang pangyaring iyong nabalitaan, nabasa o napanood. Narito ang ilang inyong ibibigyan ng pagpapaliwanag. Tama? Okay. Una, hiningi ng anak ang kanyang mamanahin kahit buhay pa ang kanyang magulang. Mayroon ba kayong nakitang ganitong kaparehong pangyayari o naganap na sa kasalukuyan? Okay, mga bata. Kayo ba, ma'am? Meron na ba kayong ganitong nasaksihan?
Yan, ito ma'am sa side ng husband ko. Yung binanggit ko kanina na yung ina kasi ay na-stroke. Hindi na kayang pumunta sa bukid, 'di ba? Para mag-manage. Siyempre hindi na kaya dahil sa init, mamaya uulan. Ay, matanda na kasi. Ayan, napagpasyahan ng mga anak na kung pwede, kunin na ang kanilang mana. Para kung sa ganoon ay, kung baga, hindi na mahirapan yung ina na mag-manage dun sa kanyang ari-arian. Yan, ito po ay totoong buhay.
Ibinigay ba niya? Hinati na ba niya ang mamanahin ng kanyang anak?
Hindi, ma'am. Hindi hinati.
Okay, so napakahusay ng iyong pagbabahagi, ma'am. Okay, basahin ko lamang ang ibinahagi ni Sir Alfredo. Sabi niya, iyan ang misteryo ng kaligtasan. Dahil ang kaligtasan ng bawat isa ay wala sa gawa, kundi ang kaligtasan ay nasa awa ng Diyos. Wala sa dami ng nagawa sa mundo, kundi ang kaligtasan ay nasa awa ng Diyos. Yun yung kanyang ibinahagi. Sabi nga, wala sa dami ng ginawa mo kung ikaw ba ay maliligtas, kundi sa awa ng Diyos.
Okay, dun siguro, sabi ni Sir Alfie, dun sa ginawa, ayun ma-achievements mo sa buhay. Maaring yun ang kanyang nais na tukuyin. Wala sa yung sa laki ng kayamanan, yung naipon mo, yung pinag-aralan mo, walang-wala yun. Kasi
Yes,
alam naman natin na hindi natin yun madadala sa langit, di
Yes,
ba?
tama, ma'am.
Okay, so dumako tayo sa ikalawa. Nilustay ng anak ang kanyang minana sa hindi wastong pamumuhay. Okay, muli mga mag-aaral, may mga nakita ka na bang ganito na saksihang mga pangyayari na maaari mong iugnay sa pahayag na ito? Nilustay ng anak ang kanyang minana sa hindi wastong pamumuhay.
Pwede din personal na karanasan, di ba?
Yes. Yung mga personal din yung mga karanasan mga anak o kaya kayo ay may nasaksihan, pwede ninyong ibahagi ito. Okay,
Ayan.
nasa number 1 pa lamang sila.
Ayan, ma'am, basahin lang natin sa number 1, sagot ni Tracy Ann Santiago. Ang kaparehong pangyayari nito ay sa palabas na aking napanood na kung saan may 3 magkakapatid at mayroong sakit ang kanilang ama. Bago makuha ang kanilang mana, ay kailangan nilang magkaroon ng anak at kung sino man ang mauna ng makapagbigay ng apo sa kanilang ama ay tsaka nito ibibigay ang pamana.
Okay,
Nandun pa rin, hiningi niya pa rin yung mana.
yes, okay. So, yes, Ma'am Melinda, napakaganda ng aming topic para ito sa mga anak. Okay.
Ayan, ma'am, alam mo nung may face-to-face, nakikita ko ito sa mga batang hawak ko. Marami tayong mga magulang na nag-a-abroad, nagtatrabaho sa ibang bansa. Tapos, makikita, syempre may yung advisory class naman natin, napapansin naman natin bili ng ganito, bili ng ganyan, hindi naman kailangan.
Yes.
Yan, nilulustay nila ang ibinibigay sa kanila, ibinibigay ng mga magulang.
Okay, kumbaga ma'am, mas malaki yung binibigay nilang porsyento doon sa wants.
Yes,
kaysa
ma'am,
sa
tama po.
needs. Okay, sa AP natin to may papasok. Yung wants kasi kagustuhan mo lang Nakita mo lang na uso, bibilihin mo. Nakita mo lang na maganda talaga, ngunit kailangan mo ba? 'Di ba?
Tama, Ma'am April.
Kasi kung minsan, ang mga anak natin, hindi nila nakikita yung paghihirap ng kanilang mga magulang.
Yes,
diba? Oo.
Yes,
Siyempre,
ma'am.
pag nakita siguro nila yung sitwasyon ng magulang sa abroad, halimbawa, na ganun ang kalang ginagawa, malalaman nila kung gaano kahalaga ang perang ipinadadala sa kanila.
Yes, ma'am. Sabi nga nila, ma'am, matututo kang buhatin ang iyong sariling matututo kang buhatin ang iyong sariling tubig kung alam mo kung ikaw na mismo ang nangunguha. Tama po ba? Yung alam mo na yung paghihirap pag ikaw na mismo yung gumagawa.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, sagot ni Ashley, ang ganda kasi nitong sagot niya. Kasi nga, nakita niya ito sa kanyang kapaligiran. Ayan, meron po. Number 1, ma'am, ito
Yes,
isang
ma'am.
kamag-anak, ibinigay na yung mana sa 4 na anak. At sila na ang bahalang mag-manage kung mapapalago ba nila o mauubos sa wala. Ayan, meron din pala na kahit buhay pa, binibigay na ang mana. Okay, number 2 na tayo mga anak. Meron ba kayong kilala, di ba, na ninululustay ang minana sa hindi wastong pamumuhay? Pwede ding balita, na balitaan.
Okay.
Kung hindi naman, last option natin, ma'am, napanood, di ba?
Yes, napanood. Yung
Parang sa atin, parang ang hirap, ang hirap isipin na kukunin mo na. Di ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Anong sasabihin natin? Alak di manakon, parang ang hirap. Di ba?
Ata isumbat mi tinaganak mo, nabiyagak pay, napigsaak pay, apay taalaimon. Di ba?
Kumbaga, sa sagot nila, ma'am, parang pinapatay mo na sila.
Oo.
Yes.
Ikaw, ma'am
Pinapadali mo
April.
na sila.
Yes. Meron ka
Yes,
na bang
ma'am.
napanood na ganyan ang sitwasyon?
Sa ma'am, napaka maganda, isang magandang pwede natin iugnay dito, yung pelikulang Anak, na si Carla, talagang ito yung nakikita ko lang na malapit na pwede natin iugnay dito, na nilustay niya yung mga binibigay ng kanyang ina. Hindi niya pinahalagahan. Na kumbaga, one day millionaire. Ayan. Okay. At may nakita ko dito ang kasagutan ni Christian Bino. Sabi niya, ako ay mabilis sa matukso sa mga bagay na hindi ko naman magagamit o nalulong ako sa bisyo. May isang panahon na naadik ako sa Dota. Ang perang nahihingi ko sa aking mga magulang ay ginagastos ko sa pagpunta sa computer shop. Okay? Sarili niyang karanasan. Okay. Mayroon palang mga ganong bata. Kapag babiyaya talaga, maraming pera, sobra-sobrang pera, talagang hindi nila alam kung saan nila dadalhin.
Pero ang maganda, kahit ganon, na nahati nila yung time nila, di ba? Nahati nila, alam nilang gamitin ng wasto ang kanilang oras para sa paglalaro at pag-aaral.
Yes, ma'am. And dako na tayo sa ikatlong bilang. Ma'am April.
Okay, ikatlong bilang.
Nang maghirap ang anak ay namasukan ito bilang alila.
Okay, mayroon ba kayong nakikitang ganitong sitwasyon o nasaksihan kaya na maaari nating iugnay sa pahayag na ito? Nang maghirap ang anak ay namasukan ito bilang alila.
Ayan.
Okay, masagot na mga mag-aaral sa ikatlong bilang.
Ma'am April, madami sa ngayon. Kasi nga 'di ba nag-home visit tayo, yung bata wala. Bakit wala? Kasi nagtatrabaho sila, namamasukan sila sa palengke, diyan sa water refilling. Yan, yun ay halimbawa diyan sa pahayag na yan. Nang maghirap ang anak ay namasukan ito bilang alila. Pwedeng iugnay.
Yes, ma'am. Kasi kung titignan kasi natin ang sitwasyon ngayon, di ba? Lahat ng tao ay naghirap dahil sa pandemic.
Apektado tayong lahat.
Yes, lahat tayo ay apektado. Kaya naman, nakaisip ng paraan ng ating mga mag-aaral. Okay, na ang ilan sa kanila ay namasukan, pinagsabay ang pag-aaral at ang paghahanap buhay para matulungan ng kanilang mga magulang.
At sariling gastusin na rin.
Oo, dahil doon sa dahil sa kwento ni Sir Ibes, yun daw dati niyang mga anak, ang ginagawa daw nila ay nagko-construction sila, construction worker. Pero ang sabi, paano naman yung pagmo-module nyo? Sabi daw ni Sir Ibes. Ang sabi na, ma'am, pagdating ng module namin, ng last namin, sinasagutan na namin kaagad lahat yan. Para sa susunod na araw ay pupunta na kami magtratrabaho. Kung hindi man namin matapos, pag malapit ng pasukain, ng pasahan, yun na ikagod na kano. Okay? So, gagawin nila, talagang tatapusin para kumita lang ng pera.
Ayan. Yan, ikaapat na bilang.
Okay, ma'am, may sumagot dito.
Yes,
Basahin
ma'am.
muna natin. Nakita ko ito sa telebisyon dahil sa kanyang maginawa at nahihiya siyang bumalik sa kanyang magulang, kaya siya ay namasukan bilang katulong upang mabuhay. Okay. May mga ganun kasi mga sitwasyon, ma'am, na nahihiya na silang lumapit sa kanilang magulang. Kaya kinakailangan patunayan ko ang sarili ko, kaya namamasukan sila.
Pero hindi nila alam, dahil magulang, naghihintay din lang ang magulang para sa pagbabalik ng kanilang mga anak.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, dumako tayo sa ikaapat na bilang.
Ayan, dahil sa paghihirap, nagsisi ang anak sa kanyang ginawa at naalala ang
magulang.
Okay, napakaganda ng pahayag na to. Tiyak ang ating mga mag-aaral ay mag-uunahan sa pagsagot. Okay, bakit kaya? Dahil nakaka-relate sila sa pahayag na ito. Dahil sa paghihirap, nagsisi ang anak sa kanyang ginawa at naalala ang magulang. Kahit hindi na sa paghihirap, di ba Ma'am Leila, Ma'am Val? Kahit hindi na
Yes,
sa paghihirap,
ma'am.
yung mga nagawa mo. Okay.
May maling nagawa, tapos
Yes.
nagsisit, then bumalik sa magulang, di ba?
Yes, maraming ganito. Mga mag-aaral, ibahagi na ang inyong mga sagot sa pahayag na ito. Okay, Ma'am Val, ikaw ba? May pagkakataon ba na nagsisi ka sa iyong ginawa at naalala mo ang iyong magulang?
Ano naman, ma'am? Siguro noong nasa high school ako, mga college, ganyan, may time din na nanunumbat kasi ako noon. May time lang naman. Minsan nagmuni-muni ako, mali pala yun. Diba? Biglang lalapitan ko yung ina ko, hindi ko man sinasabing sorry, dinalambing ko naman. Ibig sabihin, ako ay nagpapakumbaba sa ginawa ko, di ba?
Yes.
Okay, kung minsan kasi ang mga kabataan natin, parang nahihiyang magsabi ng sorry sa magulang, magsabi ng I love you sa magulang. Nahiya lang sila, pero ipinaparamdam din nila.
Yes, ma'am. Makikita mo, naglilinis na sila ng bahay.
Kasi may ginawang kasalanan.
Yes.
Pero slight lang ng kasalanan na ginawa.
Ayan, ma'am, may sagot si Norilyn Ganela. Gaya ng sagot ko sa number 3, siya din yon. Nagsisi siya at umuwi siya dahil na-realize niya na mahirap pala ang maghanap buhay kaya bumalik ito sa kanyang pamilya.
Okay, sagot naman ni Tracy Ann Santiago Bulilan. Ang kaparehong pangyaring ito ay sa palabas na aking napanood kung saan nawala ang kayamanan ng babae at naisipan na umuwi sa kanilang bahay sa probinsya. Okay.
Ayan, may sagot ma'am si Christian Vino. Ayan, kumbaga follow up na sagot
Yes,
sa number 3 kanina. Kagaya ng aking unang sagot, mayroong panahon na nalulung ako sa paglalaro ng Dota. Napagalitan ako ng aking mga magulang dahil halos maghapon na ako sa computer shop. Kaya kinalala ang kanilang mga sakripisyo para kumita ng pera. Aking tinigilan ang paglalaro ng Dota at nag-focus sa pag-aaral.
Okay, ito naman ang maganda sa ating mga mag-aaral. Meron silang self-realization.
Yes.
Na-realize niya kaagad yung mali niyang ginawa.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, dumako tayo sa ikalimang bilang. Okay, bumalik ang anak at humingi ng tawad sa magulang. Pinatawad ang anak at pinatuloy muli sa kanyang tahanan.
Ma'am, ang pahayag na yan ay nasagot kanina. Yung mga naunang sagot ng mga bata.
Okay. So, ayan na mga mag-aaral. Naibahagi ninyo na mahusay ang inyong mga opinion, ang inyong mga sagot sa ating talakayang alibughang.
Ayan. Ang mga pangyayari sa parabola ay naiugnay ninyo sa totoong buhay.
Okay, so bilang refleksyon, ang sabi sa aklat ng Filipos, chapter 6, verse 2 to 3, igalang mo ang iyong ama at ang iyong ina, tiyak buhay mo ay giginhawa at lalawig ang iyong buhay dito sa lupa. Sapagkat sinasabi dito ko, mga mag-aaral, igalang mo lang ang iyong mga ama at ang iyong ina, magkakaroon ka ng maginhawang buhay. Okay? Magkatiyak na ang buhay mo ay giginhawa. Okay, dito na nagtatapos ang ating talakayan. Ako si Ginang Leila D. Ballesteros.
Ako naman si Ma'am April Valdez.
At ang iyong lingkod, Ma'am Valeria Daw. Muli, isang mapagpalang araw sa inyong lahat. Paalam!
Wika at panitikan, gramatika at kasaysayan, mga araling hatid ay gintong aral at karunungan. Ito ang Filipino Learning Area. Makinig, matuto, pag-aralan ang Filipino. Dito lang yan sa 106.3 DWDR-FM. Ito ang 106.3 Dance Radio. Dance Radio.
Prepare yourself.
Ang silid-aralan sa radyo, hatid namin ay makabagong paraan ng pagtuturo at kalaman. Mapaumaga, tanghali o hapon man yan. Ang istasyong magbibigay impormasyon kahit saan man.
Alright, here we go.
106.3 Dance Radio. Doña Aurora National High School, Santa Rita, Aurora, Isabela.
This
106.3 DWDR FM. 6.3 Dance Radio. Dance Radio.
Prepare yourself.
Ang silid-aralan sa radyo, hatid namin ay makabagong paraan ng pagtuturo at kaalaman. Mapaumaga, tanghali o hapon man yan, ang istasyong magbibigay impormasyon kahit saan man.
For something big.
Alright, here we go.
106.3 Dance Radio. Doña Aurora National High School, Santa Rita, Aurora, Isabela.
This
106.3 DWDR FM. Facts and information. Today's learning for you normal with capable teachers whose heart and soul are divine. Delivered knowledge inside your home through 106.3 Dance Radio. Fully dedicated to serve the public in tribute to education, reproduce of radio-based instruction. We are pleased to deliver the utmost aim of education. Only here on 106.3 DWDR-FM.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hello, Donyans, everyone. It's a fantastic Wednesday. It's Wednesday. Is it Tuesday today?
Afternoon.
Tuesday afternoon. Sorry po. Today is the first week for quarter 3, and we hope that you have renewed your energy and are motivated to learn as much as you can, for learning is amazing. To our officer in charge, the Chief Education Supervisor of SDO Isabela, Sir Rodrigo B. Pascua, good afternoon po. Hello also to our very supportive head teachers out there listening with us, especially to Ma'am Ophelia Ezra Lutin. Good afternoon again sa inyong lahat. May pasensya na lumilipad ang utak ko. Also to all teacher and staff of Doña Aurora National High School, especially to the supportive teachers of the English learning area, to the parents, dear students, and to all our avid listeners and viewers here and abroad, most especially to all grade 9 learners. Amazing afternoon to you all. Special mention to my class 811 there. I'm teacher Dennis Mendoza, and with me are the other grade 8 English teacher, Ma'am Jonah Ibuduan, Ma'am Leslie Ann Ramos, and Ma'am Catherine S. Ordinario. Ma'am Jonah?
Hello to my dearest grade 8 Aristotle and Copernicus, who are always very passionate about learning. Kumusta kayo mga
Yes.
anak? I know they're listening. And Ma'am Leslie?
So hello everyone. Hello to my advisory class, grade 8 Purple, and to my other classes, grade 8 Aquamarine and grade 8 Cyan. We hope that you will enjoy our discussion for today. Make sure that you have your learning modules or your learning activity sheets, a pen, and a notebook with you so that you can take down notes on the main points of our discussion for today.
Yes, and hello everyone, especially to my advisory class, 8 Beige, and my other classes, 8 Burgundy and 8 Crimson. I am teacher Catherine S. Ordinario. Today is yet another amazing day of learning, and we are delighted to be here with you as we learn about our first lesson for quarter 3, which is recognizing propaganda techniques used in a given text.
Okay, so before we proceed with the discussion for today's lesson, let's have a quick review of our quarter 2 lesson, which we have in our, do we have in our PowerPoint map?
Yes.
Okay.
But before that, yeah, let's have a review.
Yes, let's have a review muna.
Okay. So, okay, for this one.
Yes, Ma'am Jonah will be giving you the review first.
So for week 1,
Yes.
we would like for us to determine if you really remember and continuously applying the lessons you have learned the previous quarter. We want you to answer this short activity. So 1 question each lesson from the previous quarter. All you have to do is to key in your answers or comment them in the chat box. Again, you may key in your answer in the chat box. You have to put on your name, grade and section, and your answer. Okay, so let's have question number 1.
Okay,
Yes.
let's have
Okay,
question number 1.
for question number 1. Okay, so visual aids are blank to aid in the understanding of a text. Again, visual aids are blank to aid in the understanding of a text. So the choices are A, tools, B, pictures, C, graphs, D, data sentation.
Okay, so the answer is we have here is I think
So,
Jamie May Lamog, right? Yeah,
Si
Jamie Mail Lamog of 8 Aristotle. Ang answer niya ay letter B.
so let's check
Let's
if your
check.
answer
Yes,
is
natin ang
correct. So the answer is
What is the answer?
actually the answer is letter A, tools. Visual aids are tools
Yeah.
to aid in the understanding of a text.
Yes, okay. So, tignan natin kung sino yung tumama rito para mabigyan siya ng sagot. Number 1 naman ang sagot eh. Number 1 naman. Okay, unfortunately. Meron tayo rito. Arian Faye Ramos Carnate. Ayan. Diba? A, diba A? Okay, very good.
It's letter A.
It's Arian Faye Ramos Carnate of 8 Copernicus. Congratulations. Ayan. Number 1 yun. Number 2.
Okay.
Let's have number 2.
Let's have number 2.
Ayan. Number 2. Ba't parang yung sagot na?
Oo nga.
O then, tawag ito, typographical error. Ayan.
Yeah.
Sorry po ha, typographical error po yan.
This is question number...
This is question number 2. I think
this is question number 2.
from me ito ha. Which type of multimodal text is the expression of an idea or emotion through the use of body movement in rhythmic way accompanied with music? Is it A, animation, B, dance, C, films, or D, oral presentation? Ano kaya sagot niya? Number 2. Ayan. Siyempre, yung sagot
This
dito.
is number 2 kahit nakalagay na number 3 mga anak. It's number 2.
Okay, Eric. Ito na una. Hindi, number 1 pala ito. 1 pala yung sinagot niya. Jamie Mail Lamog. Okay, Jamie Mail Lamog. Ang sagot niya ay 8 are still letter B. Ayan, ang sagot ay, tingnan natin sagot. Ayan, hey, dance. So, congratulations, Jamie Mail. Ayan, Lamog ha. Yung mga mananalo po mga bata, please text your subject teacher at sabihin nyo kayo po yung nagwagi, no? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Number 3.
So, this is the topic, the conveying positive and negative messages.
Yes.
From the image. What does it convey? Is it positive or negative message?
Yan.
You could just choose positive or negative.
Negative. Oh, yes. Is it positive or
Is it positive
negative?
or negative?
Ayan, tignan natin. Sumagot. This is number 3 ha. Number 3. We're looking for number 3. Wala pang sumasagot. Ayan. Ayan. Okay, Gerson Marinay of 8 Crimson. Sagot niya ay positive. Yan. Ano kaya yan? Tignan natin.
Yeah.
Yay! Positive message.
Yes,
Gerson
absolutely a
Marinay.
positive
Ay, may nagsusulat
message.
ba sa atin? Meron? Ay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ayan, you will receive 20 pesos. Tama ba ako? 20 pesos worth of load lahat sila.
Okay, sure.
Sure. 20 pesos
Akala ko
worth
10 pesos
of
lang.
load. Bigyan natin sila 20 pesos na, ha?
20 pesos.
Okay, sige.
Sure.
Ayan po.
Okay. So, yep. Let's move on to Ma'am Leslie.
So, wow, congratulations, dear learners. Your answers show that you really understood our quarter 2 lessons. Now, get your learning modules for quarter 3, week 1 titled Recognize Propaganda Techniques Used in a Given Text and your writing materials. And here is your RBI lesson for today. Enjoy listening!
Dance Radio, silid-aralan sa radyo, hatid namin makabago.
Wala nang makakapigil pa. Sulong Arangkada 106.3 Dance Radio sa Aurora, Isabela.
Edukasyo'y susulong, basta't magtulong-tulong, sulong edukalidad. Dance Radio, learning is amazing.
Language,
Grammar and Literature.
a program that will develop your vocabulary.
Comprehension. Critical and analytical skills.
This is the English Learning Area. Only here on 106.3 the WDRFM Dance Radio.
Where learning is amazing.
An amazing morning to all our avid listeners, most especially to the grade 8 learners of Doña Aurora National High School. This is your school on the air, and it's English time. It is better if you stay in a comfortable place while listening to your radio. May I now introduce to you your radio teacher for today, Teacher Niña Jenny C. Guillermo.
A blessed morning to all our listeners, most especially to our grade 8 learners. We are now down on our last week for quarter 3. It's nice to be with you again for another episode of fun learning experience in English 8. It's indeed an amazing day, for today we shall have our last lesson for quarter 3.
Wow!
For today's lesson, you are expected to accomplish the following objectives. 1. Recognize faulty parallelism. And 2. Use parallelism to create coherence and balance in writing. Sit back, relax, and let's all get started.
Okay, pansamantala sa lang, ha? Okay, we are going to give you the objective of the lesson para, siyempre, para mas maganda, ha? Okay, so nandito si Ma'am Jonah for the objectives of the lesson.
Yep. So, for today's lesson, our most essential learning competency is to recognizing propaganda techniques used in a given text. And we have here the specific objectives. At the end of this lesson, your students are expected to first recognize the propaganda techniques used in an advertisement. 2. Understand the importance of recognizing the propaganda techniques that influence daily decisions in life. And 3. Use propaganda techniques in persuading or in influencing people for good.
Wow, excited ako na mapakinggan natin yung ano na yan kasi
For those
yes.
who are listening to us via our Facebook live stream, don't forget to comment in our chat box, #propaganda. And we also encourage all those who are with us today to please share this live streaming so many learners and listeners will benefit or learn something from our simple discussion today. So click share.
Yeah. Okay. So for those who are following us via our Facebook live stream, don't forget to comment in our chat box, #propaganda.
Okay.
And maybe also encourage all those who are with us to please share this live streaming so many learners and listeners will benefit or learn something from our simple discussion for today. So click, share, and thank you for sharing, dear listeners.
Sige, ma'am, magsalta.
Okay?
Alright,
Ayan,
so...
okay na.
Okay na, sir.
Okay.
Ayan.
The technicality of things.
Sorry for the inconvenience, sabi niya. Technical lang po, ha. Okay, so ulitin yata ni Ma'am Mel, gustong ulitin si Ma'am sa hashtag yata natin. Okay, sige po. Okay na po ba?
Nabasa ko na.
Okay, yan. Ha? Okay, alam niyo napakaganda nitong topic namin kaya medyo na ano kami kasi it's more on propaganda technique at mamaya-maya mga bata matututunan niyo kung ano yung mga styles, mga technique na ginagawa. Bakit kami masaya? Alam niyo mga anak, totoo ito ha, sa science class dati hawak nito ni Ma'am Risa yata, yung bata, may magaling na batang gumawa ng propaganda, yung mga parang commercial, mga advertisement. Ngayon mga anak, mga teachers, kumikita na yung bata.
Wow, nice.
Dahil sa galing niyang gumawa ng advertisement. At dahil na-i-invite na rin siya na gumawa ng mga ganito. So napakaganda kung matututunan to ng mga bata kasi dito kikita ka na, matututo ka pa.
Matututo ka ng business.
Oo,
Magiging business-minded ka.
That's normal. Normal kasi yun. Kaya, okay, so ito na. Narito na ang ating RBI lesson for this afternoon.
Keep listening.
Dance Radio, silid-aralan sa radyo, hatid namin magbabago, paraan ang pagtuturo.
Wala nang makakapigil pa. Sulong Arangkada 106.3 Dance Radio sa Aurora, Isabela.
Edukasyo'y susulong, basta't magtulong-tulong, sulong edukalidad. Dance Radio, learning is amazing.
Language.
Grammar and literature.
A program that will develop your vocabulary.
Comprehension. Critical and analytical skills.
This is the English Learning Area. Only here on 106.3 the WDRFM Dance Radio.
Where learning is amazing.
Good morning to our dear listeners, especially to the grade 8 learners. We are glad to be with you again. It's the third quarter of our school year 2020-2021. We are halfway in finishing this school year. We are delighted that we are having a meaningful learning in our English subject. This is our first session for Shift 1, third quarter. I am your host for today, Teacher Jennifer A. Velasco. I know you are eager to learn more, so get your learning activity sheets for the third quarter, week 1, titled Recognizing Propaganda Techniques Used in a Given Text. I am pleased to turn you over to your amiable teacher on the air, Teacher Catherine S. Ordinario.
Good morning, everyone, especially to our dearest grade 8 learners. Welcome to another fun-filled session of English lesson. We are already in the third quarter of this school year. I am sure that you are now ready to learn more in this quarter. But before that, let us review some important points to remember from your second quarter lessons. Do you still remember what an expository text is?
Ma'am, an expository text is a type of informational text that provides factual information about a topic using a clear, non-narrative organizational structure with a major topic and supporting information.
Very good! Now, who can differentiate a fact from an opinion?
Ma'am, fact is a statement that can be verified. It is objective and can be observed or measured through researches or studies, while an opinion is a form of judgment about some facts or situations based on a special acquaintance with the general subject matter rather than upon knowledge of a specific situation itself.
Excellent! How about compare and contrast?
Compare notes the similarities while contrast focuses on the differences between two or more things, ma'am.
Brilliant! Isn't it amazing to learn all about this?
Yes, ma'am. It's truly amazing.
I am proud of your consistent desire to learn more. Now, let us work on today's lesson. Your lesson for today is about propaganda techniques. In this lesson, you are expected to first, identify propaganda techniques used in a given text. Second, recognize the different propaganda techniques used in a text. And third, be able to use these techniques for everyone's benefits. First, let us unlock the meaning of the word propaganda in this given sentence using context clues. Electoral candidates of 2021 are using the different techniques of propaganda to convince people to vote for them. They also use it to destroy their opponent's reputation. No! In your own words, what is the meaning of the word propaganda?
For me, ma'am, propaganda is something that builds up or tarnish someone or something.
Well thought! According to Britannica Dictionary, propaganda is the dissemination of information, facts, arguments, rumors, half-truths, or lies to influence public opinion. From your given learning activity sheets, there are different types of propaganda techniques. First, the bandwagon propaganda, which is all about persuading the target audience to take action. This technique creates an urge among people to become a part of the in crowd. To enforce such feeling, advertisers typically use phrases like "join the crowd" or "trending now" for their products and services. Now, I want you to observe how this propaganda technique is being used in this given advertisement. A company of facial wash promoted their product by branding it as the only product being used by the most beautiful women in the country. If you want to be beautiful and become one of us, buy Coco's facial wash for only 250 pesos. What do you think about the given advertisement?
Ma'am, since I am young and really wanted to be beautiful, I will buy the product.
Wow! You got hooked by the advertisement because it is really appealing to you. But do you think it is wise to buy the product?
For me, ma'am, since I am still a student, I will not buy the product because it is expensive and buying only one of their products doesn't guarantee that I will become beautiful in an instant.
That's right! Everyone's decision regarding to buy or not to buy the product is accepted and respected, but remember to be wise. Our second propaganda is card stacking propaganda. This technique is perhaps most popularly used. It involves the deliberate omission of certain facts to fool the target audience, making the products appear better than they actually are. For example, an advertisement photo is trying to highlight their low-calorie fries, but they've clearly left out details about how these fries still taste good despite the low trans fat content. Assuming their fries are low calories, but still fried food is still bad for your health. Who do you think is the target buyers of the advertisement?
The health-conscious people, ma'am.
That is correct. If you are a health-conscious person, would you buy the fries?
Maybe or maybe not, ma'am. Since I am very conscious about my health, I really have to know more about the food that I will eat. I will ask the seller how they made their low-calorie fries. If I am satisfied, then I will buy. But if not, I won't.
Smart move! Now, the third is plain folks propaganda. It uses ordinary folks to promote their products and services as opposed to celebrities. The ultimate goal here is to demonstrate how the product is meant for everybody and will provide value to everyone. Do you observe this propaganda technique being used by the businesses that surround us?
Yes, ma'am. Lots of advertisement photos use this technique. I enjoy looking at the pictures of common family wearing their beautiful smiles and the bonding they have.
Have you bought the product that the photos endorse because of the advertisement's effect on you?
Ma'am, I don't know if I can say unfortunately, but yes, ma'am. I usually buy their products because I think they are promoting positivity in life.
Well, your thinking is admirable. Everyone should elevate each other's energy and become source of positivity in life. However, we have to be very careful with this type of propaganda because they tend to manipulate people to become loyal to their products.
Yes, ma'am!
Next, we have testimonial propaganda. This is a popular advertising technique that uses renowned or celebrity figures to endorse products and services. When a famous person vouches for something, viewers are likely to take account of the credibility and popularity of that person. Is this propaganda technique very well used in our country?
Yes, ma'am. Because almost all the advertisements I see on TV and on the internet use this propaganda.
Why is testimonial propaganda very effective in our country?
I think it is effective because we love celebrities, ma'am.
That's true. We shall have more of this after this short reminder.
Do you encounter problems in accomplishing the different activities in your modules or learning activity sheets?
Worry no more because your teachers are always ready to guide and assist you. You can send your questions or clarifications in 2 easy ways. 1. Call or text, and 2. Private message. So easy, right? Remember, at Doña Aurora National High School, we make amazing things possible.
This reminder is brought to you by Doña Aurora National High School and this station.
I'm back! Are you set for the next propaganda technique?
Yes, ma'am!
Good to know! Let's have the 5th, glittering generalities propaganda. This is a propaganda technique where propagandists use emotional appeal and vague statements to influence the audience. Advertising agencies thus use of phrases like inspiring you from within or to kickstart your day to create positive anecdotes. This makes the product look more appealing, resulting in better sales. For better effect, brands may use hyperboles, metaphors, or lyrical phrases to attract more attention. Here are examples for possible advertisements. Everyone goes stronger with honest drinks. The word stronger is used to glitter the advertisement. Another,
Come and join Lily's Wellness program and become the healthier you.
can anyone reason out why this given advertisement uses glittering generalities propaganda?
It uses the glittering generalities propaganda because of the phrase, the healthier you, ma'am.
Very good! Now, it's time for you to give your own example. Anyone?
Ma'am, be confidently beautiful with Terry's beauty products. The phrase confidently beautiful is used to glitter the advertisement.
That is amazing! Let's now have the sixth, name-calling propaganda. This propaganda technique involves using derogatory phrases to create a negative opinion about someone or some other brand. For example, when someone is calling a person or an organization a bad name to destroy their reputation, like saying, unable to defend. When is this propaganda used? Can you give an example?
Ma'am, I observed that this propaganda is being effectively used to provoke. For example, many people use the phrase kulot, salot to agitate people with curly hair.
That is correct. I hope that you avoid calling people with negative names. And our last propaganda technique is loaded words. These are words that are very descriptive and filled with emotion.
Wow!
These words are used to capture the consumer's attention and influence their actions. They can be used in both a positive and negative way and appear in all sorts of advertisements. For example, when promoting education for all, you encourage students to enroll by giving motivational or inspirational speech.
I urge you to pursue your education that you might be prepared to provide for your life and for your family. Your education will help you become a better person. You will be effective in communicating and serving the people you love the most and contribute to the betterment of our society.
Have you observed this propaganda technique being used in politics and businesses around us?
Ma'am, loaded words propaganda is well used by salesperson. A salesperson uses lots of beautiful, engaging, flowery words to attract buyers. If a buyer is not wise, he or she may buy lots of the salesperson's products.
That is correct. Can you give an example?
Ma'am, a good example for this is an agent selling a life insurance through this advertisement.
Buy life insurance now. You buy life insurance because it's the best way to protect your loved ones. The life insurance you purchase is in place to protect and provide financial relief for those who must carry on without you. It is about them, not about you, because you care about your family. You want your family to feel secured financially, and you can only do that by buying life insurance.
Wow, you have a very brilliant idea. Now, in your own words, try to define the different propaganda techniques and give an example for each. Let us start with the first one until the last techniques.
Ma'am, the bandwagon propaganda is all about inducing the target buyers to become one with that is trending. Example: most of the fair-skinned Filipino women claim that greeny whitening body lotion really made them fairer.
Oh.
Be one of the fairest of them all.
Excellent! How about card stacking?
Ma'am, card stacking propaganda involves the deliberate omission of certain facts about their product to trick the people, making the items show up way better than they really are. Example: buy Alpha Omega Miracle Drink. A drink will make you full in an instant. Good for your diet and health.
Brilliant! How about plain folks propaganda?
Ma'am, plain folks, propaganda uses ordinary people to endorse their products and services. Example, an unknown little girl is endorsing a vitamin C to boost the immune system for protection from illnesses.
Very good! How about testimonial propaganda?
Ma'am, testimonial propaganda uses popular artista to endorse products and services. For example, my favorite drama queen is endorsing a toothpaste product, and because I idolized her, I will buy the product that she is endorsing.
Nice one! How about the glittering generalities propaganda?
Ma'am, glittering generalities propaganda uses glittering words or catchy phrases in promoting their products. Example, Creamylicious and Juicylicious hamburger with cheesy syrup for only 50 pesos.
Oh! Wow! Deliciously answered! How about name-calling propaganda?
Ma'am, name-calling propaganda involves using derogatory words to establish a negative perception of someone or a company. For example, some students think that the word farmer means poor, which is degrading to our farmers. Though most of our farmers are living decently, it is not right to think that our farmers are poor people.
That's right! We should really avoid giving negative meaning to some words such as farmers or laborers. Remember, because of our farmers, we are eating healthy food. We should always be grateful to them. Next, loaded words.
Ma'am, loaded words uses very persuasive words that are highly descriptive and evocative. These words are used to catch the attention of your target audience and convince them to take certain actions. For example, when I court ma'am, I use loaded words to convince the love of my life to reciprocate my feelings. I say, I love you. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. You are my life. I can climb the highest mountain. I can cross the deepest sea. I can reach the farthest star just to make you mine. You are my greatest dream. Please make my dream a reality.
Wow! What a lovable answer! Now, after learning these different propaganda techniques, what are some of your realizations?
Ma'am, I have come to realize that I have to really use my brain in buying products. I should not get hooked by these different propaganda techniques. I also realize that in order to be a victim of the propagandists, you must have self-control and be wise. Indeed, getting the exact information from the credible sources should be a high priority, ma'am.
Very well said. I am impressed about your realizations after learning the different propaganda techniques. Now, how are you going to use your knowledge about propaganda techniques in your life?
For me, ma'am, though some of the propaganda techniques could be deceitful and manipulative, I can use these propaganda techniques in positive ways. Like for example, persuading people to change their negative mindset in life so that they could contribute more for the betterment of our society.
Wow! I am impressed that you think that way. Absolutely! We can use these techniques to positively influence others to live a positive life. Any other impressive answer?
I am going to use these propaganda techniques too in positive way. As an advocate of equality, I will use them to convince people to fight their right and do the right in their lives.
Excellent answer! I am so proud that all of you have learned so well from our lesson for today. Now, let us do Activity 1 on your learning activity sheets titled Read me. I will give you time to read and analyze the announcement. I will be back after this trivia.
It's time for our English trivia. Trivia.
Did you know that the longest English word that can be spelled without repeating any letters is uncopyrightable?
What?
Spell it. Uncopyrightable. U N C O P Y R I G H T A B L E. Uncopyrightable.
Isn't it amazing?
Amazing!
Now you know. I'm back. From your reading, what is the advertisement all about?
Ma'am, it is an announcement inviting the first and second year Science Nature Club that there will be a bird walk from Maya Bus Terminal.
That is correct. Who endorsed the event?
Mr. Fernando endorsed the event, ma'am.
Fantastic! You analyzed the text well. What is the purpose of the advertisement or announcement?
Ma'am, to convince the first and second year Science Nature Club to join the bird walk.
Amazing! You comprehended the text well. What propaganda technique is used in the text?
Ma'am, I think it's glittering generalities because of the word famous.
Wonderful! I'm glad that you are able to identify the propaganda technique and the reason why it is the technique used in the given text. That ends our lesson for today. I hope you learned something. Once again, I'm Teacher Catherine S. Ordinario. Till next time, goodbye!
Thank you, Teacher Cathy. So dear grade 8 learners, always use what you have learned from your lesson for today in positive ways. Use your learning to contribute for the betterment of your life, family, others, and the community.
Yes, ma'am!
Remember what Nelson Mandela, the former president of South Africa, said. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Let's make it happen, my dear learners. Stay connected and keep it right here on 106.3 DWDR FM, Dance Radio, where learning is amazing. On behalf of the production team, Teacher Jonah A. Buduan, our scriptwriter, Teacher Susana B. Dumon, our language evaluator, Teacher Ophelia S. Ralutin, our content evaluator, and Teacher Michael Jan M. Tumulak, our technical specialist. Once again, this is your radio host, Teacher Jennifer A. Velasco, saying thank you very much for your continuous desire to learn and improve. Goodbye and keep safe.
Language.
Grammar and literature.
A program that will develop your vocabulary.
Comprehension. Critical and analytical skills.
This is the English Learning Area.
English Learning Area.
Only here on 106.3 DWDR-FM Dance Radio.
Dance Radio, where learning is amazing. Dance Radio, siniparalan sa radyo. Hatid namin makabago, paraan ang pagtuturo.
Wala nang makakapigil pa. Sulong Arangkada 106.3 Dance Radio sa Aurora, Isabela.
Edukasyo'y susulong, basta
right, so you have just heard the RBI for Quarter 3, Week 1 in English 8, which is recognizing propaganda techniques used in a given text. Again, at the end of this lesson, you are expected to first identify and recognize the propaganda techniques used in an advertisement or commercial. Second, understand the importance of recognizing the propaganda techniques that influence your daily decisions in life. And third, use propaganda techniques in persuading or in influencing people for good. Sir Dennis?
Okay, to begin with our discussion for today, let me ask you this question. Have you been persuaded to buy a product or influenced to believe on something due to persuasive commercials or advertisements or speeches? Ma'am Jonah?
For me, yes and no. Yes, because I like the product. It's very catchy and it's somehow believable. So I got hooked by the
Yes.
advertisement. But sometimes if it's they overdid it, the commercial, sometimes I doubt the quality of the product. So sometimes I don't buy. Sometimes I buy, sometimes I don't buy. It depends on how is the effect of the advertisement to me or commercial
Yes.
to me.
How about our dear learners?
May answer
yes, later
dito
on. Yes.
from Jamie Miel Lamug of 8 Aristotle. Sabi niya, yes, advertising have encouraged me to buy a product or affected me to believe in something because they utilize emotionally appealing words that encourage me to buy the product. Sometimes I purchase products because they are trendy or popular. And I want to be a part of the trend. Or because the product's commercial featured well-known persons or celebrities.
Yes.
Oh, yun ang sagot ni Jamie.
Yes. How about naman si Ma'am Leslie? Yan, tanong si Ma'am Leslie ko. Simple lang. Okay. Ma'am Leslie.
Yes, also. But sometimes, these advertisements kasi, dito niya tayo mache-check kung tayo ba ay wise buyers. Doon natin mache-check kung tama ba yung binili natin. Hindi lang bumili tayo kasi naengganyo tayo sa sa mga pakulo nila. So, that's all.
Sabi naman ni Ashley, thank you ma'am Leslie. Sabi naman ni Ashley, sa anti-dandruff shampoo, pero di naman nakakatanggal. Tanggal ang buhok mo anak, tanggal ang buhok mo. Sabi naman ni Jersey Marina, no! I use my brain to buy products. Very good naman. Siyempre. Sino ba ito sumagot dito na kwan?
Matalinong
na
mamimili.
nangaaway. Matalinong pagpili. Ayan.
Yeah.
So ganun din naman tayong lahat, di ba? And mostly wag nating tawag ito talaga naman minsan nadadali tayo ng mga nagpo-promote sa paranya. Okay.
Sir, lalo sa mga products, lalo food.
Oo.
Hindi tayo lalo pag it looks
Parang
appealing and
tinitignan mo parang
yummy,
yung presentation, parang sa advertisement, kakaiba kasi.
Sabi ni Nora Rosete, yes and also no. Bakit kaya? Because their advertisements is using glittering generalities and
loaded words.
Loaded words that encourage me to buy the product. And sometimes no, because I don't really trust someone advertisement. Ayan.
Nabanggit ni Nora yung dalawang propaganda techniques na ating mas ipapaliwanag pa sa ating lesson. So, ano nga ba, mga anak, ang propaganda? What is propaganda? It says here, propaganda is information, ideas, opinions, or images, often only giving one part, not a whole part, one part of an argument that are broadcast, published, or in some other way spread with the intention of influencing people's opinion.
Yes.
So that definition, it came from Cambridge Dictionary.
Yes. kung nakinig kayo kanina ng ating RBI kanina, ay ito ang ginagawa natin ngayon ay deepening at para makita nyo yung aming pinaggagawa ngayon. Yung mga hindi po nakarinig kanina tapos nanonood, ngayon makikita nyo na yung mga pinapakita namin ngayon. Ay, yung mga binanggit namin sa RBI. Okay?
Okay, tama.
Now, yes ma'am?
So there are different types of propaganda technique that we're going to discuss. One is bandwagon propaganda, card stacking, plain false testimonial, name calling, glittering generalities, and loaded words. So let's discuss first the bandwagon.
Baka ma'am, hindi lang naintindihan kung ano ibig sabihin ng propaganda sa Ilocano, ha? O, ano ba?
Ay, oo,
sa
tama.
Ilocano, ano ba sa Ilocanong propaganda?
Ang Ilocano kasi ang Ilocano ng propaganda ay propaganda din eh.
Oo, ayun talaga.
Pero ang reason na ang propaganda, ang goal niya is to persuade. Na ang ibig sabihin ng persuade sa Ilocano ay alukuyin. Okay, alukuyin.
Alukuyin.
Oo, or kung mag-advertise ka naman, ang Ilocano ng advertise is ipakaammo. Yun.
Iwarnak, adugamin, tiketa sa windeta.
Yeah.
Depende sa context. Yeah, depende sa context yan. Mabaling nga pakamo, panaka iwartak, sabi niya. Pakdaar, sabi pa kaila, di ba? Ayan, ang galing. Sige, Ma'am Jonah.
So, aalukuyin namin kayo, mga anak, na makinig.
Yes.
Okay, at lalo pang matuto sa ating lesson ngayon. So, for disclaimer,
yes, tap nyo adultity, makaamaw yun tayo.
Ipakaamumi. Okay, the information provided in the sample advertisements used in this instruction is for educational purposes only and not intended to promote or to demote any brands or political views. Yep.
Thank you. That's
So
clear.
let's start with the first technique. So we have here the bandwagon technique. So everyone is doing it. You should too. So isa din ang definition ng bandwagon is it is a form of propaganda that exploits the desire of most people to join the crowd.
Yes.
Okay, or to be on the winning side. So pang
pakalahatan.
Pangmakamasa.
Pangkalahatan.
So as you can see in the image, sabi niya, imagine kung lahat tayo nag-Enervon. So do you know the multivitamins Enervon? So
parang ganun.
okay, so makikita nyo dito in this picture, you can see that there are people. I think they are saying positive things about this multivitamins, which is Enervon. So, as shown in this advertisement, there are many people who could be considered everyone who are using multivitamins Enervon. Since everyone is taking or buying the product, you should buy it too. So, that's all.
Aduti magusar. Aduti agusar. So, magusar kayo.
Yes.
Diba ganun yun eh?
In general, parang
Ikaw na lang ang hindi bumibili ng product na to.
Diba?
Kaya bumili ka na. Proven and tested. Parang
kaya kung lahat ng classmate mo may ganito, tiyak, yun, malukoy na ka.
Malukoy ka nga talaga.
Dito mo rin makikita
gumatang.
yung feeling of belongingness. Parang nung bata tayo, pag yung mga kaklase mo, kaklase mo may ganitong gamit, ikaw yung wala. Parang sasabihin mo sa parents mo, nanay, bili mo ako ng ganito, ako lang yung walang ganito sa classroom. It's like that.
Huwag ka mag-alala, anak, hindi ka naman doon nag-aaral.
That is bandwagon technique.
Bandwagon technique,
So
yes.
just remember the word, everyone is doing it. So,
And you should too. Yes. And the next technique is card stacking technique. In here, it involves the deliberate omission of certain facts to fool the target audience, making the product appear better than they actually are. Look at the image.
Ang dami niyan, guys. Ang dami niyan, mga bata.
Diba? Para ang sarap-sarap ng Burger King French fries. Diba? Diba?
Oo.
Makikita natin yung ine-emphasize dyan, yung tatlo, yung 40% less fat, 30% less calories, and big taste. Okay? Pero isipin natin, kapag hindi iprinito yan sa maraming mantika, hindi yan magiging masarap. Diba?
Yes.
Pero sinabi nila na 40% less fat, 30% less calories. And there is a big taste. So dito, para inumit nila yung information na paano na-conduct yung study or yung research, bakit nasabi na lang 40% less fat siya, bakit 30% less calories siya. So inumit nila yung kwan na yun. We don't really know if it's a fact or no. Pero masasabi ko na this is a propaganda to just catch the attention of everyone that this is a good food for everyone, especially those who are health conscious.
Yes. Ganyan sila kagaling mag-promote. Yan. Okay.
Okay, so next.
Meron pa ba? Meron pa eh.
Next is plain false.
Ako na pala yun.
Yeah.
Ako ba yun? Ako pala. Okay. This next propaganda techniques uses ordinary folks to promote their products and services as opposed to celebrities. The ultimate goal here is to demonstrate how the product is meant for everybody and will provide value to everyone. Tignan nyo ha, yan yung sasabi natin lagi, nakikita nyo mga guys, mga bata, nakikita nyo lagi yan. Kape, di ba? Huwag natin sabihin kung anong uri ng kape yan, pero yan ay kape. At nakita nyo, ang ginamit dyan ang ginamit dyan ay ordinaryong tao lang. This advertisement shows an ordinary farmer who is drinking the product. It demonstrates how the product is intended for everyone and will be beneficial to everybody. Hindi lamang yan. Parang ang nakikita natin dyan, ito mga anak ang nakikita natin dyan, pag bumili ka ng kape, nakakatulong ka sa mga tinatawag natin mga farmers, mga coffee farmers, nakakatulong ka sa economy, parang ganun na idea dyan. At nagpapakita ito yung number 1 talaga to. Pag uminom ka ng kape, ibig sabihin, gising ka. Di ba? Parang gising eh. Parang pampagising ang kape, di ba?
Hindi ka naman iinom kung hindi ka gising, sir.
Hindi lang yung pampagising yun. Nakakita ka na ba uminom ng kape, tutulog.
Correct.
Okay, now next.
Alright, so the next one is testimonial. These are quotations or endorsements which connect a famous or respectable person with a product or item. Ito yung ayan, mga idols nyo. With the shining love teams on national television, si Daniel Padilla and Catherine Bernardo. The product tends to be more appealing because their endorsers, these endorsers have lots of fans. Ito si Catherine tsaka si Daniel, syempre maraming fans yan. So, marami ang magtatangkilik. And it piques the audience's interest in buying a product that their celebrities have recommended.
Yes.
Yan. Kaya, ni-recommend nila ang Nescafe Creamy White.
Kung idol na idol mo kasi isang artista, parang lahat ng
ayun
ginagawa
pala yung iniinom niya. Inumin ko din.
Gusto mo din na gawin.
Mga bata, mag-text kayo sabihin nyo kung ano yung pinaka-paborito yung tawag ito, endorser. Endorser muna tayo.
Endorser muna.
Go. Sige, babasahin ko maya yung mga endorser nyo. Go.
Sino ang mga favorite ninyo or mga famous person ninyo na nag-i-endorse?
Yes, mga anak. Go. Sige, habang magpapaliwanag pa kami. At babasahin ko mamaya. Okay, ma'am. Next.
And speaking of coffee, since yan ang kanilang ina-advertise, did you know that the most expensive coffee in the world is the Kopi Luwak? Okay? And it has become known as the cat poop coffee. Pero hindi ito yung poop mismo ng cat. Okay? Bakit ba siya most expensive? Because Kopi Luwak is made from coffee beans plucked from civets feces or yung poop niya.
Tama.
Made from coffee beans pa rin siya that are partially digested then pooped out by the civet cat. And there are natural enzymes kasi dun sa tiyan ng civet that enhances the bean flavor, and that's why this coffee is unique and kaya siya mahal. And this with the prices ranging between $35 and $100 a cup, or about $100 to $600 a pound. Okay?
Yes.
So, ganun siya kamahal, ang kopi luwak.
Sa madaling salita, di ba? Sa madaling salita mga anak, yung kape na yan, galing yan sa pupo ng hayop na yan. Galing
Siyempre.
yun. Pero,
Cat poop nga.
ngayon, kung paano sa ginagawa, hindi ko alam yun. Pero yan ay malinis yan.
Kaya nga din daw siya mahal, sir, kasi because of the high cost ng kailangan nilang yun sa paggawa. Kasi pupulutin nila yung poop,
Yes.
lilinisin, and dun sa quality control pa nila.
Hanapin pa nila.
Quality certification. So, kaya mahal siya talaga. And they believe that this type of coffee is very nutritious.
Yun nga, yun siguro yung benefit kasi na taglay nito. Kaya
Yes,
siguro
sir.
naging
Kaya siya
ganun
talaga
kamahal.
mahal. Kasi yung proseso from the start to
Yes.
tasky.
Sabi ni Samantha Copero, Liza Soberano daw. Tapos sabi ni Ma'am Jarlene daw, ordinary people para makamasa.
Sa ano naman siya? Sa plain
O,
folk
diba?
siya. Sa plain folk.
Astin Timoteo, Marian Rivera daw gusto niya. Ay, talaga. Ayan, ha?
Kanya-kanya talagang mga
Liza
mga
Soberano
manok.
ulit.
Enrique Hill daw from Alexander James Timbreza.
Ibig sabihin itong mga batang aware na aware talaga sila sa mga propaganda and advertisement na meron tayong mga commercials, mga ganun, di ba? Very good. Ang galing ng mga bata natin. Okay.
Ayan.
Ginulo ko lang kayo.
Yep. So yun, yung next nating propaganda technique ay name calling.
Okay, so name calling involves using derogatory phrases or disrespectful phrases to create a negative opinion about someone or some other brand. Okay, so dito sa name calling, negative. So, sabi niya dito, links a person or idea to a negative symbol. So, hindi maganda yung sinasabi nung kabilang side doon sa kabilang, so, doon sa side A, yung sinasabi nung side A, negative siya para doon sa side B. Parang sinisiraan mo in Tagalog. So, sinisiraan mo yung parang product or yung tao. Okay? So, this type of propaganda is very popular during election period. So, when a candidate is using negative languages to elicit a bad impression of his or her competitors. So, yun lang yung pinaka-ano ng name calling.
Actually, meron yan sa advertisement talaga. Meron yung brand X na tinatawag natin.
Yun.
Kaya nga sabi ko, pag ako yumaman at magtatayo ako ng business, sa pangalan niya, Brand X. Mas sikat siya.
Sikat siya agad.
Pero brand X, sabi.
Yung negative connotation naman ng brand
Bahala
X.
sila.
Diba?
Sabi sa Brand X, ito pag ginamit mo itong ganito produkto, ganun, di ba?
Name
Brand
calling.
X versus Brand X, ganun sila.
Negative. Negative kasi ang magiging kwan niyan. Magkakaroon ng negative opinion ng mga tao kasi negative yung pagkakasabi mo.
Sa politika naman, di mo pwede sabihin naman si Congressman X, gano'n, di ba?
Napansin niya dito sa sa image natin, can we let a shrimp like this run our great country? Yung mas malaking shrimp, mas malaking shrimp nagsasabi nun sa maliit na shrimp. Di ba? Shrimp, hey, mas matatawag kang shrimp naman. Oo, correct.
Shrimp, sabi niya, shrimp din naman siya.
Correct. Okay. So, yun.
Malaki lang siya.
Malaki
Name
lang
calling.
Alright, so the next is glittering generalities. Ito naman yung the opposite of name calling. When we say name calling kanina, it uses negative words. Dito naman sa glittering generalities, it uses positive words to promote. It uses emotional appeal and vague statements to influence the audience. Okay, just like this example.
Wow.
Yan, sa Coke. Sabi niya, drink Coca-Cola. Things go better with Coke.
Oh, diba?
Ayan. With the emphasis on the word better, it glitters the product, encouraging buyers with that positive word. And also, the words creamy, dreamy, icy, chocolatey are vague and positive words that influence the audience to buy the product. Yun. Usually, meron pa nito yung mga tagline nila, yung mga find magic in Enchanted Kingdom.
Correct. Glittering generalities.
You are in good hands.
Oh, yun nga, di ba? Anong ganyan? Parang gusto ko yata you're in good hands. Ano ba yan, ha? Pag alam ng mga bata, sige, magbigay ako ng kwan.
Magbigay ka ng prize. Wow.
You're in good hands. Wait, sige, bala kayo.
Kaninong tagline
kaninong
yun?
tagline
You
yun?
are in good hands.
30 pesos worth of load. Go!
Kaninang tagline talaga.
30 pesos daw, dear learners.
Hindi talaga totoo
Type
yun
nyo
kasi
na.
yung tagline talaga nakakatulong yung tagline sa
Clue.
kanila.
Bangko to.
Bakit naman?
Pwede ba ako sumagot, sir?
Huwag na. 30 pesos na. 30 pesos daw talaga
Kaya
pag
kailangan si Ma'am Leslie ng 30 pesos.
Bangko siya.
Okay, si Ashley Timotea sumagot. O, basta patay tayo ito. Metro ba? Sabi niya. Ay, hindi namin sorry ha. Hindi namin
We're not
understand.
promoting any
We're not promoting.
any company
Na ano
po.
lang natin.
It's just purpose of educating
Educational
lang ba?
purposes.
Iba kasi
Okay.
tumatatak yung mga ganun sa atin, sir, na,
Yung
ito
mga
yun.
catchy words, those are glittering generalities.
Yes.
Catchy words. Next.
Yan. Next po tayo, meron tayo tinatawag na the pomegranate juice propaganda.
Loaded words.
Tama ba ako?
Loaded words.
Loaded words?
Okay. Yep.
Loaded word ba?
Opo. Loaded words are words with strong associations such as home, family, dishonest, and wasteful.
Sorry.
Like for this example,
Ayan
cheat
pala.
death, sabi ni pomegranate juice.
Yun ba yun? Oo. Yung propaganda pala ng pomegranate juice pala yun. Loaded
Oo.
words pala yung ano niya. Ang propaganda style niya. Words with strong associations such as home, family, dishonest, and wasteful. Okay. Sa poster na ito, makikita po ninyo it is not the phrase used a lot in life under the phrase cheat death. Tama ko? O, dito kabila.
No. On the poster here,
Oo.
there are words cheat death. Okay? So they are only words that are bolded, meaning the advertiser wants the customer to receive the message clearly that people who drink the pomegranate juice would be able to live longer. The phrase cheat death grabs the viewer's attention because cheating death is an impossible thing to do, and also it is not a phrase used a lot in life. Under the phrase cheat death and the picture of the pomegranate juice, there is the description of the juice and how only 8 ounces a day of the juice can cure you from heart disease and strokes, which are hard things to completely get rid of.
Parang ito yung nagpapakahulugan ng isang bagay niya. Halimbawa yung isang advertisement noon ng pantalon na nandun sa isang building, tapos para masusunog yung building, hindi niya alam pa paano gagawin niya, pero merong mahabang tawag ito, tali na bakal para wire siya. Ang ginamit niya yung pantalon niya. Na niya. Kasi iba kasi nahuhulog sila. Ngayon sa ginamit niya pantalon siya. Yung pantalon niya kasi matibay.
Matibay. Wow. Okay, nice one.
Pero ayoko na magitin pangalan ng pantalon.
Loaded words, parang mayroon maalala ko yung isang advertisement na na-catch yung heart ko din. Para kanino ka bumabangon. That's a loaded word kasi it talks about family, di ba? Family and your life, your health.
Lalo na yun, di ba?
Loaded words.
Tama yun. These are loaded words given, no?
Like cheat death, that's a very loaded word. Sino ba ang gustong mamatay?
Or sino ba gustong di ba, mamatay?
Diba?
Diba?
Ayaw nating mamatay, kaya yon parang sabi
Minom ka nito.
Minom ka nito para hindi ka mamatay. Parang gano'n.
Yun.
Okay, that's loaded words.
Hungry. Di ba may gano'n yung sa kanya, hungry, sana nakalagay ito, di ba? Yung salitang hungry, patanong, pero pag kinain mo daw, mabubusog ka, parang gano'n.
Forever.
Ayoko ng magitin.
Okay, so dear learners, those are the 7 propaganda techniques. And now let's have an activity. In here, you're going to watch or listen to the given sample advertisements that use different types of propaganda. Then give 1 or 2 types of propaganda used to influence or encourage the buyers.
Yes.
The very first commercial.
Yan, ito.
Breakfast time, ganito na lang lagi. Nandyan sila, pero parang hindi. Alam ko na, bagong Bear Brand, busog-lusog.
Bago? Bago?
Bago!
Doble ang flakes, Bear Friends. Doble gatas nito. Busog-lusog, chocolate nila. Nakakatibay pa. Pinuhay mo ang aming umaga.
Magbagong Bear Brand, busog-lusog.
Okay.
Right, so what are the
What are the techniques or
propaganda techniques in that advertisement? Ayan, meron na from Jamie Miel Lamug, plain folks and glittering generalities. Sagot ni Jamie Miel Lamug.
Oh, galing
Cassandra Javier, sabi niya, plain folks. Nora Rosete, plain folks and glittering generalities. Ano pa, sir? Stephanie
Stephanie
Ansario.
Ansario.
Plain folks and loaded words.
Ano kayang tamang sagot?
Ano tamang sagot, ma'am?
Yes, ano tamang sagot, ma'am?
We have here plain folks, loaded words, and glittering generalities. It could be the three. Plain folks kasi there are ordinary people. The glittering generalities, two times flakes, yung ganon. So, wow!
Yes.
Parang load pa siya, di ba? Loaded yung content ng milk. And loaded words kasi busog-lusog.
Yes.
We're talking about health here. Okay. Okay, yeah.
Lusog ka na, malusog ka
Lusog ka pa. Ayan, tama.
Okay, so sino po siya? Siya si Stephanie Ansario. Congratulations. Next po natin.
Next, propaganda, commercial.
Kami ang Energen generation, and we grew up with a healthy breakfast. Not just some days, but every day.
That's why may energy kami to reach for the sky.
Energy to pursue our passions.
And energy to power through the day. Bata pa lang kami, araw-araw nang handa ni Mommy ang Energen. May nutritious cereals, milk, vitamins, and egg. Mom, thank you. Healthy ang breakfast. Araw-araw Energen. Sustansya pagkain numin.
Alright, so lagay po natin yung item number. That's number 2. From Nora Rosette, loaded words. Bettina Rivera, testimonials. Cassandra Javier, testimonial. Azli Timoteo, bandwagon, loaded words, testimonial.
Jamie Lamog ulit ha. Sabi niya testimonial,
bandwagon
and loaded words.
Words.
Miss E. Natasha Garcia, loaded words. Okay. Si Corinne Gail Agas, testimonial, loaded words.
Okay, so the answer, Ma'am Jonah?
The answer is bandwagon because of the connotation, Energen generation.
Okay.
Kung kaedad mo si Catherine Bernardo, then you are drinking Energen. And testimonial because we're using celebrities.
Kasalukuyan ka nagsasalita, nakasagot si si Aslin Timoteo.
Catherine Bernardo and Nash Aguas.
Okay, so ano ba ma'am? Kasalukuyan nagsasalita kasi may nakasagot si Aslin, sabi niya bandwagon and testimonial.
Testimonial propaganda. Yeah, Aslin Timoteo.
Okay, Aslin Timoteo, thank you anak. Very good. Okay.
Next.
Yan.
Sino yung winner natin, sir?
Ha?
Sa number 2?
Yes, so Aslin Timoteo ma'am. Okay. Next po.
Okay, next,
number 3.
Who cares if soaps remove germs? We regrow fast.
But wait! New Safeguard keeps fighting germ regrowth for up to 12 hours. Switch to Safeguard.
Alright. Number 3, kindly key in your answers. Type your name, your section, and the item number and your answer. Bettina Rivera, testimonial, number 3 daw. Jamie Miel Lamug, plain folks, glittering generalities. Gerson Marinay, card stacking. Samantha Copero, plain folks. Aslin Timoteo, glittering generalities and plain folks.
Medyo nalilito sila.
Samantha Copero, plain
Depends
folks.
on what they see in the advertisement actually. It is good that they were able to identify those techniques na hindi natin pala na-identify din, di ba? So it's very important that they know how to spot the propaganda techniques used in advertisement.
Ito ang maganda sa ginagawa natin ngayon kasi hindi naman masabing maling sagot.
Yeah.
Ito lang yung pagkaintindi ng bata.
Yeah, that's right.
And this is what we're going to do is to teach you paano nyo i-recognize sila.
Yan.
Good.
Okay, so for those, are we going to answer now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
So for those who answered card stacking, I'm so sure because you you saw 99.9 kills germ. Okay, yun pa lang yung
Yes. Concentrate lang ha. Concentrate naman. Nagmamadali kasi kayo sumagot.
Okay, and then plain false because we use ordinary
Yes,
person
ayan.
in
Okay,
the
good.
advertisement.
Card
And
stacking.
there's also possibility loaded words kasi 12-hour protection, we want to be protected.
If you want to be protected 12 hours, then
And also yung kills yung glittering generalities could be also.
Yes.
It all depends on what the students see in the advertisement. So I won't say that your answer is wrong because I think you have reason why you've chosen to answer different types of propaganda techniques.
Yes, tama po yun.
What important is you know and you can spot on the
Yes.
technique used in advertisement or
Very
commercial.
good.
So I congratulate all the students who are answering right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Gagaling ng mga bata. Next po natin.
Next. Here.
Yan. Protektahan ang ating pamilya, paaralan at pamayanan. Alamin ang tamang impormasyon. Magpabakuna na.
Back to school.
Back to school. Ayan.
Ligtas
back
na
to
bakuna, balik sa eskwela.
Para sa balik eskwela.
Ayun, para sa balik
Binasa
eskwela.
ni Ma'am Cathy yung sa mga
Content.
nagkikinig sa
That is
radio.
the content
Binasa niya yung
of
content.
the advertisement.
Yes.
So, number 4,
So, malabas na poster siya.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kasi actually lahat ng propaganda advertisements
Oo,
na
di ba?
mapapanood
Yeah.
mo
Yes.
It's not only commercial,
mayroong
but
mga
also
written talaga
Mhm.
na pictures, slogans,
Yes. Okay, good. Ayan, para hindi maliti mga bata. Galing ha. Next na sagot nila ay, tingnan natin ang sagot nila. Meron na sumagot number 4. Ang sagot ni si Geraldine Domingo. Plain Fox and Loaded Words. Yan ang sagot niya.
Yup.
Oh. si Geraldine. Ay, di, meron na pa yata. Si Corinne Gail Agas. Meron pa iba na una. Number 4. Sorry Sorry mga anak, baka nagkamali ako. Si Arian. Tataas lang ako ng konti. Yung unang number. Number 4. Stephanie Ansari, number 4. Di ba number 4 yun?
Yep, this is number 4.
Yan. Okay, Nora din.
Number 4.
Jamie Mil Lamog, Plain Fox, and Loaded Words. Tama ba?
Yep.
Okay. So si Jamie, pero nanalo na siya, di ba?
Oh, yes, sir.
So iba naman?
Yep.
Sige anak ha, pasensya na ha. Bigyan natin ng pagkakataon si Stephanie Ansario, nanalo na rin siya?
Yes, sir.
Okay na rin?
Okay na rin siya?
How about Cassandra?
Loaded
Words.
lang eh.
It's okay.
Yes, magaling, okay naman sila.
Dalawa yung kay Arian.
Arian Faye.
Faye Ramos.
Oo.
Plain Fox and Loaded Words.
Okay na siya?
Okay.
Yes,
so
very good.
Arian, congratulations,
We'll
Arian.
just pero maraming salamat doon sa mga sumasagot na magaling nyo talaga.
Aha. Opo.
At alam ko, okay lang sa kaila na mapili din yung iba kasi alam natin na mga estudyante, hindi naman sila ganun sa At least alam na sumasagot sila.
Oo po. Ayun. So, why is it loaded words? Kasi
Sige, ma'am.
protektahan ang ating pamilya, paaralan at pamayanan. That's loaded words indeed. And
Yes.
plain false, kasi we have here two ordinary people who are advertising yung magpabakuna na. Okay. Ayan. Next. How about this example? Isabela Tourism Office. Kinuha ko po ito sa kanilang page. Pahiram po. Hindi po hindi po ginagamit po namin.
yung nasa screen kasi is, let me just describe the
Yes, sige ma'am. Kindly.
kasi. So, yung nasa screen, as you can see, the different, yung mga pinagmamalaki ng
Spots
ating
yata ito no?
province.
Landmark?
Yeah.
Oo.
Pinagmamalaki ng ating province, the province of Isabela. We
Beautiful
have here
spots. Yan.
what is this?
Landmark.
Magatdam, the Pansit Kabagan, I think, and then the
Charts. Yung isa dyan,
yes.
yung
Tapos yung Queen Isabella Shrine. Then Queen
Ang tawag doon sa island na yan? Heart Island. Hindi ko alam Heart Island.
So
na tawag.
actually,
Palanan.
this was posted last February 12. Iniimbitahan namin kayo po. So the municipality, the provincial government of Isabela is inviting everyone doon sa kanilang may program. I think they have program about this one. So yun yung pinaka main focus ng advertisement na to or nitong post nila.
Okay, so ang una nakasagot na po sa atin ay si Ashley
and
Timoteo.
Aslin.
Pero nauna si
Tina
Ashley.
Rivera, Glittering Generalities.
Yeah.
Pare-pareho sa Glittering Generalities.
Okay na ba si Juan Ashley? Nanalo na rin siya? Ashley, nanalo na rin? Okay, si Ashley.
Oo.
Si Ashlyn lang.
Yun, sila yung
si
nauna.
Ashley. Okay,
Yung
sige.
dalawang magkapatid.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
Number,
Very good.
Let's now proceed to the, to the
Number
last
5.
Yes.
Okay, now let's move on to
Ayan.
this question. Ayun pa? Okay.
Ayan.
Ayan. Sige, tingnan natin. Ano ba yan?
Kilala mo ba yan, sir?
Number 6.
Oo! Kapitbahay namin actually yan.
Totoo ba? That's number 6, mga anak. Okay?
Number 6 yan.
Robusta Con Arabica, Kalinga Mountain Roasters Coffee.
Yan. Ano kaya yan?
Ground coffee.
Oh, may number 5. Ano ba number yan? Number 5? Number 6 yan eh.
Well,
Oh, number
that's
6 yan mga anak ha.
number
Okay,
six.
number
That's
6.
number 6.
Sumagot sa Sinora Rosete, sabi niya plain fault. Sumagot naman si Jamie Mielamog, testimonial. Tingnan natin. Pero nanalo na yung dalawang to, di ba? Nanalo yung dalawa. Okay. Samantha Copero, plain fox. Okay.
Aris Flores, Plain Folk.
Sige lang. Ayan, si ano, si Kay Mamuad Magaway, dalawa sagot niya.
Oo, Keith Mamwad Magaway, testimonial Plain
Okay,
Folk.
si Mark Kevin Tonda, sagot niya. Pero ano, walang number eh. Okay lang ba yun?
Testimonial, sabi niya. Mark Kevin Tonda. Si Cassandra Javier, testimonial. Asli, testimonial and Bandwagon.
Yes.
Arian Faye, testimonial. Gerald
TJ Aributan, yan, testimonial. No, ano sagot?
The answer, okay, because Apo Wangwood, the person who's advertising the product, is a popular tattoo artist.
Saan yan?
Of the Kalinga.
Kalinga, yes.
Kalinga
pa,
Mountain.
yes. Kalinga Mountain.
Okay, so for those, because Apo Wangwood is very popular person, a respectable person, this propaganda, the technique used in the advertisement is testimonial.
Yes, very good. Sino pong nanalo?
Considered na siya.
Yan.
Okay.
Matindi sila because in Kalinga, kaya sila mahilig sa kapido, laging pinag-usapan namin ni Ma'am Yo. Tandaan nyo kasi mga Kalinga, kasi malamig, may lugar na malamig doon at kailangan nila lagi mainit. Tsaka yung kanilang sikmura kasi sanay sa mapait. So napakapait pero napakasarap ng produktong yan. Yun kasi ang kultura nila doon, ang uminom ng kape hindi dahil sa ano pa man, kundi nakakatulong din yan sa kanilang katawan to energize din sila kasi dulot sa kanilang lakas ng katawan din.
And also alam natin very popular ang kanilang tribe sa mga tattoos. Kapag marami kang tattoo, ibig sabihin mas higher yung achievements mo. Okay, parang mas kilala ka sa town ninyo o sa town nila. So it's positive yung pagkakaroon ng tattoo sa kanila, it's positive.
Okay, congratulations, dear learners. You were able to recognize the propaganda techniques used in the given advertisements or commercials. Well done. Now, we will move on to the evaluation questions in order for you to synthesize the lesson you have learned for today. For those who are watching us via FB Live, please key in your answers on our comment box. And for those who are listening via radio, please message your subject teacher via messenger or text. So for number 1, why is it important to be aware or to recognize the different propaganda techniques? Number 2, how are you going to use your knowledge about propaganda techniques to promote positivity and goodness?
Alright, so you may send the answers to your subject teachers via messenger or pwede rin nyo rin i-key in dito sa ating comment section.
Yan. Okay.
Sir Dennis?
Yes. Ano bang...
Let's see the answer for number 1 question.
Ayan, may sabagot
There
na,
are
ha?
answers here.
Si
actually,
Jamie
ma'am.
Lamog sabi niya, it is important to be aware of or recognize the various propaganda technique in order to determine whether an advertisement is positive or negative and whether the advertisement is telling the truth about their product or focusing solely on the positive aspect of their product rather than the negative aspect so that we are not deceived and will not lose money.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
right.
Ang galing, di ba? Oh,
You will not lose money. You will not be
Yes.
Yun yung key statements niya doon. Next,
Yes.
how about question number 2?
Question number 2. Wala, puro question number 1 pa lang.
From
Okay,
Cassandra Javier. Now that I am knowledgeable about the propaganda techniques, I will promote positivity and goodness by
Very good.
doing what's right. For example, presenting only the facts and never using the inappropriate techniques like the name calling or stereotyping and the card stacking technique.
Okay. Wow. Thank
Yeah,
you.
galing, ha? Very good.
Galing ng mga bata
Okay.
natin.
Next.
Thank you mga anak sa inyong mga mas magagandang mga sagot. So for number 3, use a different propaganda techniques to persuade or influence people. I have actually given this activity to my class, 8 Aristotle and Copernicus. And here are some of the outputs of my students. Wow. Yeah. So here they are advertising Doña Aurora National High School. So why choose us? Sabi niya.
Siguro,
Why choose
oh,
us?
yes. Siguro maganda tawagan natin ang mga batang ito para
yes.
may bigay sa
Sige
atin
nga,
yung kailang idea bakit nila nagawa ito.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
tignan natin ha.
This
Okay.
this work is actually the output of Cassandra Javier.
Hello! Sino po sila? Sino pala yung mga number nito?
Cassandra.
Cassandra Javier po.
Hello Cassandra, yan. Ang ganda-ganda ng ginawa ninyo anak. Pwede ba paki-explain mo kahit konti kung paano kayo nag-coop up ng come up with this kind of advertisement or poster?
Yes, sir. We
Naririnig.
communicate openly with each other. We share our ideas, thoughts, and make collective decisions that fit best for the betterment of our output. And we listen to everyone's opinion. In fact, we really felt each other's presence. Our group has been working productively because we have teamwork and unity. So we have done our outputs beautifully and smoothly.
Yes, ang galing. Ano ba masasabi ko? Kinumpleto mo na lahat, anak. At dahil dyan, ha, tatanggap ka sa amin ng isang regalo. Pero siyempre, sige, gawin ko na. Bahala na kayo kung paano
Group
gagawin
ba
niya.
siya, ma'am? Group siyang ginawa?
Thank
Sa
you.
kagrupo nila.
Yes.
Ay,
So,
napatayan ko ng
bahala ka na, Sir Dennis. Group daw yun.
We will give you 100 pesos worth of
Wow,
blood. Bahala na kayo,
for
ha?
that group?
Yes, sorry kasi na
100.
napatayan kita agad. Nagmamadali ako kasi wala na tayong time and thank you very much. Okay.
Yes. So, we just finished our week 1 lesson for quarter 3 English 8. So, again, the propaganda techniques are the bandwagon, propaganda, card stacking, plain folks, testimonial, name calling, glittering generalities, loaded words.
Yes.
So again, if you are struggling to understand some concepts in our lesson for today, please contact your English subject teacher.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sir Dennis?
Okay po, ha? Okay. So, in behalf of my fellow grade 8 English teacher, Ma'am Cathy, Ma'am Leslie, and Ma'am Jonah, and our technical specialist, Sir Jashel, we quote Aesop statement. Sabi niya rito, persuasion is often more effectual than force. Indeed, the ability to persuade is power. Let us use this ability for our own good and for everyone's benefit. Until next time, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Facts and information. Today's learning for you normal. With capable teachers whose heart and soul are divine. Delivered knowledge inside your home through 106.3 DANHS Radio. Fully dedicated to serve the public in tribute to education, reproduce of radio-based instruction. We are pleased to deliver the utmost aim of education. Only here on 106.3 DWDR-FM. Ito ang 106.3 Dance Radio. Dance Radio.
Prepare yourself.
Ang silid-aralan sa radyo, hatid namin ay makabagong paraan ng pagtuturo at kalaman. Mapaumaga, tanghali o hapon man yan. Ang istasyong magbibigay impormasyon kahit saan man.
Alright, here we go.
106.3 Dance Radio. Doña Aurora National High School, Santa Rita, Aurora, Isabela.
This
106.3 DWDR FM. 106.3 DANHS Radio. DANHS Radio.
Prepare yourself.
Ang silid-aralan sa radyo, hatid namin ay makabagong paraan ng pagtuturo at kaalaman. Mapaumaga, tanghali o hapon man yan, ang istasyong magbibigay impormasyon kahit saan man.
For something big. All right, here we go.
106.3 DANHS Radio. Doña Aurora National High School, Santa Rita, Aurora, Isabela.
This
106.3 DWDR-FM. Physics, Chemistry, Earth Science, Biology, Biochemistry, Environmental Science. These are some branches of science. Science is about a whole lot more than that. And to sum it up, we believe that science is the way of helping the brain grow in finding new knowledge and help us defeat our curiosity and how the world develops and works today. Science. This is your class, and this is science. And now, here is your host for the day.
Good afternoon, our dear listeners and viewers. We hope you are now tuning in to this scientific session amidst the cold weather. Cold weather. O naman talaga cold weather ngayon, di ba? Okay, good afternoon to our dance family headed by our very supportive officer in charge, Sir Rodrigo V. Pascua. This afternoon, we will be having a very exciting topic in Science 10 which is on the roles of hormones in the reproductive system. Ma'am Mirna, what are to be expected from our students after our discussion this afternoon?
Okay, good afternoon, Ma'am Jen. And of course, to all our grade 10 learners who are presently attending our session today. After our discussion, our learners must be able to explain the role of hormones involved in the female and male reproductive systems. So, my dear learners, stay with us and let us explore and learn how hormones impact the reproductive functions.
Thank you, Ma'am Mirna. With us today are the very enthusiastic Science 10 teachers to elaborate our lesson for this week. We have Ma'am Donna, Ma'am Dines, and Ma'am Dines.
Okay, Ma'am Donna, shout out naman dyan.
Okay, good afternoon sa mga estudyante natin, lalong-lalo na sa 10 Mendeleev and 10 Einstein. Yan, sana makinig kayo hanggang sa kahuli-huli ang part ng ating discussion ngayong hapon.
Yes, Ma'am Dines.
Okay, yes, Ma'am Jen. Okay, good afternoon sa aking mga 9 Gayabano, 9 Dalandan, and 9 Makopa. But of course, yung lesson natin ngayon na Science 10. So, shout out naman sa aking mga 10 Tanggile, 10 Talisay, and 10 Tindalo. Magandang hapon sa ating lahat.
And once again, good afternoon to my 10 Sinagtala, Obra, and SPJ. Welcome to our lesson on the air. No? Actually, live discussion lang tayo this afternoon. I can see some are already in. Nakikita ko may mga screenshots na silang sinesend sa akin. So please stay all throughout the discussion. And for those who are not yet in, please tune in or join now for us to learn better our Quarter 3 Week 1 lesson.
Ayan, di ba ang saya-saya? Hello sa aking mga 10 Kamagong and 10 Jimilina. Naka-tune in na sila. Ayan, nagsisend na rin sila ng screenshot. And also, of course, sa lahat ng grade 10 learners ng dance. Kaya sit back and relax cause we are here. We got your back.
Oh, di ba?
Kaming bahala sa inyo. Basta makinig kayong mabuti.
May patagline ka pa, Ma'am Jen, ha? Ayan. Okay, so dear learners, let's start, no? Ayan. Sir Joshel, nakikita na ba? Ayan. So, as you can see, ayan, meron na tayong pinapresent dyan. So, please, my dear learners, kindly observe the pictures presented. Ayan, nakikita ba natin? Okay, and tell us your idea of what do the pictures depict. What does the picture show? Ano sa tingin ninyo?
Oo, pero
Ayan.
you may send your answers via the chat box or through text para dun sa mga nakikinig sa radyo. Yan, ang ating number ay, CP number ay 0910 0910-6423-002. Ulitin ko, 0910-6423-002. Ayan. Meron na bang mga nag-chat, ma'am?
Okay, paki-monitor nga, ma'am. Sa akin yung text.
Oo, ano yung tanong natin, ma'am? Anong tanong natin?
Okay, kindly observe the pictures presented and tell us your idea of what do the pictures depict. Kung ano ba ang sa tingin ninyo ay pinapakita ng picture diyan sa ating presentation.
Ah, okay. Marami nang nag-comment. Oh, wait lang, basahin ko. Ay, may nagpakita ng ano.
Si ano?
Hindi ako
Ma'am Mirna, si Misha.
Yes, ma'am.
Oo, si Misha, ang sagot niya, puberty.
Okay, thank you, Misha. Meron pa ba tayong mga ibang sagot dyan?
Meron akong nabasa. Sabi ni organista Harlene ng Ten Molave, humans are normally growing hair.
Okay. So, thank you din sa sumagot. Sige lang.
O, may isa pa, Ma'am Mirna.
Yes, ma'am.
From Jonah, Jamaica Tangonan Castro, puberty din, ang sagot niya.
Okay.
Yes, ganun din sabi ni Minerva Corameng. Sabi ni Nicole Castillo, development.
Pakiulit, Ma'am Jen.
Development. Sabi ni
development daw.
Nicole,
sabi ni Nicole
Castillo.
Okay, so meron pa ba mga kasagutan? Sige po.
Alexis Manzano, the picture is about puberty.
Ayan. Mostly ang sagot nila, ma'am, ay puberty.
O from Charlene, another one, Charlene
okay.
Joy.
Sabi ni...
Saad, growth.
May may sumagot din ng reproduction, sabi ni Cyril Labagnoy Feliciano ng 10SPJ.
Okay, napaka-active ng mga anak natin. And of course, all their ideas are correct, no? Okay, correct naman ang kanilang mga sinagot. Actually, the pictures, sabihin ko na ba? Or may mga sagot pa?
Okay, puberty ang sagot nila. Changes in body, sabi na ni Shekina
Jairet
Tangonan ng 10SPJ. Sabi niya, changes in the body.
Okay, very good. So, thank you sa lahat ng sumagot. Actually, sabi ko nga kanina, as I have said, no, lahat naman sila ay tama ang sagot. Okay, so the pictures depicted some of the physical changes, sabi nga nila, development, body changes, okay, of a girl or a boy, experiences during puberty. Okay, yun yung
so
sagot
nila
kanina.
Yung word na puberty.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, actually, so congratulations sa lahat ng sumagot and as I have said, lahat kayo ay tama naman ang inyong sagot. Okay, so how about these pictures? So meron pa tayo na Ma'am Jen. Okay, how about these pictures?
Wow.
Yan. I'm sure medyo na-experience na natin yan, mga grade 10, no? Okay, so what can you say about these pictures? Ano naman kaya ang pinapakita ng pictures na ito? Okay, so you may chat again your answers or
may nag-text na
pwedeng mag-text. Actually, wala pa.
Wala chat naman.
Wala chat. Number ko po yun.
Ito, meron. Si J.R. Abalos. O from 10 Lawan, adulting stage, sabi niya.
Adulting,
ganda ng sagot niya.
Isa pa, adulting stage din yung sagot niya.
Okay, adulting stage. Meron pa sa dyan, Ma'am Jen?
Circle of Friends, sabi ni Karil Jade Ballesteros Foronda ng 10 Einstein.
Okay. So, nakikita kasi natin dyan, no?
Adolescent, sabi ni John Marian Ryan.
Tangile. Yes, adolescent.
May sagot din na socialization.
Okay.
Sabi ni Charlene Joy Marcelo Saad ng 10 Rutherford. Ayun.
Circle of friends. So,
Yes,
yan.
ma'am, kasi sa picture, meron dito nakikita
Ah,
natin
kay-
no?
Kay
Yung
Karil.
Magkakaibigan,
Karil
puro babae.
Foronda.
Okay, meron din yung chopa doon, dalawang lalaki. Okay, meron pa ba?
Ayun. Pareho na, socialization, ganon.
Okay.
Social life.
Social
Social life, sabi ni John na Jamaica Tawanan Castro. Adolescent, sabi ni Maria Cristina Enriquez. Ayan.
Okay, so once again, thank you. Thank you sa mga, meron pa Ma'am Dines?
Na-late lang yung sagot niya, ma'am, sa puberty, yung kanina. Yung
Yung
first slide
kanina,
natin.
okay. So medyo naglag siguro. Okay. So actually, yung mga sagot ng ating mga anak ay tama rin, no? Okay, tama siya. Actually, these pictures, okay, depict, kung kanina, dinedepict niya yung physical changes brought by puberty. Ito namang pictures ngayon, ito naman yung emotional changes and social changes na na-experience nila caused by puberty. And I'm sure talaga mga grade 10 learners natin, they have experienced this already and or still experiencing right now, no? Okay, so now the question is, so nakita natin meron tayong physical changes, emotional and social changes. The question is, what do you think causes these changes in appearance, o yung physical, as well as in their emotions?
Oo, may isa talagang bagay
Yes,
na
may isa talagang
dahilan kung
dahilan.
bakit magkakaroon tayo mga changes na
yes.
yan.
Okay.
Development.
So yan. So isang
Ano
word
kaya
lang
yun?
siya, no?
One word yun.
Yan.
Ilang letters ba yun?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
meron
7, 8.
Meron na akong nakitang sagot.
Okay, meron na daw sumagot.
Oo, may sumagot from 10 Mendeleev, si Jonah Jamaica Tangonan Castro. Sabi niya, ma'am, ay hormones.
Okay.
Meron pa ba?
Meron pa ba?
It is caused by hormones, sabi ni Alexis Manzano ng 10 Einstein.
Okay, wow, nangungunang ating mga science class
Sabi ni
students,
Nicole
no?
Castillo, puberty.
Okay. And active din ang ating mga regular signs.
Yes. Andyan
Okay,
sila.
meron pa ma'am?
Oo. Hormone, sabi ni Denise Foronda. Hormone, sabi ni Maria Cristina Enriquez, hormone.
Okay, so yes, very good. The answer is, ayan, hormones.
Okay.
Actually, hormones have great impact on the growth, appearance, emotions, and reproductive functions. And this afternoon, okay, my dear learners, we will be discussing about this, no? About the, okay, so we'll be discussing about the roles of hormones in male and female reproductive system. Okay?
Okay, so this afternoon we have subtopics which we will be discussing today. It's all about the hormones and the endocrine system. Second, the male reproductive system. Third, the female reproductive system. Next is the feedback mechanism.
We will also be discussing about the menstrual cycle and how to keep the reproductive system healthy.
Ayun.
Okay. So, let's welcome Ma'am Jennifer Lacambra and Ma'am Fernandina Benito to discuss about hormones and the endocrine system.
Okay, so good afternoon once again, mga minamahal namin mga learners. So, our topic is all about the roles of the hormones in the reproductive system. Okay. Before we discuss the hormones, let's have first the endocrine system. Why? Okay, because in this topic, we will look on the coordinated function of the endocrine system and the reproductive system sa ating katawan or in our body. Okay, so what is the endocrine system? So the endocrine system is composed of glands that produces chemical messengers called hormones. So ito yung sabi ni Ma'am kanina na hormones are very important in the growth and development of our body. So hormones are produced in one part of the body and travel to target organs through the bloodstream. So the endocrine system, mga anak, is composed of the different glands. Yan nga, makikita nyo dito sa right side sa ating figure. Those are the
the glands. So those glands, those parts of the body secrete hormones which have certain or specific role para sa ating katawan. Okay. Ayan, makadidiscuss yan mamaya ulit. So, we have here the glands of the endocrine system. Ito po ay ilan lang sa kanila, no? So, we have the pituitary gland. Ang pituitary gland natin is found dito at the base of the brain. So, it is called the mother gland. Bakit tinawag na mother gland si pituitary gland? It is because it controls the function of other glands. Yung mga iba pang glands siya din yung kumokontrol. Although gland siya, kumokontrol din siya ng mga ibang glands. Okay. Next is the thyroid gland. Nandyan sa ating, yan, sa may neck, sa may leeg. Parathyroid, nandyan din siya. Thymus, adrenal gland. Ito yung nagkocontrol kapag, ito yung adrenaline, nagpo-produce ng adrenaline natin. Kaya tayo may tinatawag na adrenaline rush. Okay, we have also the pancreas, ito. Then, the ovary and the testis. Okay, so the ovary and the testis are part of the endocrine system because they produce hormones as well as they are also part of the reproductive system because they are involved in the reproduction. So, ano sila, nag-overlap ang kanyang function. Okay. So, the endocrine system, the brain continuously sends signals to the endocrine gland. So, nabanggit dito yung brain. Although the brain is not part of the endocrine system, the brain is part of the nervous system, but it is the main part of our body that controls the endocrine system. So, may kinalaman ang brain dito, ang nervous system natin. So, si brain magsisend ng signal sa endocrine gland to secrete and release the hormones. Okay, and yung glands naman send feedback to the nervous system. Okay, madidiscuss yan mamaya ni Ma'am Donna in our feedback mechanism. So, ito, the hypothalamus in the brain is the master switch that sends signals to the pituitary gland which can release up to 8 hormones into the bloodstream. So, nasa brain siya. Okay? And then, pansinin nyo ito, yung sinabi na yung hormones is released into the bloodstream. So, yung ating glands, once na nag-release siya ng hormone, the hormone is delivered to the different cells kung saan siya kailangan or kung saan siya talaga pupunta through our bloodstream. So, napag-aralan nyo ito noong kayo ay nasa grade 9 na isa sa mga dala-dala ng ating blood ay dala-dala ng ating circulatory system ay hormones. Okay? Through our blood. Ayan. Then, the hypothalamus then detects the rising hormone levels from the target organ. Ang ating hormones kasi ay meron silang target organ kung saan sila kailangan or kung saan sila dapat pumunta. And decreases the release of hormones from the pituitary which results in a decrease in hormone release from the target organ. Okay, may kinalaman yan mamaya sa feedback mechanism na i-discuss natin further ni Ma'am Donna ulit. Okay, so the process of maintaining normal body function through negative feedback mechanisms is called homeostasis. So, kaya meron tayong balance. Ang hormones din kailangan balance because of or through the mechanism called homeostasis. Ayan. So, ano ba yung hormone na pinag-uusapan natin? It is a chemical. So, it is a chemical that is released into the blood and transported to affect cells in other parts of the body. Some of the functions of hormones are for growth and development, kaya tayo tumatangkad, nagde-develop ang ating katawan. In the male and female development, ayan yung mga na-observe nyo kanina. Then, how the body uses energy. So, ang ating metabolism, may kinalaman po yan. the levels of salts and sugars in the blood. So, medyo hindi natin focus ngayon pero may kinalaman ito sa blood sugar level ng ating katawan, salt level. Then, the amount of fluid in the body. Ayan. Sila yung nagko-control dyan. Ayan. So, we have now the reproductive hormones which will be our focus this afternoon with Ma'am Dina Benito.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Jen. Okay, so ang ganda, 'di ba? So, bakit endocrine, 'di ba? Kagaya ng sinabi nga ni Ma'am Jen kanina, actually endocrine system or endocrine system is also called the hormonal system. So, of course, it has various glands that release different hormones. Okay, so yung mga hormones kasi na yon, they are like the body's communication system. Di ba? Ang galing. Communication system. They take messages from one part of the body to the glands to tell other part of the body or what we call the target cell. Di ba? Nabanggit kanina ni Ma'am Jen yun? Yung target cell. So, to do something important. Siyempre, alangan naman nagagawa siya ng hindi tama, di ba? Dapat importante lang. So, the endocrine glands influence reproduction. Yun yung mga sinabi kanina ni Ma'am Jen. Metabolism, growth, and many other functions. So, yung main focus natin ngayon, dito sa live discussion natin is, what are the hormones associated with the reproduction or the reproductive system? So certain hormones play key roles in reproduction. They cause the different sexual characteristics in males and females and control fertility or the ability to have offspring. So there are several reproductive hormones, but there are three major ones. So what are they? We have the estrogen, the progesterone, and of course, we have the testosterone. Isa-isahin po natin yan. So, these hormones, yung mga hormones na binanggit ko na yon, the estrogen, progesterone, and the testosterone, these are associated with puberty. Di ba yung kanina, yung nauna namin na kanina pinakita, mga different pictures, di ba? It's all about puberty. Okay, so, isa-isahin po natin yung mga reproductive hormones na yon. Saan ba manggagaling yung source ng mga hormones na yan? Okay, so the first one, we have estrogen. So what is estrogen? Okay, so estrogens, these are group of these are hormones that stimulates the growth of the uterine lining, causing it to thicken during the pre-ovulatory phase of the cycle. Okay, so saan ba ito? Yung source niya ng estrogen na yan. We have from the ovary, placenta, and the testis, of course. So estrogens are hormones found in females and in low levels in males. So ibig sabihin, hindi lang sa babae meron yung estrogen. Kasi nakita natin doon ovary. So, di ba pag ovary, wala namang ovary ang lalaki, di ba? Pero meron silang testes, di ba? Tama ba ako? Okay. So, yung mga yon, yung estrogen na yan, mas mataas yung percentage sa ating mga babae. Sa lalaki, meron din yan. But in a very low levels. Okay. So, what are the functions of estrogen? Okay, one, growth and development of the fallopian tubes. We have the uterus, the vagina, external genitalia, and in females, estrogens control the development of secondary sex characteristics. Ano ba yung mga secondary sex characteristics na yan? Yung pagkakaroon na ng pubic hair, di ba? Yung development of our breast, sa hips natin medyo nagkakaroon na ng hubog. Those are just some of those secondary sex characteristics. Okay, so these hormones control different stages of the menstrual cycle in females. Kasi wala namang lalaking nagme-mens, di ba? So sa female, which will be discussed by Ma'am Donna mamaya. Malalaman natin ano nga ba yung talagang ng estrogen na yan doon sa menstrual
parang ano na yan, hindi na siya ano dun sa ano natin yan, sa reproductive system. Okay, then, estrogen inhibits LH release. Ano ba yung LH release na yan na sinasabi? Yun yung tinatawag natin na luteinizing hormone. So, luteinizing hormone is a chemical in our body that triggers important processes in our reproductive system. So, importante yan dun sa reproductive system. It is first ovulation and helps with the hormone production needed to support pregnancy. So, yun yung LH na tinatawag natin. Okay, yun yung tinatawag natin na LH. So, if your LH levels, kumbaga parang ito din yung nag-check ng fertility issues yung sa LH. Malalaman natin lahat yan mamaya. Okay, next. So, aside from estrogen, ano pa ba ang hormones na very important in the reproduction? Okay, we have also progesterone. Okay, so progesterone. Okay, ano naman yung progesterone na ito? It is a hormone secreted by the female reproductive system that functions mainly to regulate the condition of the inner lining of the uterus. Or ito yung tinatawag natin na endometrium. Okay, so it is being produced by the ovaries, placenta, and the adrenal glands. It is a hormone released by the corpus luteum in the ovary, and it plays a very important role in the menstrual cycle and in maintaining the early stages of pregnancy. So, matatakel lahat yan mamaya sa progesterone. Stimulation and growth of mammary glands, yun yung mga function. It plays role in conception and maintenance of the pregnancy. Inhibition of the FSH and the LH. So, alam natin yung LH kanina, di ba? Luteinizing hormone. Then, yung FLH naman, we have the follicle luteinizing
Stimulating
hormone. I'm sorry. Okay, so yun naman yung FSH. Okay, thank you. Okay, then, the last one, eto na. Do not be confused ha, yung progesterone or the estrogen, meron sa lalaki, meron sa babae. Pero ang pinakaano sa mga lalaki, yung meron talaga na ano sa kanila is yung testosterone. Parang kabaliktaran siya. Di ba? Ang estrogen, mas marami sa babae kaysa sa lalaki. Ang testosterone naman is meron pa din sa babae, pero in a very small amount. Low level din siya. Hindi pwedeng mas mataas ang testosterone ng babae kaysa sa lalaki. Kasi yung testosterone, ano siya, talagang para sa mga lalaki yan. Okay, so testosterone, like estrogen, is also a steroid hormone. It is found in males and in smaller amount in females. Okay, so in males, testosterone controls the development of the secondary sex characteristics. So, kagaya din siya ng estrogen, di ba? Ano din siya dun sa secondary sex characteristics. Ano ba yung mga secondary sex characteristics sa mga lalaki na napapansin natin? Yan, yung nagkakaroon sila. Kumbaga yung boses nila, parang lumalaki yung boses nila.
lumalalim, deeper.
Lumalalim daw. Parang mas nagiging buo yung boses nila. The broadening of sa shoulder. Parang nagkakaroon na ng
lumalapad.
Nagkakaroon na din ba sila ng mga abs?
Ang abs naman.
Yung abs naman
yung
kasi
abs
through
exercise yun.
Through exercise yun.
Pero yung sa yung mga secondary sex characteristics sa boses, nag-iiba na. Kung dati pumipiyok siya, ngayon parang, mas okay na siya. Okay. So, yun yung, nagkakaroon na din sila ng
Adam's apple.
Yes, Adam's apple.
Tama ba?
And then yung
Pero
hair.
may babae
Hairs.
na nagkakaroon ng Adam's apple. Diba, may
Hindi,
mga
lumalaki
babae na
lang siya.
Lumalaki lang.
Lumalaki.
Meron din lang.
Oo. Okay. Yun din, nagkakaroon ng mga facial hair, ng bigote, mga ano na yan. Okay, then, testosterone in males is produced by the testicles. Yung sa testicles naman yung nagpo-produce ng testosterone. Okay, so, di ba yung sabi ko sa inyo kanina? It is a sex hormone that plays important roles in the body. Sa mga lalaki, it's thought to regulate sex drive or yung tinatawag natin na libido, bone mass, fat distribution, muscle mass, and strength, and the production of red blood cells and sperm. Okay, so yun po yun sa testosterone. It is also promotes functional maturation of the spermatozoa. Okay, so yun po yung sa major hormones na kailangan in the reproductive system. They play a very important role in the reproduction. We have the progesterone, estrogen, and we have the testosterone. Okay, huwag kayong makakonfuse dun ha. Testosterone, estrogen, parehas na meron sa lalaki at saka sa babae. Kaya lang, estrogen, I should say, mas marami sa babae talaga yun. Yun yung dominant sa kanila. Sa lalaki, kukunti lang. Testosterone, kabaliktaran din naman yun. Mas marami sa lalaki kesa sa babae. Okay? So, I hope meron tayong naintindihan or natutunan po doon about the different hormones.
Okay, thank you Ma'am Dina. So let's have so naintindihan na natin yung mga hormones involved in the reproductive system. So let us have what is reproductive system, Ma'am Mirna?
Okay, thank you Ma'am Jen. Actually, this system is not new naman to our learners kasi in their earlier years, I believe, sa elementary, parang natakal din nila to, no? Okay, so the reproductive systems in both male and female consist of primary and secondary sex organs and sex glands. Okay, each of these organs work together to ensure survival of the species. Other systems in the body, such as the endocrine and urinary systems, work continuously to maintain homeostasis for survival of the individual. An individual actually may live a long, healthy, and happy life without producing offspring. But if the species is to continue, at least some individuals must produce offspring. Dito pumapasok yung ating reproduction, and that is the major role of the reproductive system. Okay, so this time, let us discuss about the male reproductive system. Okay? So, yan. The slide shows the male reproductive system. Yan. So, the male reproductive system is located in the pelvis region. It includes a pair of testes along with the accessory duct glands and the external genitalia. Okay, so let us take up the function of each part. Okay, so isa-isahin natin yan. Yung organs included in the male reproductive system. Okay, let's have the first one, which is the penis. Ayan, penis, no? The penis is the male sex organ, reaching its full size during puberty. It is an erectile organ and helps in sperm deposition in the vagina during copulation. In addition to its sexual function, the penis acts as a channel for urine to leave the body. Okay, so the penis is composed of 3 layers of spongy erectile tissue, and during sexual arousal, the erectile tissue fills with blood from arteries, and the resultant increased pressure fills of the veins that drain the penis, and the engorgement of the penis with blood causes an erection. Kaya sinabi natin kanina, it's an erectile organ, no? Okay, so that's penis. Ayan, let's proceed. Ayan. Okay, so the male reproductive system consists of a pair of testes lodged in an integumentary pouch, which is the scrotum. Okay? So initially, they are abdominal. However, as the development proceeds, they descend down into the scrotum. Okay, ayan pala siya. So this adaptation enables regulation of internal temperature of the testes higher than the body temperature, which is very essential for their normal functioning. In adults, each testis oval in shape with a length of about 4 to 5 centimeters and a width about 2 to 3 centimeters. The testis is covered by a dense covering, and each testis has about 250 compartments called testicular lobules. Okay, so ayan, nakikita nyo dyan sa ating picture, no? Okay, ayun yung seminiferous tubules natin. Ayan, and each lobule contains 1 to 3 highly coiled somniferous tubules in which sperms are produced. Okay, so yun yung main function niya, no? Okay, next we have semen. Yan, naririnig siguro ninyo yan. Actually, semen is the thick fluid that comes from men's penis when they ejaculate during sexual activity. It carries sperm out of a man's body so it can fertilize an egg and create an embryo. Okay, so it contains mucus, fructose, a coagulating enzyme, ascorbic acid, and prostaglandins. Okay, so the accessory glands involved in the production of semen are, we have seminal vesicle, prostate gland, the bulbourethral gland, or the Cowper's gland. Okay, so let's take the function of each of these glands. Okay, let's have first the seminal vesicle. Okay, the seminal vesicle contribute around 70% of the fluid that will eventually become semen. Okay? So the fluid that they secrete has a number of properties and components that are important for semen function and sperm survival. First, the fluid that the seminal vesicles produce is slightly alkaline in nature. Why? Okay, bakit kaya siya alkaline? This property increases the pH of the semen as a whole and counteracts the acidic environment found within the vagina. Okay, so the fluid also contains fructose, a sugar that provides an energy source for spermatozoa. So other components such as proteins, enzymes, vitamin C, and prostaglandins are also present. Okay? So semenogelin is also an essential seminal vesicle protein which results in the formation of a gel-like matrix that encases ejaculated spermatozoa, preventing immediate capacitation. Okay, so napansin ninyo, no, lahat napakahalaga, lahat ng mga components ng mga, okay, yan. Okay, let's have the second gland, which is the prostate gland. The prostate gland is located just below the bladder in men and surrounds the top portion of the tube that drains urine from the bladder or the urethra. Okay? So the prostate's primary function is to produce the fluid that nourishes and transports the sperm or the seminal fluid. The secretion is a slightly alkaline fluid that activates the sperm and prevents them from sticking together. Okay, so ayan, napaka-importante ng kanyang role. Okay, so however, prostate problems are common in males over 40 years of age. Okay, actually, prostate cancer is one of the most common cancers in men. That's why, my dear learners, it's very important for you to know how to keep your reproductive system healthy, no, and safe. Okay, so mamaya madidiscuss din natin yan. Okay, next, let's proceed to another gland, which is the bulbourethral gland, or commonly known as the Cowper's gland. Okay na, sir? Oo nga, kala ko may aeroplano. Okay, so ulitin ko po. Another gland is the bulboretral gland or commonly known as the Cowper's gland. Okay, either of two P-shaped glands in the male located beneath the prostate gland. Ayan, so nakikita nyo dyan sa image, no? Nasa baba lang siya. Okay, ng ating prostate gland. And at the beginning of the internal portion of the penis. Okay, so nandun siya. Nakikita nyo dyan sa ating picture dyan, figure. Okay, so the glands which measure only about 1 centimeter in diameter have ducts that empty into the urethra, the tube through which both urine and semen pass. The fluid exerted by these glands is clear and thick and acts as a lubricant. It is also thought to function as a flushing agent, no, that washes out the urethra before the semen is ejaculated. And it may also help to make the semen less watery and to provide a suitable living environment for the sperm. Okay, so nakita natin, no, ang coordination of all the organs of the male reproductive system. So lahat sila may specific function, okay, na ginagampanan. Okay? So let's have this one, the ejaculation, which is the expulsion of semen from the body. Okay, it propels sperm from the epididymis to the vas deferens. Okay, so the vas deferens run from the scrotum and behind the urinary bladder. Here, each vas deferens joins with a duct from the seminal vesicle to form an ejaculatory duct, and these ducts open into the urethra. Okay, and then the urethra drains both the excretory and the reproductive systems. Okay? Okay, actually, a male usually ejaculates about 2 to 5 milliliter of semen. Each milliliter containing about 50, tingnan nyo ha, 50 to 130 million sperm. Ganun siya karami, no? So the bulboretral fluid also carries some sperm released before ejaculation. So na-discuss natin kanina yan, no? Yung, sa ating Cowper's gland. So this is one of the reasons why the withdrawal method of birth control has a high failure rate. Okay, so additional information lang to mga anak ha. Okay, so yan. That's why withdrawal method of birth control has a high failure. Okay, so we have here the hormones involved in spermatogenesis. Ano ba ang spermatogenesis, ma'am? Okay, it is the production of sperm from the primordial germ cells. Okay, so medyo hapyawan ko lang to, although mas ma-explain pa to mamaya. Okay, since we are talking about hormones. So we have number 1, the gonadotropin releasing hormone or the GnRH, which is secreted from the hypothalamus and stimulates the secretion of FSH and LH. Pag sinabi natin FSH, it is the follicle stimulating hormone, and ang LH naman ay luteinizing hormone. Okay, another hormone is the FSH. Okay, it stimulates the secretion of ABP or androgen binding protein by the Sertoli cells and keeps testosterone levels high in the area of spermatogenesis. Okay, we have also the LH, no? Luteinizing hormone, which binds to the interstitial cells of the testes, stimulating testosterone release. Okay, and then we have inhibin. Ayan, is a protein hormone that serves as a barometer of spermatogenesis. Bakit barometer, ma'am? If the rate is so high, it is secreted and it inhibits FSH. No? If the count is too low, its secretion drops. Okay, so mamaya mas ma-explain pa yan sa ating feedback mechanism. Okay, so that's all about the male reproductive system and the function of each organ of the system. I hope I have shed light on this topic. And thank you for listening. Ayan, this time, may we have Ma'am Jennifer Lacambra to discuss the female reproductive system.
Thank you, ma'am. Before I continue, hello muna sa ating mga learners. Nandyan pa ba kayo? Ayan. I hope you are still tuned in to our scientific session this afternoon.
Diba, napakaganda ng topic, Ma'am Jen.
Oo, gising nga ako dun sa topic natin.
Gising si Sir Dennis dito, talagang nakikinig.
Si Sir Dennis. Okay, so let's have the female reproductive system. So the female reproductive system is one of the most vital parts of the human reproductive process. Although a man is needed to reproduce, it is the woman who incubates the developing fetus and delivers the child into this world. So let us study the female reproductive system. So this is a cross-section of the female reproductive system. So we have here the different organs, the different organs that are part of the reproductive system. So isa-isahin natin sila mamaya. Okay. So the major organs of the female reproductive system include first the vagina, second uterus, third ovaries, and fourth the fallopian tubes. Okay. But we also have other organs like or other parts like the cervix, the fimbriae, and the fimbriae. Okay, so you can see here on the screen is the internal reproductive system of the female. We have here, mag-umpisa tayo sa baba. So we have there the vagina. Then, the cervix. Okay. And this, anong tawag dito? Etong naka-inverted triangle dyan is the uterus. Ang tawag dyan ay, ang shape niya talaga is inverted pear. Oo, yung peras na inverted. Okay? And then, on each, or on both sides, we have the fallopian tube, or the uterine tube. Then the fimbriae, yung parang yung finger-like structure dyan, we call that the fimbriae. And then the ovary, etong oval dito sa magkabilang gilid. Okay, what are their functions? Okay, so let's have vagina. The vagina is about 8 to 10 centimeters long. So kung balikan natin yung figure dito sa baba, extended po yan. Okay, that is about 8 to 10 centimeters long. It extends from the exterior, sa labas, hanggang sa cervix. Okay, it is the female copulatory organ. So, this muscular tube receives the penis during intercourse, and through it, a baby leaves the uterus during childbirth. Kaya siya tinawag na the birth canal. Okay, pero normally dyan po lumalabas ang baby, pero ngayon meron ng cesarean method. Okay, so the vagina is elastic. It is composed of of muscles, so elastic po yan. Pwede siyang mag-expand, pwede din siyang mag-shrink. Okay, so the vagina, sabi nga ni ma'am kanina, is acidic in nature. Okay? Because of the vaginal flora, which is the bacteria that live inside the vagina. So, usually dominated ng lactobacillus species. So, may mga bacteria, good bacteria that lives inside of the vagina, which is the lactobacillus, to help to keep the vagina healthy by producing lactic acid, hydrogen peroxide, and other substances that inhibit the growth of yeast and other unwanted organisms. So, they maintain the vagina at a healthy pH of around 4. Ayan. And additional, vagina is self-cleaning. Hindi mo siya kailangang linisan sa loob. It's actually maintaining the cleanliness of its own. Yan. Dahil dun sa the help of the lactobacilli sa kanyang in the vagina. So, Ayan, tandaan nyo po yung kanyang pH level which is 4. Meron niyang kinalaman dun sa ano din sa pag-receive niya dun sa sa mga semen kanina. Okay, so next is the cervix. Actually, the cervix is part of the uterus. It is in the lower part of the uterus. Kung mapapansin nyo kanina sa picture, nandun siya sa pinaka-opening ng uterus ang cervix. So it is the narrow neck and is the outlet of the uterus into the vagina. This is also called the external os. Okay? So the glands of the cervix lubricate the vagina and can block the entry of sperm unless it is at mid-cycle. So usually, dun pa lang sa mucus or sa hormone, sa mucus na nire-release ni cervix, ay nabablock na yung sperm. Okay? Kung hindi pa siya ready, kumbaga wala pa yung ovulation stage. Next is the uterus. So the uterus functions to receive, retain, and nourish the fertilized ovum. Okay, this is a hollow, yun nga sabi ko kanina, pear-shaped organ that is the home to a developing fetus. So, main function ni uterus ay i-nourish, i-nurture, i-retain, i-receive yung fertilized ovum. Yan yung magiging fetus or the developing fetus. So, the uterus is divided into two parts. The cervix, which is the lower part, that opens into the vagina, and the main body of the uterus is called the corpus. So, yung corpus can easily expand to hold a developing baby. Ayan. So, once the baby is growing inside the uterus or the corpus also expands. Ayan. Kaya lumalaki yung tawag nila dyan, baby bump. Okay? A canal through the cervix allows sperm to enter and menstrual blood to exit. So, dun dumadaan yung sperm and also yung menstrual blood na palabas kung hindi na-fertilize si egg. Okay. The non-pregnant human female uterus is the size of an inverted pear. Ayan. Yung normal size niya kapag hindi buntis yung taong babae, human female. Okay? Inverted pear. Pero kung habang nagbubuntis siya, lumalaki, and kapag nakalabas na yung baby, babalik siya sa original size niya. Magsishrink ulit siya. Okay? Muscular. Flexible siya. Elastic. Walang ganun. Okay. Next. Ayan. So, the uterus is composed of 3 layers. So, we have the endometrium. It is the mucosal lining of columnar epithelium. Okay. In short word, ito yung pinagkakapitan ni fertilized egg once na na-receive na siya ni uterus. Okay. And ito rin po yung nagbabakbak during the menstrual cycle kung hindi na-fertilize or walang na-fertilize na egg. Then, we also have myometrium. Balikan na pala natin yung ano kanina. Okay, so ito yung endometrium, yung pinaka-lining niya ng uterus. And then the myometrium, okay, itong pinaka-gitna niya. And then yung lining niya sa labas is the perimetrium. Okay, so yun. And we also have the uterine or the fallopian tubes. Very important ang function din ito. It receives the ovulated oocyte. It is the site of fertilization or the ampulla. The fimbriae are finger-like projections at the end of the oviduct. Sa end kasi ng fallopian tube, meron tinatawag na fimbriae. Okay, so the fallopian tubes are narrow tubes that are attached to the upper part of the uterus. and serve as pathway for the ova or yung ova natin, yung mature egg cell. Paglabas niya ng ovaries, magta-travel siya papunta ng uterus through the fallopian tubes. Okay, fertilization of an egg by a sperm normally occurs in the fallopian tubes. The fertilized egg moves down or moves to the uterus where it implants to the uterine lining. Ayun. So, doon siya dumadaan. Doon nagmi-meet si sperm and egg. Ayan, normally. Then, pababa doon na sa uterus. Okay, so this is the fimbriae. Ayan yung kanyang itsura. Then, the ovary. Ovary is anchored by the ovarian ligament. It outwardly covered by the tunica albuginea, contains the ovarian follicles consisting of an oocyte and follicular cells, the site of oocyte maturation. So, dyan po, nare-release ang eggs and also dyan din po nare-release ang hormones na binanggit kanina ni Ma'am Dina. Okay, they are small oval-shaped glands that are located on the either side of the uterus. It produces eggs and hormones. Yan. So, the oogenesis in the ovary, ito po yung cycle ng maturation ng egg ng mga babae or egg cells ng mga babae. Okay? So, here we have 400 oocyte release, about 500 in a lifetime. Okay, ovary under influence of follicle-stimulating hormone, the follicles mature every 28 days. Then the primary follicle produces estrogens. Okay, and primary oocyte completes its first division, produces secondary oocyte and the polar body. So, the FSH and the estrogens are involved in the oogenesis. Ayan. And then, approximately one-half or halfway through the 28-day cycle. Ano ba yung 28-day cycle? Ito po yung maturation ng ating, or ito yung tinatawag nating menstrual cycle. 28-day cycle. The follicle reaches the mature vesicular or Graafian follicle stage. So, nag-mature na siya. Then, estrogen levels rise and release luteinizing hormone and follicle-stimulating hormone and triggers ovulation. So, pag ovulation, lalabas na ang mature egg sa ovary. Okay, down the fallopian tube. The secondary oocyte travels down the uterine tube to the uterus. If fertilized by sperm, it will produce a zygote. So, yan na. Kapag may sperm na naka-fertilize sa kanya, ma-form ang isang zygote. Okay, what are the hormones involved in the female reproductive cycle? We have gonadotropin-releasing hormone, follicle-stimulating hormone. We also have luteinizing hormone, estrogen, progesterone, inhibin, and relaxin. So, yan po yung mga hormones involved in the female reproductive cycle. So, we have now the feedback mechanism with Ma'am Donabel Velasco.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. So, feedback. So, anong ginagawa natin when we give feedback? Ma'am DANHS? Anong ginagawa natin pag nagbibigay tayo ng feedback? Bago tayo magbigay ng feedback, may nangyari muna, di ba?
Yes.
Okay. So, in any system, a stimulus is needed for a feedback. A feedback is a response. No? We only give feedback or responses after receiving a certain stimulus from the outside of any system. Yung system na yan, it could be the environment. Ang pwedeng magkaroon ng feedback mechanism, hindi lang sa katawan natin. Meron tayong feedback mechanism in the environment, in the ecosystem, in any closed system, there is always feedback. Okay? And in our body, this feedback mechanism is the work of what system in the body? This is the work of the nervous system. Okay? The nervous system is an organ composed of is an organ system composed by different nerves and neurons which primarily transmit signals between body parts. It is primarily directed by an organ called the brain, and it controls our actions, our thoughts, emotions, and a lot more. Okay, so the smallest unit of the nervous system are the neurons. These neurons are like the cells in our body, only that they function to transmit and receive stimuli, no, from the environment to the brain, and from the brain to the different parts of the body so that the body can give responses, or ito yung mga feedback na sinasabi natin. There are three types of neurons. We have the sensory, and the sensory neurons are present in our different sense organs. Meron tayo sa eyes, no? And then, for example, nakita mo Ma'am Dina yung yung co-teacher mo. One reaction. Ngayon, yung sensory yung neurons natin sa sense organs natin will give the information to the brain. It will send that information to the brain, and the brain will command your body to give your reaction. So automatically, hindi mo na iisipin na kailangan ko bang mag-greet. So automatically, you greet or sometimes you smile. No, we smile back, we greet back. That is an automatic reaction. No, that is our response or a feedback from a stimulus. So ganun ka-simple yung natin, yung feedback mechanism. We also have the motor. No, etong motor natin, this includes all the movement of body parts, no, in our body. And then we have the interneurons. Itong mga interneurons na ito, they send signals, no, from one neuron to another so that the messages will reach the receiver or coming from the receptor going to the brain. Okay, sensory neurons act as receptors of stimuli from our sense. Like for example, yung touch, yung smell, yung hear, yung taste. Kaya kapag napapaso tayo, di ba, automatically, pag napasok ka, iisipin mo pa ba, Ma'am DANHS, na tatanggalin mo na yung kamay mo from the source of heat?
Automatic.
Ay, iisipin mo ba? So, di ba, hindi, it's an automatic response. So, ganyan din yung brain natin. Automatically, when you receive stimuli, hindi mo na kailangan isipin kung anong magiging reaction ng katawan mo. It naturally happens. No, spontaneous yan. So, ganun ka, yun ang wonders ng brain natin. Madaling mag-work. Now, when the brain receives the information from the sensory neurons, it also sends signals directed to motor neurons. So, those signals will make us move or will make us give our feedback or response based from the stimuli our body received. This motor neuron then tells the body part to act accordingly. Okay. This is the normal processing of information happens in the body. If this process is disrupted, then homeostasis is disrupted. The main goal of the feedback mechanism is to maintain homeostasis or what we call the balance. No? Kasi when our body needs something, automatically or receive a stimuli, automatically the brain sends signals to different parts of the body to react. No? And some of these signals will allow our body to secrete these different hormones na diniscuss ninyo kanina. Yung estrogen, yung progesterone, yung ating luteinizing hormones, yung ating mga testosterone. So this will help the body maintain homeostasis. Okay? So, let's go to our next slide. Ayan. Okay, this feedback mechanism is the physiological regulatory system in a living body that works to return the body to normal internal state or homeostasis. This mechanism also found in nature in different ecosystem and animal group. Okay, so the feedback mechanism in the living system occurs in the form of a loop which assists in the maintenance of homeostasis. We can see here the image from in our screen. So we have here the stimulus. Ano yung stimulus natin? One example of stimulus is a high body temperature or a high temperature which could exceed 37 degrees Celsius, yung mainit na temperature. That is a stimulus. And the sensor, what will make you sense or receive that stimulus is the nerve cells present in your skin, no? But these nerve cells will send this information not going to the brain, okay? And automatically, because the brain, no, is the control of all the different body organs, it can now start sending signals to regulate the temperature. So ano ngayon ang pwede nating gawin? So yung sweat glands mo ngayon, di ba pag mainit, usually anong nangyayari? After sweating, your body cools down. No? Lumalamig ang temperature ng katawan natin after tayo ay makapag ano yung sweat sa Tagalog?
Pawis.
Makapagpapawis. Yan, Ma'am Jen. Thank you. So, napansin natin, after sweating, medyo lumalamig, ano? And that is one response. That is one feedback our body gives, ano? Okay. So, negative feedback. Ito, meron tayong dalawang feedback mechanism. Actually, we have two. We have the positive and the negative feedback. Pero yung nandyan sa slide natin, nauna kasi ang negative. So, discuss natin muna ang negative feedback, okay? So, let us first define negative feedback in biology. Okay, so a negative feedback also regulates many systems in organism. Like, for example, the endocrine system. This diagram shows a negative. Okay, actually, hindi natin nakikita yan sa diagram. The negative feedback mechanism moves the variable factor towards the stable state or homeostasis after the control unit interprets the extent of the deviation. Okay, later we will discuss this. So na yun. Okay, mamaya muna tayo dyan sa positive feedback, ma'am. Pero parang may examples tayo dyan kanina ng negative feedback. Pwede natin i-check yung slides.
Ano mo sa positive? Yan.
Hindi, negative muna.
Negative daw, negative.
Okay. So, tingnan natin mamaya. Yung sa regulation of body temperature is a negative feedback. Parang balik tayo doon sa negative sa example niya kanina. Hindi, yung sa may balik. Sige pa po. Ayan, yun. Yan, okay. This is an example of a negative feedback, no? The body's responses when we try to normalize our body temperature. But let's try to continue first. Negative feedback loops are more common than positive ones as they tend to stabilize a system. Nagkakaroon tayo ng negative feedback when something deviates in a system. Like for example, when there is so much, there is an increased temperature, kapag ka nagkaroon tayo ng mataas na temperature. So one example is, dito sa isa, body temperature decreases. So what happens when body temperature decreases? Giginawin tayo, di ba? Okay. So heating mechanisms activated shivering. So what happens, the tendency of your body kapag yung sensory organs mo sa skin, naramdaman niya na medyo giniginaw ka na, the sensory neurons now send signals to your brain, no? And that brain now will send ano yun?
Message.
Messages to your body, no? And then your body shivers. Yung pag nag-shiver tayo kapag giniginaw, that is a mechanism.
Oo. Ang
No?
tawag doon.
Para hindi tayo masyadong ginawin, no? Yung giniginaw ka. And then what happens?
Nanginginig ba tawag doon?
Yes, kapag
Chill.
kapag nag-chill tayo, yung pag-shiver natin, that is a natural body mechanism when the body temperature drops. Kapag bigla tayong nagkaroon ng hypothermia. Saan tayo usually nandoon kapag may hypothermia? Usually ito kapag may trangkaso tayo, or if not, pumunta tayo ng malalamig na lugar. Kagaya ngayon dito sa loob ng booth, usually ang ginagawa natin is minumove mo yung legs mo, no? Para medyo ma-comfort ka. So body temperature now starts to increase, no? Pagka nagawa mo na yung shivering activity mo, body temperature increase and body temperature increases. So tumataas siya doon, nagkakaroon ka ng positive, and then cooling. Kapag tumaas naman yung body temperature mo, what does your body do? Cooling mechanisms are activated. That's why you sweat. So isang mechanism ng katawan natin ang sweating to cool down the temperature. So ganun ang nangyayari kapag may lagnat tayo. Diba? After drinking yung paracetamol or mga medicine for fever, after that, magkakaroon ka ng sweating and then nagkakaroon ka ng decrease in the body temperature. So nagkakaroon ngayon ng homeostasis, yes. So there are steps. Now, there are steps or processes involved in the negative feedback mechanism. One is the stimulation. You must receive a stimulus. Kailangan may ma-receive kang stimulus. Pwedeng ang stimulus mo, it could be received by any of your senses. Sa skin, sa nose, it could be a smell, or it could be the sight of something. Pwedeng pag nakakita ka ng aksidente or a person only, pwede na yun. O yung kinatatakutan mong mga bagay, objects, like that. And then, another one, itong stimulation, this is very important because this is the first step of the negative feedback loop. Okay? And then, ibig sabihin, na-determine na ng katawan or any system. And then, the reception. Are there changes physiologically? So, after the receiving of the stimulus, ang susunod doon is the reception. So, pagka may changes, yun na yung reception mo. Kunwari, anong ginawa mo? Tumakbo ka after the sight or after the smell or yung nakita mo, naamoy mo, yung reaction ng katawan mo. And then, number 3, processing. Okay, this is now the work of our brain. The control unit of the loop is the brain, which first determine if the change in the physiological parameter requires activation or inhibition of the loop. So, depending on the direction of the deviation, the brain sends out signals to undo the changes via different mechanisms. So, mayroon tayong different mechanism. This will depend on what body part is affected if we are talking about our body. Okay? In the case of changes in the body temperature, the groups of cells in the hypothalamus of the brain acts the control unit. Okay? And then we have the counteract on the stimulus. Okay? So, as the final step of the loop in the negative feedback, the control unit sends out signals to nullify the effects causing the changes in the physiological factors. Ito na yung itatry na ng katawan natin para ma-normalize ngayon yung nagkaroon ng deviation. Ang deviation ay yung stimulus natin. Okay? The changes can be of different types and directed towards different parts of the body. Okay. So, let's move on to the positive feedback. Okay. So, although mamaya we will discuss another example of the negative feedback. Okay, let's have the positive feedback. A positive feedback loop occurs when the output of a system acts to enhance the changes to the input of the system. one example of a biological positive feedback loop is the onset of contractions during childbirth. Ayan. Okay. So, i-define muna natin ang positive feedback bago tayo mag-discuss doon sa childbirth mechanism. Okay. A positive feedback mechanism, as the name suggests, is a pathway that in response to deviation in the output causes the output to change even more in the direction of the initial deviation. Ang itong deviation na sinasabi na dito is the stimulus. Now, a positive feedback mechanism amplifies the deviations and brings the state changes to the output. Okay. So, one example of a positive feedback is the contractions during childbirth. Okay. Sino na sa inyo ang naka-experience ng childbirth? O, Ma'am Mirna, how about you, Ma'am Dines? Natural childbirth ang pinag-uusapan natin.
Natural po.
Ako,
Natural
contractions.
childbirth.
Nagkaroon naman ako ng contractions.
Okay.
Ako,
So,
natural
contractions. After contractions,
Pero wala-
nanganak ka ba ng normal? Hindi. So,
Ay, lumabas.
Ako talaga yung normal, ma'am.
Ay, normal.
Dalawa, o di ba? Proud.
Very good. Very good. Naramdaman niya yung pagiging
Sobrang sakit.
Ay, hindi naman. Kaya lang yung pains kasi ng natural childbirth is
iba.
different from that of a cesarean section kasi na-experience kong dalawa yon. Yes. Okay. So, when the contraction occurs, the hormone oxytocin is released in the body, which stimulates further contractions. Ganito kasi yan. When the head or the presenting part, di ba usually ang presenting part pag manganganak, ang presenting part natin is yung ulo.
Yung crown na tawag nila.
Yun ang pinaka-normal. Yung ulo, cephalic. No, yung ulo, ang presenting part. Ngayon, yes, paano yun nagiging stimulus na naiipit niya? No? Naiipit niya yung labasan ng bata o yung perta ng mother. And that now is a stimulus. No? Bakit niya naiipit? Kasi because of its growth, malaki na siya kaya nai-stimulate niya yun. And that stimulates now the more contractions. And kapag nagkakaroon ng mas maraming contractions, na-stimulate lalo yung hormone natin na oxytocin, no, which is released now in the body, which now stimulates further contraction. So, lalo niyang pinagko-contract. No? So, pag na-release ng oxytocin, lalong nagkakaroon ng contraction. Pero yung minsan, kapag walang contractions na nangyayari, ini-injectan na lang ng oxytocin para mag-contract yung uterus ng mother. This results now in contractions increasing in amplitude and frequency until such time magkakaroon ka ng natural childbirth. Okay. So, yun ang ibig sabihin ng positive feedback. And then, another example of the positive feedback is lactation. Ano itong lactation na sinasabi natin? Lactation involves positive feedback so that the more the baby suckles, the more milk is produced. Okay. So, this happens when mammals feeds their young ones. Hindi lang tao yan. So, ang lactation, this is a natural phenomenon ba yan? Or a natural process of the body dun sa ating mammary gland, no, that occurs as an effect of suckling. Or kapag anong tawag doon? Sinasak nung baby, no? Or yung nipple ng mother. The more it sucks the nipples, ang nangyayari dyan, the more milk is produced. So, yung mga sinasabi ng mothers na hindi sila nakapag-breastfeed kasi ayaw ng baby, siguro yung sucking reflex, because sucking is a reflex. Hindi naman tinuturuan ang mga babies, kahit naman aso, pwedeng magsak yan, ano? Yung mga pusa, basta mammals, natural ang pagsasak. And the more sucking activity they do, ang nangyayari dyan, nagkakaroon ng stimulation ng production ng milk o yung production ng ating lactose from the mammary gland. So, tandaan natin, gland din ang ating breast. Nakuha natin. So, nagkakaroon tayo ngayon ng mas maraming secretions ng milk. Ang lactation is the production of milk. No? So, habang nasasak ang breast ng isang mammal, ng female mammal, any mammal yan, kahit na mga baboy, ganyan, basta may hair. Yes, continuous na nagpo-produce yan ng milk. Okay. So, meron pa ba tayong susunod na example dito ng positive feedback? O yan. In most cases, once the purpose of the feedback loop is completed, counter signals are released that suppress or break the loop. Okay, ang ibig sabihin nito, kapag in-stop ang pagsasak, nag-i-stop din ang production ng milk. So, kapag yung baby, nag-stop din ang pag-move niya doon sa presenting part, doon sa cervix ng mother, nag-i-stop din ang contraction. Kaya minsan, may mga mother na nag-start ng mag-labor, pero hindi sila nakakapagpatuloy. Katulad ni Ma'am Jen, na-experience niya yung nag-start siyang nag-contract, nakaramdam siya ng contractions, pero nag-stop. Ibig sabihin, yung pag-move ng head or presenting part ng baby niya doon sa cervix niya para lumabas, nag-stop. So, kaya nagkaroon ng cesarean section.
Bakit ba yan nangawa?
Yes, Ma'am
So,
Donna.
yung
Paano naman yung walang contraction?
ayun na yun, kapag walang contractions, yun na yung kailangan talagang ma-cesarean section. No, hindi kaya nung walang stimulus na nare-receive
Walang
yung
na-trigger.
brain. Oo,
Walang
walang
na-trigger.
nagti-trigger para magkaroon ng
Contraction.
ng mas
Para-
maraming
Oo.
contractions para magkaroon ng production ng oxytocin. Okay? So, the childbirth contraction stop when the baby is out of the mother's body. Lactation stops when the baby no longer nurses. So, yan yun. Okay? So, may mga tanong ba tayo? Okay. So, let's go now to the last, second to the last topic tayo, ano? The menstrual cycle. Ayan. So, ang tanong, sino, eto. Okay. How long is the menstrual cycle? Okay. So, will that be answered by the students? Ayan na yung sagot. So, menstrual cycle, for those who have it regular, no? Kasi meron tayong normal menstrual cycle is approximately 28 days. Okay, but for some, may mga less than 28 days. For some, meron ka namang sumosobra pa sa 28 days, ano? Which is completed in preparation for a human female to reproduce. Okay, so yan yung preparation na ginagawa ng bawat babae para makapag-reproduce tayo. Okay? So, what happens during the menstrual cycle? What controls the menstrual cycle? Okay. So, the cycle is divided into 4 phases. Okay. But it is controlled by the brain. Okay, yan, yung ating magaling na brain. The cycle involves 4 hormones of chemical messages that tell specific cells to do a job. The hormones are released from the pituitary gland. Tandaan natin ang pituitary gland nandito sa ating
Sintido.
Dito, malapit dito.
Sa may
sintido, which is located at the base part of the brain and also the ovaries. Okay. So, the cycle can be subdivided into 4 stages. First is the follicular phase, where an ovum with its surrounding follicle cells develop. The second is the ovulation phase, which involves the maturation and breaking away of the ovum
pag sinabi nating ovum, this is the egg
Egg cell.
Okay. So what happens during the menstrual cycle? Ito na yon. Okay, ulitin natin ha. The first is the follicular phase. Okay, itong follicular phase, this is the first stage, no? So, follicular cells enlarge up to 2-fold to 3-fold in diameter. After a few days, the level of the follicle-stimulating hormones surpasses the luteinizing hormones, which accelerates the growth of 6 to 10 primary follicles. Okay. And then, the single follicle further increase in size and form the mature follicle. Yan yung nangyayari. Okay, nakita nyo dyan? It is from 1 to 14 days. Yan ang follicular phase natin. Nakikita nyo dyan sa screen. And then, it is followed by the ovulation. Meron tayong tinatawag dito na ovulation phase. Okay. So, ovulation phase is exactly, or the ovulation period is exactly 14 days after day 1 of your menstrual cycle. Day 1 is the first day of menstruation.
Yes.
So, you count 14 days forward. That is the ovulation period if you have a cycle of 28 days. So, usually, sabi nila, sinasabi ko na, if you have a 28-day cycle during your ovulation, anong nangyayari sa ovulation period? This is the time when a female is fertile.
Kasi ma'am, na-release na dyan yung mature egg.
Nagkaroon na tayo ng mature egg dito pagkatapos niyang mabuo dito sa follicular phase. So, sabi nila, it is 14 days, you count 3 days backward, 5 days backward, and 3 days forward. So, magkakaroon ka ng 9 days na fertility period. So, usually, sabi nila, mainit ka dyan, mainit ang temperature, no?
Baka ibang init.
Okay, so 14 days after the onset of menstruation, few days before ovulation, the follicle starts to swell with a protruding center called the stigma. Okay, and then it is now followed by the luteal phase. Okay, the luteal phase is the last phase of the ovarian cycle, and it corresponds with the secretory phases of the uterine cycle. Okay, so anong nangyayari dito? It is characterized by the increased level of progesterone. So, sa luteal phase, nagkakaroon tayo ng mataas na progesterone level. The last one is the menstruation stage. Okay, yun na yung time na nagkakaroon ng menstruation where tissue lining, blood, and mucus are discharged from the female reproductive tract, and that now ends the menstrual cycle. Okay, so sa ating last topic, Ma'am Dines.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you, Ma'am Donna, for that very comprehensive, explanation of our topic for the feedback mechanism.
Very
informative,
ma'am.
Very informative. Ayan. Okay, so for the last topic, how to keep our reproductive system healthy. Okay, we will be giving that a short assignment. Okay, so
i-text na lang kay ma'am.
Paki-send kay ma'am. Give
yung mga subject
teachers at least 10 ways on how to keep
Masyadong madami, ma'am.
Masyadong madami. Okay, 5. Okay, 5 ways on how to keep our reproductive system healthy. Okay, so once again, thank you. Thank you for joining. And see you again in our next session. God bless and keep safe, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. See you next week.
Physics, chemistry, earth science, biology, biochemistry, environmental science. These are some branches of science. Science is about a whole lot more than that. And to sum it up, we believe that science is the way of helping the brain grow in finding new knowledge and help us defeat our curiosity and how the world develops and works today. Science. This is your class, and this is science. And now, here is your host for the day. Ito ang 106.3 DANHS Radio. DANHS Radio.
Prepare yourself.
Ang silid-aralan sa radyo, hatid namin ay makabagong paraan ng pagtuturo at kaalaman. Mapaumaga, tanghali o hapon man yan. Ang istasyong magbibigay impormasyon kahit saan man.
For something big.
All right, here we go. 106.3 DANHS Radio. Doña Aurora National High School, Santa Rita, Aurora, Isabela. This 106.3 DWDR FM.